Okay, guess what? We're live. Um, and you just literally popped in from Nephew's Hangout. I was listening in. I was listening to Chaz, who I invited to come to the Hangout because I was actually going to give him a little bit of props because he actually stayed in there for about an hour before they kicked him out. That's a got to be a record, man. I mean, I'm impressed. I think he got a few things incorrect, but I think they're a very valid effort, especially when you got Nephi who just basically won't ever let you talk.
Hmm. No, I was only in there for like 20 seconds. Tommy was in there, fucking Neff, everyone. I just could not take that level of dumb. Oh, Jesus Christ. I've got a fucking headache and everything because of that. Oh my God.
Well, one of the things I noticed, and this seems to be a trend, and I know we talk about it all the time, but I still think it's something to harp upon because, Nephi's going to talk about the same things over and over again, and we kind of need to as well. And, Nephi keeps asking Chaz and other people for essentially a new and novel mutation that has produced some type of new and novel morphological change, right? Well, we all know, and we've explained to Nephi what he's asking for doesn't exist. It's not possible in evolutionary biology. It's something that is a straw man because all information is built upon existing information in that regard. All new features do extend from existing homologies and existing morphologies, and especially he's sitting there saying, well, whole genome duplication and polyploidy are not evidences of new information. Well, yeah, they are. They are new information to the genome, to the organism. That's what evolution is predicting. So, I was listening to that, I was just like, oh man. So I just want to get a hangout, get some people in here and go, okay, where did Nephi go wrong again? And I want to welcome Armored Christian here, AC. AC and I kind of go way back, I don't know, about 8 months or so.
Yeah.
We never really talked, but we had like a couple major falling outs for some whatever reason. And then all of a sudden the other day we just kind of like said the hell with it, and we kind of talked for like 45 minutes, and I found he was actually pretty cool. I actually enjoyed my talk with him.
Did you say where Nephilim free went wrong? That's like he just opens his mouth and
well, one of many places wrong. But anyways, AC, you want to put a shout out to your channel real quick, because you're more than welcome to, because you gave me a shout out.
I don't really care to. I'm just here to listen to you guys and hang out. Have some
Awesome. No, that's cool, man. And just chime in. Like I said, you go back with Nephi, I think, a little bit. I think you've been in his rooms a few times way back when, haven't you?
I think, actually, I don't think at all.
Really?
I have talked to him.
Okay, so you know who he can be. Oh, and welcome to guest of honor, Chaz.
Hello.
Hello.
Who came first, the armored skeptic or the armored Christian? It's always what I've wondered.
It was armored. You know what? No, I think it was Christian. Christian, did you have it before skeptic? I don't remember.
No. Armored skeptic came before me.
Okay.
I just figured I'd make my name similar to his. I had a few reasons, but
leeching.
It's like 7 degrees of separation. You've got like armored. You got armored skeptic, then armored Christian, then Christian anarchist, and then there's a transition going on here. I'm saying. But anyways, I was listening to you talk to the Clown Car Posse for I don't know. It seems like about an hour. I gotta tell you, brother, I was impressed. You actually stood there for so long, and that he didn't boot you earlier. I think that you did make a few minor faux pas, but that's to be expected. But I think you did exceptionally well. And I tried sending you some information, exactly what Nephi was asking for one time, based on dragonflies and different stages of evolution of wings, but it didn't get to you in time. But anyways, neither
no, it had to be a creature that's around now. He wants like a 5-armed possum or something like that.
Yeah, he wants a crocoduck, and that's the problem. We've explained to Nephilim, what you're asking for is not what evolutionary predicts, and the best way around that is say, okay, Nephi, if this is what you think evolutionary theory predicts, can you please show us in any scientific textbook anywhere that's taught anywhere where this says this, where it says,
did you like my little last bit to him?
I just heard you go, and you got kicked.
Yeah, no. Where I asked him about does he believe that all life came from Adam and Eve? Yeah, all human life came from Adam and Eve. And he said yes. And I asked what colour they were. And he was like, they're brown. And I was like, well, why are there black people and white people and, yellow people? And he kind of said because they adapted to suit their environments.
Yeah, I know. See, that's one of the things I posted, that Nephi doesn't get what a variation is as composed to what evolution is and what evolution expects. And you're right. You cannot have a change of melanin, and you cannot have a change of skin color, and you cannot have a change of heterozygosity of the alleles without, guess what? Evolution, Nephi. That was me on my computer, by the way.
I committed, by the way. You said I committed a few faux pas.
Well, because you when you're talking about new and novel features, remember he wanted what you were asking. I mean, you said he was asking for. He wanted some new information, and you gotta get him on the point that when you have like what you're talking about, the polyploidy and the whole genome duplication, and that is new information to the genome. The evolution, and we keep telling him this, is based upon the fact that it can only act upon existing things. It can only act upon existing homologies, existing morphologies, which is existing information. So for him to just throw this out in his counter and saying, well, that's not new information, he's destroying the goalpost at that point. He's saying, no, this isn't new information. But it is new information. And the easiest way to describe that, Chaz, if you've got, let's say you've got a genome, right? And let's say it's polyploidy, it's got a whole genome duplication, and you have a entirely new set of genes, right? Well, we know that on the average, it's about 10 to the negative ninth replication errors per genomic duplication. It could be a little bit more. It depends on the organism. Most of the time, you get about 2-3 mutations due to just DNA replication errors. Then you have like what's called an endonuclease that comes in and checks it for error translations, and that reduces it about to 10 to the negative ninth. So it comes to about 2 or 3 mutations for the entire genome, right? So if you have the mutations in the genome from the second one, the new information, that it does different because it does have mutations, and that eventually through promulgation and natural selection and genetic drift, those genes becomes mutated differently than the existing genes. How?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I was trying to explain that to him, but to the level you would try and explain it to a child.
Well, yeah.
So, which is why I was talking about the sixth finger. See, the problem with Nephilim 3 is if you had like a structured debate where he would have to play fair, where it's not just like halfway through what you're trying to say, I'll cut you off, and then I'll go down a 10-minute long diatribe of just utter nonsense and whistles through my teeth. That you could then sort of like, I could have moved on and explained. It doesn't. It's not just like a 6-digit just appears. It's like there'll be a small bit of additional tissue, and then that person has sex and reproduces, and another person has additional tissue until the point of where you get a sixth finger, and all the time that sixth finger isn't detrimental to the ability of that individual to have sex and reproduce, then that will be passed on.
Yeah, and I think you're spot on about that, dude. He confused polydactylism with polyploidy last time Jade and I were in there. That's when I got upset that he had kicked Jade for being hard of hearing, which maybe I will give him the benefit of the doubt. There was more to it than that. I really don't want to do that because it's Nephi, but for principle of charity, I will do so. But because I'm pretty defensive, defensive for my friends, especially Jade, who I just adore. So he confused exactly what you were talking about: polyploidy for an extra, or excuse me, polyploidy for an extra, polydactyl for an extra finger, and polyploidy. And like you said, if it doesn't affect their ability to reproduce, then so what?
Yeah, I made that point several times to him. How does that stop it from eating and fucking? It doesn't.
Yeah, and
that's what I meant by detriment.
Yeah, you're right, and you're right. And he wants like, well, I want, where's a nub and where's a wing before it becomes a wing? It's not going to be useful. Well, Nephi, if you look at the evolution of insects, and I gave you those papers on the dragonfly, it actually shows you the step process by where these.
I didn't get them because I didn't accept the links. I don't know if they're going to come through later on.
I posted it on his page.
I might not have seen it then.
Yeah, I've been posting on the side.
That message you sent me, where you sent me the link to this hangout, could you pop the links in there and and paste them to me. Would that be all right?
I could do that. Yes.
I'm going to start making a special bookmarks folder, I think, to put all of this stuff in to show stupid people why they're stupid. Because you don't have like all of these links straight away to hand half the time.
Right. Oh yeah, and Nephi knows this because these are nuanced things, and unless it's your field, nobody's just going to know this stuff off the top of their head, right? I mean, we have to research it like anything else, but we have something great nowadays. You ever heard of something called Google, Nephi? Google. Yeah, Google.
I mean, but this is the thing. Until he actually understands what the theory of evolution is going to claim, yeah, what it says should be the case, and sort of like how it's supposed to work. And if you want to sort of go all the way from abiogenesis, then it's a bunch of very basic life, yeah, becoming more and more complex as it breeds, and the genetics drift away. And that's essentially it. You're going to have, if you can't understand these basic points, then it's just going to go nowhere fucking fast.
Mm-hmm. And I was listening to DPR Jones. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry, they're done.
And it's just and that's the thing. He will start agreeing with one part of evolution half the time, and then he'll want to discount the fact that he's agreeing with part of evolution, because he wants to only use that part and then not the part that goes with it. It would be like me going, well, if the laws of motion, if Newton's laws of motion are true, then why isn't it the case that happens with light? Why isn't light heavy?
Yeah, he cherry picks it is what he does. I mean, there's no question about it. But when I was listening to DPR Jones talk earlier, and he was talking to Armin, and actually Armin made a lot of sense. Armin said something to the effect that she goes, evolution is complicated, and to some that might be true. She has a point there. Maybe to the people like us who like evolutionary theory, we find it maybe to be a little bit easier. I get that. But she said, why don't scientists try to relate it to the more common layperson kind of thing? And I'm like, yeah, I agree with that to some extent. And I think when Nephi reads these types of books that are at the very basic level, he takes them literally. And I think then he really he's not fully grasping the nuances in the vernacular. And so for him to conflate things like variation, like you were pointing out about skin color, and not understand you have to have evolution for that. There's no other mechanism that you can put in that system where, and he started talking about, remember he was talking about melanin inheritance, he started talking about big A, little big C, little D, and I'm like, what inheritance are we doing here? It was really strange. He had all these different alleles he was working with, but anyways, that is evolution when you have a change of allelic frequency, and he keeps wanting to get away from that, and that's why when he wanted to debate me, and he said, well, I'm not going to use scientific terminology, I'm like, no, not going to happen.
See, I'd happily debate him, but I'd happily debate somebody like him in a situation where it's clearly designated how much time you have. So it's like, we each have 10 minutes, yeah? And then we each have 5 minutes. So you'll have your 10, I'll have my 10. And then we'll have 5 minutes to respond to what the person said in their 10 minutes. And then we'll have a bit of a back and forth. And then for like 5 minutes. And then we'll have another 5 minutes or 10 minutes of Q&A. And then we'll have, final statements.
Which is the format I like, yes. If I ever do one again, that's how I mean, you saw, I don't know if you saw my debate with Wayne. It was kind of similar to that in a way.
He's not going to abide by that. He thrives on the ability to overtalk you. That's how, because you're not there to actually debate him. But
he's such a hypocrite, though. That's the funny thing, because like he will constantly interrupt you, and then it's like, I'm talking, don't interrupt me. And it's like, you just interrupted me to be talking, you fucking retard.
Yeah, and I don't know if you remember when he debated Fiona, but who's calling me? And is she hot? That's all I care about.
I hear about you and Lyrical Orion, you sly dog.
We're friends, man. She lives. How is all this coming to be? No, Kiefer, don't.
Yeah, you took her out for coffee, and you're gonna take her out.
I did not take her out for coffee. We met up for coffee.
You met up for coffee and you're going to meet
And how
up
are you changing
again.
the subject to her and I? Christopher, stop calling me. You're not my type. No, Lyrical's cool. I mean, we had a good time. I mean, I'll say on record, I had fun with her. She was a very cool chick. We talked for several hours and laughed, and yeah, she
is a nice girl. She gets a hard time from a lot of people.
Very pleasant, very intelligent, almost scarily so.
Gave her a hard time.
Yeah, Drag's like, I gave her a hard time twice. No, but you know, she knows this stuff about the community pretty well. I gotta admit, man. I mean, she knows philosophy, and yeah, she's very engaging to talk to. But anyways, that's a whole different topic. Thank you for derailing my hangout, but that's okay.
You're welcome.
I am. Now you made me lose my train of thought. Steve's thinking about Lyrical, so he lost his train of thought.
Yeah, I mentioned Lyrical, and he can't take his mind off that. You're well in there, Lyrical.
What? Oh, you people are terrible.
You invited me to your hangout. Which one of us is really
natural
the
selection?
monster?
Yes. Oh, right. What was I going to say? Oh, yeah, in his debate with Fiona. And by the way, I haven't said anything to anybody, so I don't know how this stuff gets out there. I just had coffee with her. He had a debate with Fiona on Johnny Casey J's channel once, and Nephi got done with his closing arguments and took off. Said, you know, I'm done. See ya. And Fiona was like, well, what the hell? But she's like, okay, well, I still want to do my closing arguments, right? Well, she got done with their closing arguments and realized that Johnny had taken it off the air after Nephi left. So you know, you got to be careful with these people. So if you do some kind of debate, anybody who ever debates Nephi, you know, have it moderated by somebody you trust. You know, His Slap, Keithy's, Xbox, you know, any of those guys. I mean, I have no doubt, you know, I would be fine with any of those guys, and so would probably Nephi. But just be really wary, Chaz, because he's very sly, and debating him on evolution to me seems trivially easy. I mean, I don't even know.
He will lie. He will lie on the spot. Yeah. I'm just gonna throw that out there. If it's easier for him to lie, he will do it. And there's a conversation that I had, and Fiona was there, where he was trying to explain his lunar bukkake nonsense with the fonts of the deep reaching all the way up to the moon or some shit like that. And I was explaining to him that there's this issue of enthalpy. So he kept cutting me off about 5 times, trying to say that he knew what I was going to say. And I said, you know what, Nephi? The word that I'm going to use starts with an E. So what is it? And so he finally goes, oh, well, I guess I don't know what it is. I'm like, okay, then shut the fuck up. Let me say it. So I said, enthalpy. Do you know what that is? No, I've never heard of that. So in all this time that you've been talking about science, you have never heard of the word enthalpy. And I find it so strange. So if you have these reactions happening, there's some type of exothermic reaction that's causing this water to move and to actually shoot up that far. That requires a tremendous amount of heat. That amount of heat would have probably cooked the Earth's surface. And so, mind you, he had never heard of this before and never even put it into his imaginary scenario. So the reason, the thing he used to reconcile it was a magical ice age. He literally produced an ice age for that time period.
Which would still not even come close to the amount of energy.
It would, you know, I was like, I'm thinking, as soon as he said that, I'm like, you know, the gas law, you know, and I just stopped. I said, no, if he's willing to lie on the spot like that, then bringing up the gas laws wouldn't even matter.
I think somebody calculated one time, and don't quote me because I could be getting this confused with the radiological amount of decay heat in the Earth, but it was something in the order of like 10 to the 40 terawatts or terajoules of energy. It was an incredible amount of energy that his hypothesis would have been required. And yet, here is somebody, Nephi, that didn't know what enthalpy was, who was telling a PhD in physics, Thunderfoot, that he was wrong, telling a mechanical engineer, DPR Jones, that they were wrong. The comedy that's involved with this kind of arrogance is mind-boggling, staggering, you know?
Well, I don't care about people's qualifications. I just care that what they're saying is correct.
I agree to you with a certain extent, but you've got to remember. I mean, these are legit people in their profession, and for a person to think that they have the audacity to sit in a freaking room, never have taken a physics course, not even know what enthalpy means and tell a PhD in physics that they are wrong after the experiments have already been done to even show him that he was hypothesizing was incorrect, because they actually had people had done experiments with 2-liter bottles showing him how Bernoulli's equation would really work in the situation. Yeah, it's just mind-bogglingly arrogant.
I know, he's a crazy old cookie, he is.
But I mean, what made you sit in there for so long? I mean, I got invited to that. The real reason I was even watching, because I don't even bother with Nephi anymore since he made a video about me, and I called him out. I made another video calling him out twice now about him calling me, atheist. So he hasn't demonstrated that yet. But I got a message from Jesus, Trust in Jesus.
Yeah.
Carlos? Yeah, and he's like, hey, Steve, you want to come to Nephi's hangout? And this guy seems cool, right? And I'm like, no, I'll have a hangout, but I'm not going to go on to Nephi's hangout. So how'd you get involved in that?
Oh, I was just looking for, I was like, I don't feel tired after, like, the last hangout was concluded, and I was just like, I'll have a look at what hangout's going, went on the Hangouts on Air page, and bang, it was the top one. And I was like, oh, do I feel like it? Am I in the type of, fucking mood where I can be dealing with this? And I thought, do you know what? I'll go in there. And one of the reasons why I can actually take a lot of patience with these people is because of teaching is something that I want to do with my life. I want to teach primary school. And so I do actually have quite a bit of patience with some of these people. I mean, these people push it in their stupidity, but I'll still try and take the time to try and explain it to them at a basic sort of like, how would I, with these people, I sort of think, how would I explain it to a 4-year-old, and go from there. And if they can get the 4-year-old thinking of it, I'll try moving up to the 5-year-old. And so on, until the point where obviously I can't go any further, and somebody else who's got far more knowledge than me can obviously take over and explain questions. Just like, for instance, I don't have a PhD in physics, but I'm very, very interested in physics.
All right, well, let's do this here, Chaz. Let's pretend. Okay, Mike, we got Mike here. Mike's pretty much on the level of a third grader or fourth grader, right? No, I'm just kidding, Mike. Pretend you are, man. But let's pretend Mike is, right? So. How would you explain to him? I mean, this might be a good practice. How would anybody explain it? They say, "Hey, Chaz, Chaz, will you please explain to me what the theory of evolution is?"
Maybe I can dig into some of my old creationist rhetoric.
Yeah, you were actually on the creationist. Bingo. Hey, we got brilliance.
Yeah.
Draw upon it. Draw from the inner earther you used to be.
The theory of evolution is an attempt to explain biodiversity over many, many years of life, and why whilst there is a large amount of variation, there is also a lot of commonality between species on the planet.
What's biodiversity?
Biodiversity is a whole range of differences between creatures. Like, I'm sure you've seen, there are many different types of animal or plant or fish or birds.
Uh-huh.
That's what biodiversity means. It's diversity, like being all inclusive on the telly, and biology, as in the system of living things.
Do you understand that, Mike? No, that is basic, and I think that would be good. Okay, let me play devil's advocate real quick. Chaz, why do you say it attempts? I mean, obviously, if it attempts, it probably fails because evolution doesn't explain anything because it's just a theory.
Well, when we use the term theory in science, it means an explanation of observations that are made. It's different to the way you hear people use the term theory in other practices, which is a very similar definition, but it actually means complete guess, it's a difference between saying a guess and an educated, well-established guess.
But you said attempts, so therefore it's not proven, correct?
Yes, because
so evolution is not proven.
there are many forms of evidence for evolution.
But it's not proven. So it's just a guess like anything else, right?
Well, no, it's not a guess. It's not just simply random work. This is the work of looking at observations. You then make predictions based on those observations, and you go and find further discoveries due to those observations and those predictions.
Do you remember when he asked you, do we see evolution going on today, right?
And I said, yes, we do.
Yes, absolutely, and you're absolutely right, of course. That's a give me. I don't know why Nephi continues to ask that question. He knows damn well that if a species doesn't evolve, it becomes a clone. I mean, they have clones, and they'll become extinct.
The thing that I think doesn't help is that what they don't understand is that this isn't just life as in like species, yeah? Mm-hmm. It's not one species turns into another. It's individuals over time become different individuals. They pass on their genes to the next set of individuals, and so on and so forth. Now we group, like for instance, you would call somebody who is your, say that is linked to your grandmother, yeah. So your mum's aunties and uncles, you would call them family. But there'd be people further beyond that, like your grandparents' cousins and second cousins, who you wouldn't consider quote unquote family, you'd be related to, but you wouldn't call them the family unit. Mm-hmm. And that's kind of what species is doing. It's taking things which are closely related and sort of going, these are that thing, and then there'll be another bit where they're less closely related, so there'll be a different thing. So it's like, and they're cousins. That's the other household.
See, the one question Nephi cannot answer, and he never answers it. He will equivocate this to no end and just try to diverge the question.
You're not answering a question, Steve.
I know. I'm sorry, I'm crazy talking.
Scandalous accusation.
I know, but I'm gonna throw it out there for posterity.
You've done him.
I've impugned his character. What little character he has, I've impugned. The question to ask Nephi is the simple one. It's basically, if you accept speciation, which I think pretty much he has. What's a mechanism for speciation that doesn't involve evolution? Because you have to have a change of allelic frequency to have speciation. You cannot have a speciation diverge, right? You can't have that event unless there is some changing going on in the genome, right? On the allele.
You know what? There's one bit I really wanted to get in with. You know when he was talking about mutations, would always be bad. I was like, well, then how do GMOs work? We go in there, we put in new information into the DNA to genetically modify those crops.
Yeah, but that's not mutation, though, and I do agree with you on that. But that's not mutation.
But it is. It's just instead of doing selective breeding, it's just doing what selective breeding does, but sort of cutting out the many generations.
Yeah, I mean we do gene splice on that. But see, he makes a fatal mistake when he says, there's no beneficial gene mutations. The reason being is a mutation is just a mutation. It's only beneficial depending on.
I tried to explain that to him.
Pressures, and he doesn't grasp this, dude. We have all explained this.
He doesn't want to because it starts to fall apart. I think if he starts to admit to too much, if he starts to admit that a mutation under circumstances could in any way be beneficial, even though he did admit it, and then the second I pulled him up on it, he backpedaled like a motherfucker. Mm-hmm. Is because if he starts to admit that, he's then agreeing with evolution, and that means that he's agreeing with evolution.
Well, he does differ from other creationists. If you go to creation.com, I mean, Dr. Jonathan Fadi, who is a molecular chemist, he fully agrees, and he's told me directly to me on a video that he perfectly accepts speciation. Speciation exists, and there are beneficial mutations. One of the things they list on creation.com is CCR5 delta 32 mutation that gives a resistance to HIV infections. Yeah, it's a very beneficial mutation, they call it. But Nephi just doesn't even agree with them, right? So he's in kind of a world on his own. He's created this whole fantasy of what he thinks, evolutionary biology is about. And to say that there's no beneficial mutations, it's just really strange because even with a neutral mutation that genetic drift alone can act upon, not natural selection, because if it's neutral, it's not going to have any kind of like phenotype trait to be manifest, right? But it's still susceptible to random sampling, which is genetic drift. So if they have a neutral mutation that does nothing to do with the benefit of the organism, to say the fur becomes white, right? Yeah, but it's a couple years later the population gets all white, and all of a sudden it starts to snow, and the whole temperature changes, and now they're in a snowy environment. That once neutral mutation is now beneficial.
I tried to explain that to him.
He can't
explain. And I even accused him of well, here's the thing though. I think with Christians, they're the types of people who have to think in dichotomies. I mean, it's natural for human beings to think in dichotomies. It's probably got a lot to do with how our brain processes information. Binary is a very, very easy system for machines to work on. It's just like sorting boxes in, like, if I've got a big, huge load of blue and pink pebbles in a bowl, and I've got 2 empty bowls, and I need to sort one into blue, one into pink, yeah? Then my brain is going to go, that's a pink one, that's right, that's a blue one, that's left, yeah? Mm-hmm. So that kind of binary thinking. But I think that then also pushes us towards overindulging in false dichotomies and being overly confident in them. So, it's where things that are natural must be good. Things that are man-made must be evil. And you get this, all of this nonsense seems to always follow this sort of false dichotomy.
Well, let's get Armor Christian in here. I mean, he is a Christian. If he wants to kind of like jump in on this would be his time to exercise, what he wants to say on it. Do you have anything, AC?
Not really.
You still hanging in there?
Yeah.
All right. Is this interesting to you?
Yeah. I mean, I really enjoy hearing you guys speak, but I'm just kind of doing my own thing too.
So I take it you're a Christian. You believe Jesus was the Son of God, yeah?
I believe he is God.
You believe he is God, and also the son, the Son of the begotten Son, the holy sacrifice, died for our sins, our Lord and Savior. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you believe that the Earth is only 6,000 years old?
Personally, I do not believe that there's any way to know how old the Earth truly is. Personally.
Okay. If we know the rate at which atoms decay, and we can look at various different atoms, and we can know roughly at the rate that they decay, how long that's been decaying for, we can give you an approximate age that the Earth must be at least this old for this atom to have decayed over this amount of time, correct?
Yeah, I would say that's true, but to my
it would be
understanding,
like, for instance, if I knew how much sand could fit through a hole, or let's say water, because it's a bit easier than sand, because sand's all different sizes. Let's say I have something a bit like an egg timer, yeah, and it's got water in it, and I turn it upside down, and it drips, yeah. We know how much of a drop can go through that, how much volume of a drop can go through that hole at any given time, yeah. Then obviously I can tell you, well, we know, coming back to that later, it must have been overturned for at least this amount of time for this amount of volume of water to ended up in the bottom, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah? So when it comes to something like radiometric dating, where we can look at a variety of different isotopes and atoms, and we can sort of go, all of these things point to the Earth at least being this age. We can tell you it can't be any younger than that, otherwise these things wouldn't exist. We can give you a good approximation of the age of the Earth, correct?
Yeah. I just believe that the candle was lit before we knew when the candle was established, so that's...
Well, science wouldn't disagree with you on that because we don't know what happened prior to the Big Bang.
I mean, like prior to the atoms decaying to determine
Yeah, what
how old the Earth is.
excuse me, what he's suggesting is called the Omphalos hypothesis, Chaz. It's basically
Is this the one where the Earth is made to 6,000 years ago to look 14 billion years?
Yes. That's
Right.
pretty much it.
Why would God do that, though?
Well,
Pourquoi la motivation, la deity?
It's an unfalsifiable hypothesis. It's not, okay, that's the beginning.
Well, no. But I mean, this is the thing. God must have created it this way. Why would He create it to be 14 billion to look 4 billion years old, but only be 6 billion years old?
I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't really specifically believe the Earth is any specific age. I just believe it's either young or old or anywhere in between.
Well, I don't understand that.
Right. Okay. I'm going to defer to Steve because I think I've given you a very basic thing, and I'm going to go for a cigarette now. And Steve, as a physicist, please explain to him about.
I'm not a physicist.
Radiometric dating.
My background was in was in nuclear engineering, but I'm not a physicist.
I did a PhD in physics.
No, I used to operate nuclear power. Thunderfoot has a PhD in physics.
Oh, that's probably why.
Yeah, I used to supervise and train people to operate nuclear power plants. I was a full supervisor for 2 reactor core systems, D1G.
Well, you understand nuclear decay, then, don't you?
Yeah, S1C and D2G are type of reactor core systems. So I used to actually sign people's qualification that they knew how to operate a power plant. So yeah, I mean, I understood reactor theory pretty good at one time.
Okay.
So, yeah, I understand radiometrics. But okay, so what Chaz is talking about is basically, let's say we have a boundary, an upper boundary of just off carbon, right? If we want to say, okay, we just want to look at carbon dating, which obviously we cannot use to date the Earth because carbon dating only goes back about 57,100 some odd years, give or take, for effective use. It can go back to 100,000 with what's called accelerated mass spectrometry, but we're gonna say for easier for the math, it's just 57,000 years, give or take. So if we can look at carbon dating and say, hey, look at there is one carbon-14 atom for every trillion carbon-12 atoms. Okay, we know that's a ratio that exists. We know why that ratio is too, but we know that's a pretty fundamental ratio. It doesn't matter when the candle was quote-unquote lit. What matters is what we're looking at, the ratio. So if I have a sample size of a kilogram or something, and I say, oh shoot, I've only got this much carbon-14 kilogram-wise compared to the full kilogram, which would be the carbon-12, I could use a very simple mathematics to say this is how old that material is because of the half-life, because each half-life is going to be 5,730 years, plus or minus 30. So we know, based upon the ratio, that the Earth cannot be less than that time because everything we look at that has gets just carbon from the atmosphere, a living organism, except for marine life because of the reservoir effect. But we know that these animals are at least 50,000, like the mastodons and woolly mammoths, or older. Like we can go back 100,000 years on this for some of the earlier humans on carbon dating, as long as the things aren't fossilized. So do you understand that? You see that's at least a minimal boundary we can say right there will completely disprove the 7,000-year model, and then we can go into other types of dating like argon, potassium, and lead, and rubidium, strontium, and a few other things that they use for dating, isochronic dating. But we can definitely say that the Earth cannot be less than 100,000 years because we know carbon dating for a fact will tell us it's that old. And some people could say, well, this is based on assumptions. Well, yes, but the assumptions are very valid assumptions. I mean, if someone wants to attack the assumptions, I wish they would come in here and do so and explain to me why the assumptions are not valid. I can get into it, but it's a little technical, and I really don't want to. But somebody listening to do it, they can try.
I mean, they make sense, but it's just.
Steve, I just thought of an animal that has an appendage. Pandas, they have a pseudo thumb to grip bamboo.
Oh, and the dog has a dew claw.
Mm-hmm.
And humans have, we talked the other day, there's something called an atavism. And humans actually can get a tail that actually comes out of their lower back. It's not just
you actually have a tail during your first
few months.
Good way. You sort of like it. In some ways, as an analogy, the first 9 months of your life is a time lapse of evolution from abiogenesis to.
Well, you gotta be careful on that. That's called recapitulation theory. Okay, and recapitulation theory has actually been falsified. So you gotta be real careful with that.
I'm not. No, as I said, as an analogy, not as in. Yeah.
But people remember with that because recapitulation theory was ontology follows phylogeny, and they thought that in the embryonic stages the babies would go through various developmental things. We know that's not quite true, although there is some truth to it. Obviously, like you just said, we know for the first month or two there is a tail, there is an embryonic tail there because we are primates, and it's not just fatty tissue, it's not just adipose. It literally is a fully structural tail in some people. It's an atavism, it's called. And the other day when Hogtie was talking about this to our resident genius Arcane, who is not only a structural engineer but obviously a biogeneticist, physicist, astronaut, sniper.
Oh, don't forget he was somebody who's in the military and doesn't understand how Coriolis affect. Actually.
Yeah, missile launcher, sniper. Yeah. I mean, artillery expert.
Anybody who works with long range ballistics.
Who is this now?
Arcane Lagos.
Yeah.
He said he was in the military.
Yeah.
Yeah, he claims to be an ex-sniper.
No, not only that, an ex-sniper. He also worked with
artillery.
Long range artillery. Yeah.
Horse shit.
Yeah. Well, we know this. Trust us.
Okay, I know. I'm just saying.
Never learned about the Coriolis effect.
Yeah, he said that they don't take into account the Coriolis effect, disproving the flat Earth. I'm like, motherfucker, you don't even know what the hell you're talking about.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. I mean, if you're sniping short ranges, the Coriolis effect would make such a small alteration to the path of your bullet that it wouldn't be necessary. Long range, like if you're using a Barrett 50 cal and you're shooting obviously over a mile, then you do have to start taking into account those things. If you just shoot
missiles too.
Do all creationists? I mean,
well, hang on.
They goddamn liars! I swear to fucking Christ.
Well, hang on, Mike. Hang on. Because it's not all of them. I don't want to put everybody in the same label. When I'm talking about creationism, I'm only talking about young Earth creationists. I'm not talking people that.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I'm just talking about.
I don't want. I mean, because I don't want to like group everybody together because that wouldn't be like fair, right?
So Fiona's as a creationist, she's cool.
Yeah.
But,
well, the touch paper people, I do kind of feel that. You have to go on a leap if you want to go on that leap of faith and say, do you know what? I agree with everything from the Big Bang onwards that science, as the way science explains it, and hypothesizes it. But that initial touch paper, I believe, was lit by the hand of God. Yeah, you want to go to the extra bit of faith and say that. Yeah, you're more than welcome to do that as your own thing. Yeah. If it brings you some comfort or does something for you, that's wonderful. But it's not a presupposition I adhere to. In my worldview, I don't think it's necessary.
Yeah, and that's generally the most of the people that I see in the community. I mean, I know very few people that really want to change somebody's fundamental underlying theological belief system. I don't think that's our goal. It's definitely not my goal, and I don't think it's members of the great community.
I believe you're wrong to come to that conclusion, but
let me explain why. I do believe there's people that engage in the great debate to do that. Okay, there's no question. However, I honestly believe, and I'm willing to take heat for this, or if you want to give me an argument against it, I will take it. But I actually think that most people come to the great debate community to not only express themselves, but at least have people understand the other side, and at least get them to accept that they might be wrong on certain things, like evolution. We know creationists are wrong about evolution. We all know this. This is not a matter of interpretation. This is not a matter of debate. This is not a matter of what you think or what you believe. This is a fundamental fact like gravity, right? We get this. And I think the people in the great debate is just like, you know what? If somebody says, you know what, I get evolution, is true. I get that the Big Bang represents the model of cosmological, universal expansion. But I believe God did it all. I think most people would be like, okay, at that point, move on to the next person, right?
Yeah. I mean, pick your battles. I mean, once we gotten the Nephilim Threes of the world and the Arcane Ghosts to the same sort of stage as Fiona, then maybe we can look at sort of like killing off this last vestige of God bothering. But I don't see. I feel less need to sort of argue with Fiona about her belief in God. Yeah. Then I do say arguing with the absolutely ludicrous claims made by Arcane and some of these people about the world we live in, when they say such demonstrably false things and they deliberately misrepresent what evolution's trying to state happens. And you're then trying to sort of explain that to them and sort of explain, look, I know it can get a bit confusing, but if you really sort of just think about it, you'll see why it works, and not fall into a lot of the pitfalls that people do that leads them to not understand evolution.
And I agree with you. I agree with you wholeheartedly. I think what you said about picking your battles. Why would anybody want to engage with Fiona or Deidre or any of them on their theological beliefs? Because me, I don't care one or another. I'm an apatheist and I'm an agnostic. I'm not an atheist, so I would never do it. But other people, why would they? They accept them as being scientific experts. They accept them in the community as people that actually do know what they're talking about by like true empiricism. There's no reason to. We're not trying to. Well, I shouldn't say we. You guys are not trying to change their position theologically, and I think that's one of the things that Armored Christian here early on thought that a lot of atheists were just said to go out there and change these people's positions and get them to all stop believing in God. And while there might be people like that, I think that would be very pretentious of many atheists. And I think that if many atheists got to the point where the Christians are like, oh yeah, of course evolution's true, and you got rid of these Nephilims and Cains, and no offense, Tommy, but you're in that category there, Tommy Hall. Although I invited him in here, so he might pop in. I think that would be a big start, don't you, though, Chaz?
Tommy has me blocked. He's not going to be able to get in.
Oh, okay.
Well, I mean, yeah, no, I totally agree with that. I'm one of the more hard-nosed atheists. I don't really think there's anybody out there who's truly a militant atheist in the way that people seem to make militant atheists seem. And you say these people, I don't think there's really anybody out there looking really to deconvert people. I think there's people that disagree with people and they'll explain their disagreements. I think most people who are atheists, though, generally come to that position because they've thought about it and they've got the proponents of things like reason and skepticism and things like that, and that they have reasons to doubt religious claims, and there's lots and lots of evidence to show why most of the common gods and stuff like that you'll come across are made up nonsense. But they're merely just expressing their opinion. I don't think anybody's out now there to deconvert anybody. I mean, I've had people who've watched some of my videos where or have heard me sort of speak about atheism, and it has made them, self-reflect and question their faith on their own. And I've had them come to me and sort of say that I've made them start to question it, and I just say, well, look, it's not for me to tell you what you believe in, but if you have questions about it, that's up for you. Mm-hmm. Spend a month, yeah. Just drop your faith for a month, yeah. Test your own faith yourself. Just go. Do you know what? I'm going to be an atheist. I'm going to try and see things the way an atheist does. And I said, if you've ever got any questions, you can come talk to me, yeah. And if I can explain it, I will try to. and if I can't, then I'll try and, you know, pass you on to somebody who can do. You know, just try that for a month, and you don't know until you'll try it, until you try doing something other than this religiosity that you've done throughout your life because your parents were religious, or you know, the people in your community were, or the school you went to was a religious school.
Do you think they gave it up for a month? That might help them also at least understand the science better, because again, that's my end goal, is for the science, obviously. But I mean, if somebody says, okay, I'm going to put aside, you know, my religious beliefs, and I'm going to try to look at it from a secular point of view or atheist point of view, or which is basically not even a point of view, it's just a lack of belief, right? I mean, but if they said, you know, I'm gonna learn what this evolutionary theory is really about. I'm going to learn a little bit about younger.
Well, you have to find other explanations. I remember when I used to be a believer when I was a kid, because I went to, I've told the story a few times, but I went to a Roman Catholic primary and secondary, and in primary I had a nun as the headmistress, you know, and I believed in God, Jesus, and the other fella, and all of that. And at the same time, the film Jurassic Park came out, and like all young boys, I went through a dinosaur phase, and you know, I was heavily into them, knew all of their names, knew some of them's Latin name, and you know, really, really into it. And I grew up in a part of England that's steeped in history. There's Roman and Saxon stuff littered all around where I live. They found a Bronze Age boat in Dover that's 500 odd years older than Christ. And so, you know, I'm seeing all of these artifacts, and Time Team is always, you know, digging up Roman era stuff. And, you know, obviously if you're Roman Catholic and you're hearing about, you know, Jesus said this to the Romans and the Romans said this to Jesus, you're just like, well, if I can see shit that was around at the Roman time that proves that Romans are there, surely they've got some sort of archaeological proof that this Jesus existed, something a little bit more tangible. I asked the question, never got that answered, so I decided I needed other explanations, and so I started reading and looking into things by myself, and there are explanations out there. There is whole libraries full of books. There is now the internet. You now have the entire wealth of human knowledge contained within the palm of your hand.
Isn't that amazing? I mean,
I know, right? That is
the God.
And
Mike J. I mean, Mike. You know, everybody knows was a young Earth creationist at one time. He obviously got to the point, I would guess, that he said, I want to look for other explanations too, and they started looking at the claims of young Earth creationism, right, Mike? And you were like, damn, these motherfuckers are wrong.
Well, it was kind of a I mean, it was a progression, obviously, and it wasn't that I wanted to look for. I wanted to look. It's when I realized that science was contradicting my beliefs. And I invest in further investigation showed me that you know, that I learned the difference between philosophy and science. I learned the difference between sorry, I'm tired, so I'm like brain farting here. I investigated, and that was my progression into losing my faith. That I found that there was no evidence, anything metaphysical, ever in recorded history. That's
what faith is, man. And I'll stand up for that part of it. Is that, you know, if somebody says, "Well, I have faith in something," that's what faith means. That you don't have to have evidence. And so I think it's kind of weird to say, "Well, I didn't find any evidence of my faith." Well,
but you didn't let me finish.
Okay, I'm sorry.
What, you know, and I understand that is faith. But for me personally, I cannot believe something or acknowledge something without evidence.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that you know, there's, you know, when you speak about faith, yes, I know that's what faith is, but still, to me, it's not okay to believe in to believe in Bigfoot, okay, without evidence, to believe in the Loch Ness Monster without real empirical evidence.
Yeah, you're an empiricist, I would say, and
Yeah, I am. But that's also my mind, my black and white thinking. I am on the autistic spectrum, so that's my black and white way of thinking. I lack the ability to think in the abstract. So
I don't know if Tommy's going to come in because I told him he has to unblock you. But he's parroting in the side chat there. Yay, Tommy! Parrot the Nephilim-free big mistake of evolutionary biology 101. He says, and I'm going to read this out exactly so I don't misquote him because I can't do a Tommy Hall voice. Can you guys do a Tommy Hall voice? I don't know. We don't need evolution explained. We need for your evidence that mutations could add new information or add new features or new body plans. Okay, Tommy, show us a science book that says that's required. I'll wait. Go look and find a science book that says that the theory of evolution predicts that new information or new features or new body plans will be created ex nihilo, out of nothing. Go ahead, Tommy. Find that information for us, and we'll go from there. Does that sound cool? So if you can find me any science book that says that is a prediction of evolutionary biology, that new information will be created ex nihilo, and we're not talking about de novo genes, we're not talking about recombinant DNA, and I know that Isaiah got you pretty good on these de novo genes the other day. Yeah, because, de novo genes are new genes, Tommy. That's what they literally mean.
And if he unblocks me, I promise to be on my best behavior.
Well, Tommy,
I'm surprised he hasn't blocked me. You hear of all of these fundies that block people, and I'm surprised I'm not blocked by half of them, considering the reputation I have of being the world's worst person on G+ that I keep getting told.
Yeah, you're kind of a dick most of the time. Yeah.
Apparently so. Apparently I'm a massive dick, but somehow I don't get blocked by all of these Christians.
I don't know either. I gotta. Go ahead.
But should you not be rude to liars and charlatans and hacks and frauds? That's what these people are.
Well, I get blocked every other week from Arcane Logos blocks me, Brett Keane. It doesn't really matter to me. But Tommy Hall says, well, how did organisms get them built up then? Well, again, evolution, the mainstay of evolution, Tommy, which you and Nephilim will not understand, is that things are built upon existing information. Always. So if you already have existing information, then all the information that comes from there, which is new and additional information, comes from existing information in evolution. Now, before we get to evolution and abiogenesis and the formulation of the universe, that's a whole different ballgame. And I'm not going to attempt to tackle that, and we'll get into Shannon information. But just saying, in evolution itself, it's fundamental constant in biology that existing structures are what are scaffolding for to be built upon, that existing homologies. Well, yeah, he asked, well, how did existing information get there if mutations didn't do it? There are other mechanisms, but existing information, again, there is no beginning of life for evolution. It's just whenever life began, that is where evolution starts. We may not know exactly where it did. It goes back 4 billion years. It's a gray area. We get that. But we can go back 4 billion years. That's the amazing thing. We can at least demonstrate that. That is inconsequential.
Is Tommy listening?
Yeah. Yeah. It's
Tommy, if you unblock me, I promise I will be on my best behavior. I won't laugh. I won't call names.
Yeah, he's trying to figure out how to unblock you. You just go to type in Mike J Google Plus, or go to my page, Tommy, and find my friends, and then find Mike J, and then go to his his page, and you click on the little thing up there, and it'll say unblock. But again, where Pops, aka Christian Hillbilly, really likes to talk about, well, where did this information come from to begin with? That is a whole different topic of discussion, and it's shifting the goalpost.
Yeah, you're getting into abiogenesis area
you're getting in before that. You're getting into Planck's time in the beginning of the universe, or kind of thing, what information. But as far as evolution is concerned, information existed with the first, back, whatever it was, prebiotic, that we could consider to be life, that had genes, that had some kind of replication ability. It'd probably be RNA-based, obviously, but somewhere in that ballpark. But, you have to have something to build upon. RNA has to at least be able to self-replicate itself, self-polymerize itself. So when that started building into DNA, all this information built upon itself. I mean, if you got, I don't know, like what's the smallest genome? Something like 182 base pairs. It's really 182 genes. It's really freaking small, right? But if those genes mutated, Tommy, then that's different information to the next generation and to the next generation after that. So every generation has different new information, and that will eventually lead to a speciation event. Yeah, I think he's still trying to figure it out.
No, he got in.
I'll get it. Oh, I didn't. I'm sorry. I was. My bad. Hey, TH.
Hello. Hey,
Right,
let me just say something about the blocking thing. I don't. It's not that I'm some prude about cursing or vulgar things. I mean, it doesn't really matter to me. But the thing is, I don't use it towards people, so it's kind of like I think it's kind of a crutch or a tool that people use for a debate tactic. But since I don't use that, it's kind of like an unfair thing. It's like if you have your opponent who's using those sort of tactics towards you. I mean, it's kind of like, and as a Christian, we hear it all the time, or I do. And so it's like, it just gets old, if we're just having these.
Chaz is British. He's got like a second language to him.
Yeah, I know.
A second language? No, come on. I have to stand up for myself there. It's not a second language. It's punctuation.
It's punctuation.
Yeah.
Cursing is punctuation.
Yeah,
Have you not seen Gordon Ramsay?
No, I get you, Tom. I get you. It's overplayed. Yes. I mean, there's time people go over. I mean, God love you, Stizer, and I think you're listening. Stizer would be a perfect example who probably cannot go a full sentence without using a curse.
Yeah, I know. I know. It's just kind of like the way it comes across in chat is a little more harsh than it would be in video for whatever reason. And it's just like, it's I don't know. It's just kind of my personal quirk that I don't like to be called an effing C word if I'm not going to be able to respond in kind, and I don't. I mean,
I get you.
You know what I mean? So
yes.
So if I'm getting that from 100 different directions, I'd rather just converse with people who are, not going there.
Yeah, no, fair enough. And
I will say this, actually. There was a scandalous accusation made against my character. I'm actually very, very nice to Tommy Hall. I've actually stuck up several times for
thank you.
Tommy Hall in other chats. Because do you remember, Tommy, we had a conversation I asked you a while back now, a year or so ago, and I asked you about your God. If I lived a life that was good, fed the poor, did all of that, almost, lived a life of Christ, but didn't believe in God or Jesus, and I came before him, and was, after death, and was repentant and said, I didn't see any reason to believe that you existed, but I still did good works. Would I be allowed to come in? And you said yes, which I think shows.
No, I don't think I would
say yes.
No, I don't think I did.
See, Chaz, you're screwed. You're screwed like everybody else.
No, I think you need to acknowledge that that you're a sinner and that Christ died for you, and that His blood has covered your sins. So I don't think I would have agreed to that.
It sounds like Chaz. I can't see Tommy saying that either because I haven't Tommy a long time. But it sounds like you're talking about universalitarianism, because universalists they believe basically that there are people that may not in their life accept Christ that can afterwards or something, but that basically are still saved. And if I got into a theology point of view, that's the position that I would go with, because it just makes more sense to me.
No, that's what. No, because you see, I asked you about this, and you said you did. You said to me, I said, I didn't accept Christ during my life as my Lord and Savior, but I'd been a good person, because there's lots of people out there who will just sort of be like, well, no, you didn't accept Christ, so you're screwed,
Well,
you go down to hell no matter how apologetic you are.
Maybe I said I hope. Maybe I said I hope he lets you into heaven, or that there's some sort of a second chance per se. I mean, I don't want you to go to hell. I know people and love people who aren't Christians, and I don't want them to go to hell. I don't want eternal punishment, and I think since I'm made in God's image, I don't think He wants it either. So, I'm not saying that I'm
possible, Tommy.
What?
Do you think it's possible that people, that if they don't accept Christ in this lifetime, that they might have a chance to in after death, because I don't find anything that precludes that. I'm sorry. People say yes, some people say no, but I think one's just as viable as the other, don't you?
Yeah, you know what? I've heard both sides debated on I think it was Matt Slick and I forgot the other guy's name, but
Bible's not a wingnut.
Yeah, it was on that show, but it was coming at it biblically, and I think a good case can be made for both sides. And boy, to tell you the truth, I'm not really an indecisive kind of person, but on that particular issue, I'm really divided.
Yeah, no, hang on a second. We're taking on a second. Yeah, that's a fair position. That's an agnostic position. I respect that, and that's one of the reasons I do like talking to Tommy, because Tommy is not like G-Man. And no offense, but I'm telling you right now, G-Man would be the first person sitting up there in heaven, looking at people and going in hell, going, "See, motherfuckers, I told you, I done told you, bitches. Yeah, shouldn't have pissed me off." And you know that's how he is. I mean.
You don't think some of that shtick, though? Come on.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, Tommy, I do. I do think it's shtick, and I do think he does it for entertainment value. But I think to even say that, I think you have to still have some kind of fundamental problem that you really do want to see people punished just because they didn't, agree with you. I mean, hell, he even said it to me. He's like, "Well, Steve, this is why you're going to hell, because you're on Talking Shit Tuesday and agreeing with J.D. Kane rather than me." I'm like, "Oh fuck, really? Come on, dude."
Hold on, I have a question for Tommy Hall. Okay, now let's say I've read the Bible and I'm familiar with Jesus and his teachings, yeah? And I live by those teachings, but I don't recognize Jesus as Christ and the Son of God. But I think he's just a man with some really good ideas.
Well, I mean, he rose from the dead. And so, if he's going to be in a position where he can forgive your sins, then that's pretty much the definition of God. I mean, he's sinless, and he's able to forgive sins. So that you've got kind of a fundamental contradiction going on. So no, I mean, if you're just saying you're going to believe in Jesus as a man, that's essentially saying that you reject what he did on the cross. Because if he's just a man, then he didn't do anything supernatural or anything that could have redeemed your sins. So.
If we're going to acknowledge Jesus, acknowledge the bread too, and the fish that multiplied the crowds.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing about Christ and Christianity.
I feel sorry for defending you. I sort of said, well, gods are generally often enough projections of people's own selves. They put themselves in their own gods, and I said, unlike a lot that you speak to a lot of Christians, like Steve said with G-Man, who I think would be, if he died before me, would be up there going, "Oh hell no, you do not let him in."
I think if you talk to G-Man in person, his public persona is a little bit different than probably what his real heart is. We know when he gets serious.
Probably.
And mine's the same way. I have a shtick to some degree as well, but. Yeah, so, heart of hearts, I think G-Man probably doesn't really believe that. So I can't imagine any Christian wanting anyone else to go to hell. I mean, that's a deep and heavy thing, And and here's something I'll just throw out there, something that I struggle with, that not in the sense of faith, but the fact that some people in life are born into different scenarios and situations. Like I was born to Christian parents, so I was taken to church as a kid. Now my teenage years, 20s and 30s, I was not a Christian, but I did come back to that. But a lot of kids aren't born or raised in that situation. In fact, they may be born by atheists or Muslims or whatnot. So it seems inherently, to some degree, unfair that some kids are exposed to that from an early age, while some are not. I think God is not a dumb God, and I think He is. He's very wise, and I think all of that will be taken into account. So what that means, I don't exactly know, but I think He's going to be a fair and just God. So I think someone like me, who was raised in a family, with Christian values and taught that, maybe judged a little differently than, say, someone who was raised in India or something, or someone like you guys, who had less of a chance to come to the church. So,
well, let me ask you
just a
this.
guess.
Yeah, well, let me ask you this,
Okay.
and I respect that, but let me ask you this. Why is it then you have people in the community like Nephilim Free, which you can say is a shtick, but I think it's disgusting, when in 2009 he made a video that DPR Jones got after him for, called Nephilim Free is Insane, where he sat there and said he was very happy that all those boys were killed and mauled by the two bears, because he's like, they had mocked the priest and called him Baldy, and God sent those two bears from out the woods to kill them children because they had cursed the prophet. And it's like, dude, he was really getting off on the fact that in the story of the Bible that when the prophet was mocked by the 42, I think it was 42 kids, I don't remember the exact number, that these two bears came out and mauled all these kids to death. I mean, he got some sick kind of pleasure out of it, dude. You can't say
I wish that would happen to all the atheists that mock him on the internet.
He does think that. Yeah, no, he does. He did. He compared himself to the prophet of God and wanted God to do that to all the people that mocked him. Thus, Nephilim Free is insane.
I think you need an awful lot.
I don't know. I don't know if that makes him insane, but you have to admit there is just taking that particular issue off the table for a minute. But there is something about justice that, if someone rapes a girl or does something bad, justice is justified, for lack of a better word. So,
not a tautology there, is there?
But you're comparing mockery. You're comparing mockery to rape.
And worthy of being mauled to death by bears for kids. They mocked and called a guy bald.
Right.
I'm not even arguing the point in the Bible. I'm not even arguing whether it was justified or not justified, or morally, objective morals or divine command theory. Excuse me. I'm not even saying whether that matters or not. But Nephilim Free read that, and he got a sick, perverted, twisted sense of enjoyment out of that. So there are people that would be like Nephilim Free.
I wouldn't necessarily call Nephilim Free crazy. I would say, though, that I wouldn't be surprised if he's got a little bit of brain damage.
Sociopathic, maybe?
Well, no. He told this personal revelation, which essentially equated to a very intimate time between him and God, where God appeared to him.
Yeah, I remember that.
And, came with love inside him, or something of that degree.
We know the story, yeah.
And it's
well, it's
a lot of people were saying on my video of that what he's describing are symptomatic of stroke.
Did he smell burnt toast?
The type, because if you can get hallucinations with
of course,
stroke and epilepsy, and that would explain what he saw. And if you think about this guy having some sort of neurological damage because of this incident, then I think it fits very well.
Yeah, I'm not against the idea of there being some kind of pathology for some of these people. Obviously, I do think Nephi is something's wrong in the brain processes. There's no question about that. He does not think critically. Well, how about this, Tommy? To demonstrate that I can show you what I mean by this. Do you remember when Fiona had challenged him just recently? That said, okay, Nephi, you have this paper you had on the screen, which was called Disease Risks for Wildlife Translocations, and he said that the paper he had that he was reading falsified the balanced Robinsonian translocation of human chromosome number 2. The paper was about wildlife translocations, not genetics. So she actually said, hey, Nephi, I'll debate you, as I swear I never would again, but you use that paper that you say will falsify human chromosome number 2, I will debate you because it'll be worth seeing. That is something fundamentally wrong with somebody. You know what paper I'm talking about. You know that had nothing to do with...
Okay, fine, but so he may be wrong about that. Maybe he is wrong, but that doesn't make him insane or something wrong in the head. I mean, we've all been wrong about stuff. I can make a better case for it, right? If you have
there has been noticed this condition, temporal lobe epilepsy.
Uh-huh.
Now, it affects just the temporal lobe in the brain, and you'll get very, very minor seizures. Sometimes, you'll have one every sort of few months, sometimes even a year apart. But people who then have this and develop sort of damage in areas of their brain and sort of damage to things like the hippocampus can't tell accurate cause and effect. For instance, it actually causes problems with their brain's ability to function. They can't function normally. And these types of people can't tell true cause and effect, and will do things like won't be able to understand while in much the same way, while bits of logic don't follow, like how a scientific paper discussing DNA in dinosaur bones doesn't refute DNA in bacteria under completely different conditions.
So you're thinking he might be suffering from transient ischemic attacks?
I think so.
Yeah, and you're not the first person to bring TIAs into the frame too. And again, nobody here is in the medical profession, so when we cannot obviously give any kind of diagnosis. But there have been people that have correlated what things that you said before for a transient ischemic attack, what they would see vision-wise. It's quite possible. But I can't assume there's always a pathology there. I can only go by what it's saying, and I would rather address the things that Nephilim 3 says, because that is demonstrably wrong. I mean, he says so many things that are just incredibly wrong. And when Tommy, you're sitting in the hangout out there, and all I ask, is find us anywhere in any scientific book that says new information. Excuse me, the theory of evolution predicts new information, ex nihilo, or whatever. Just it even talks about new information. I don't even remember seeing any book that even says.
Well, it doesn't, because they can't really address it.
Oh,
but are you denying that information would be necessary to add, say, a wing or clavicle or different body parts that weren't there before?
I didn't say that.
Well,
I want to know why the evolution. You think that it predicts that, though, because the way that you and Nephi are trying to predict it is not nonsensical. New information builds from old information. So where does it say new information comes ex nihilo?
But you don't have an account for the old information either.
Well, that's a different question. We're talking about evolution.
No. Well, you don't know. What do you mean it's a different question? You're saying
abiogenesis and evolution aren't the same thing, right?
Yeah, but you don't have an explanation for either one.
Well, okay. Again,
we do chemistry.
Yeah, we can go back to we can go back to origins, right? We can go back to cosmogony and talk about information, but that does not matter. We can go back 4 billion years and know this stuff's happening. 4 billion years, okay? So you can't just move the goalpost. We know information existed with the first cell. Where that initially came from, we can discuss that another time. But since the information did exist, all evolution says that because that information initially existed, it built upon that. That is what evolutionary theory.
Well, you're begging the question, because
no, sir.
Hang on a second. Your theory is your materialist theory that this was not aided by any sort of intelligence. You're assuming that the first cell arrived that way, and then you're assuming that new and different information and new features got added over time by a Darwinian mechanism of sorts. And I'm just saying there's no evidence of either one of them happening by way of a nature did it sort of mechanism.
Well, I didn't say first cell, because I don't even know if I subscribe to a first cell, but there is evidence nature did do it that way. That's what teleonomics is. But again, if the information existed, all evolutionary theory predicts is if the information existed, where it came from doesn't matter. We're not talking about origins again. That it builds upon existing information. So why would you change that and say, well, evolution says, new information? Well, where? Where does it say this? You just said that no book says this. So where does this come up from?
Well, okay, so bacteria, they don't have ankles and knees and muscles and that kind of thing. So would new information not be needed in order to bring those sort of features into existence?
Yes, and you repurpose old information. If I take the code 12345 and I make it 1532, yeah, I'm not adding anything, but that information has changed.
And repurpose is a good word because we are repurposed lizards for the same reason. With the bones in our jaws, they consider us to be repurposed lizards. How the bones became the bones in the inner ear. So yeah,
that's not what the theory is, though.
It is what the theory is.
Not really, because if you think about it, it's all about cumulative changes, cumulative mutations, typing monkeys, over time, adding new, genetic variants.
Cumulative.
Okay, Tommy,
it's not about just recirculating the same old stuff.
Do you agree with microevolution?
I believe things change. Yeah.
Yeah. So you're perfectly acceptant of the through selective breeding, a wolf can turn into many different types of dog, many different breeds of.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, last month you didn't accept micro. What the hell?
I don't accept your mechanism, but I accept that organisms change. Yeah, sure.
Right. Okay. So you will accept that organisms can change, and that's through breeding. Yeah. That if I take a wolf and a population of wolves, and I pick certain ones to shag each other, that I can affect how that breed comes about. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm the environmental pressure on those dogs breeding, obviously along with food and other things that they intake. But the thing that's mainly sort of attributing to how their species furthers is me deciding who shags and who doesn't. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And that will bring out different types of dog. Yeah. So eventually, from this wolf, I'll have something like a German Shepherd, and then I can go all the way down to having something like a Chihuahua if I select runts. Yeah, you happy with that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So if you can be happy with these little changes over time, yeah, can make quite significant changes. Why can't you accept that, given more time, that those changes could be compounded upon and become even more significant?
Well, there's multiple reasons. One of them is just sticking with the theory, I'm not at all convinced that those changes from a wolf to a dachshund are all explained by mutation, or even most of them. They're probably not. They're probably just gene expression or epigenetic changes, or just maybe some recombination in there. But mutations in protein coding genes are probably few and far between. But aside from that, I think the issue too is, if you look at dogs like dachshunds, and the further away you get from the wolf kind, you're going to run into structural problems and deformities and a less than perfect animal that couldn't survive out in the wild. So
Well, that would be because of if I was feeding it, it would then have domestication. But are you talking about domestication, or are you sort of saying it would just be sickly and not able to survive in the wild?
Well, like I was talking the other day with Fiona, and a lot of these different breeds, these pure breeds, they have back problems or hip problems.
Well, do you know why that is? That's because of when you've got a species that replicates through sex, which most of the more complex life on Earth does, and it has done for a while. And the reason why is because you've then got two different sets of DNA expression being mixed to create a third individual. Yeah. So, like, for instance, my wife and I have recently had a kid. Okay, that kid has taken DNA that's in me and DNA from my wife to create the head shape and torso shape and all of the eye color and skin color and all of the little things that make her the way she is. Yeah, has all come from that from those genes. Yeah, and you can see, like, for instance, she's got my wife's ears. Well, my wife's ears when my wife was a kid. My wife's ears looks different now. You can see certain features from me, like around the chin and the jawline. You can see certain features from my wife. She's an entirely different thing to what came before. Yeah, because of that mix, and that's why sex works. Is it allows for DNA to mix. Now, when she goes on and she sleeps with somebody else, she's going to get a whole new set of genes that will mix with hers and create an entirely new individual who's different from us. Yeah? And even Nephilim 3 can accept that human beings must have some sort of microevolution to have evolved from Adam and Eve to have different skin, hair, and eye color. So I don't know why you can't accept that these things happen with all life. This is what it is. It's just you breed.
As I said before, the further you get away from the
archetype.
Archetype, yeah. Further you get away from that, it seems like the less fit and the less likely to go on to breed that that you get, and it's kind of like that. It's kind of like that with the salamanders we were talking about, Steve. You know, the ring species are some sort of variation of ring species that supposedly exist. You were arguing that these mutant new species, quote unquote, couldn't breed supposedly with the parent species. And I don't know if they could breed with them amongst themselves or not, but if they couldn't or not well, that would imply or that would show that it's really just a dead end.
Well, actually, I wasn't arguing that. That was the paper. The paper actually studied them and showed some populations could mix, some couldn't. Some were hybridizations, but most of them found to be post-zygotically terminated.
Right. So
it never came to full term. Yeah.
But that would work against your theory, because if they can't breed with anything, then you've got a dead end.
Well,
yes,
no.
you do.
Well, no, hang on, no, you don't. No, you don't have a dead end. You know, they still breed within their own population, Tommy. The whole point of the Encetina salamander in the different populations was saying that the original ancestral population that started on the northern rim, by the time it got down to the base at the southern, and it diverged in so many different types of different populational species, they were not able to interbreed with each other. So there's no dead end there. That is what allopatric speciation.
Well, actually, what the paper said was that there all these hybrids that they did notice, and he said there weren't that many, but that they were generally one-generation hybrids, first-generation hybrids. So it didn't appear that what you're saying is true, that they actually go on and breed and produce more and more and more species or more and more offspring because they could interbreed.
Well, no, exactly. No. Exactly what I said is true. Hybridization is not some process where it just like says, boom, all of a sudden these two species can't mix anymore. It's over a period of time. You know, it's a single population, right? And they're all mixing together, and they're all having a fun time and doing what they got to do to get together and shit like that. And then over time, certain ones of them...
Horses and donkeys.
Well, it's more than that, because certain ones of the population cannot reproduce with certain other ones. Okay, but it might be able to produce with this one, but it can't reproduce with that one for some reason. But they're still the same species.
Well, I'm just telling you, the paper said it was just that the hybrids were generally first-generation hybrids, and that it didn't go on past that. That's what.
Yeah, exactly. That is exactly the case. They were post-zygotically terminated. That is what speciation means. Remember, we told you that if you have something that does not reproduce, then with each other, you can have a new species, because these two divergent species could not reproduce, because after the zygote got together, post.
Yeah, I'm not arguing that.
Probably either after a couple things of meiosis, or even after it came to term, it died. But whatever the reasons is, those genes didn't keep going.
Right. I'm not arguing that they could.
I got to do my Fiona. I got to do my Fiona interpretation. Dead things don't reproduce. No, what is it? Dead things don't. What did she say? Dead things don't breed.
She didn't get my. I have a very good comeback to that.
They don't breed.
They don't breed.
Yeah, but I'm not arguing that they couldn't, or could or couldn't breed with the parent species. What I'm saying is that if the hybrids themselves don't actually breed amongst themselves, then indeed there is a dead end, and that's what the paper seemed to imply.
No, why would there be a dead end? You still.
That's what it said.
No, listen, Tommy. The two divergent species cannot breed with each other. They still can breed within their own species, though, man.
But that's not what it said.
It is exactly what it said.
Listen, when they said the hybrids were almost exclusively first generation hybrids, which means that the hybrids didn't go on to reproduce more generations of hybrids.
But not all of them were hybrids, man.
Okay, fine. Yeah, that's why I was arguing with you before. It's like they never did set this up in a regular controlled experiment to know one way or the other.
You don't need to. It's if you looked and read the paper, which I did. I did because I did this with this paper was what I got most of my information on my debate with Wayne from. So I was quite familiar with this paper. it literally was talking about some of them were able to hybridize, but they weren't viable. But that doesn't mean that the species themselves, when the 19 different populations, were not reproductively viable with each other, with themselves. I mean, obviously they are an independent species. That's what it means to have an independent species.
Well, you could be right. I don't know. I'd like to see the experiment, but.
Well, there is no experiment. It's a paper that showed it happening in the wild. It says, look, this is evolution at work here. This is no other explanation for this. You know?
Well, there's actually some, but.
There is not. Stop it. There is just not.
But how you define evolution?
Well, I just called you Neph. I'm sorry. Fuck.
Ultimately, we both believe that it happens. So whatever, you can call it what you want.
Yeah, you just don't believe things can cross kinds. You believe there's like a fish kind and like a dog kind, and so you can't see a dog becoming a non-dog.
Would never happen.
No. I mean, no.
Obviously, it wouldn't happen. Like a dog's not going to give birth to a cat tomorrow.
Yeah, but no, the population of dogs will always and forever, until eternity, will have populations of dogs. You cannot have a population of dogs not have a population of dogs. Now, you can have special kinds of dogs. You can have specialization. You can have subsets of them. But you're not. Once you're a taxon level, you're always included in that taxon level in modern linguistics.
That's not true, because like dogs and cats, for example, would have had at some point a common ancestor.
They did, and it was a dog or a cat.
Okay, so that just contradicts what you just said.
Not at all.
A non-cat, non-dog became cats and dogs.
Yeah, something. Yeah, very close. I mean, that's for all practical purposes. They're a carnivore, type of carnivoria, but that does not mean that a cat and dog does not come from something else that wasn't. Just like we're still eukaryotic, but so's a goldfish, right? So's a freaking a planted eukaryotic, right? But we're still a different type of eukaryotic. We don't lose that former taxonomy. So
wait a second. So we all came back. We all came from a rodent sort of creature that was a common ancestor to mammals at some point. So that organism contradicts your statement when you said dogs can only reproduce dogs and will always reproduce dogs. Well, we had a rodent creature back in the distant past that
a rodent-like creature
somehow diversified into various kinds of different animals, and so that creature did in fact reproduce itself into something else.
Not the creature, the population.
It's
not.
Hold on.
That's what I meant.
Can I try? I think I can explain this to Tommy. Tommy, do you remember what I was saying about individuals?
Yes.
In the hangout with Nephilim 3. You see, this is the problem with a lot of people who have problems with evolution. But they get hung up on this idea of species, and they don't think about the individuals involved in that species. There would have been a group of animals. We could club them together, and let's go for animals that we know, so we know what they look like. Yeah. So let's say we have something that we have a dog. We have a pack of dogs. Yeah. And we'll make them. In fact, we'll have a pack of timberwolves. Yeah. Right. Now, this pack of timberwolves has individuals that breed, produce offspring, and they all have, and you have, you've got 10 males, yeah. Now every single one of the things that come from that can be traced back to one of these 10 males. You agree with that so far?
All right.
So so two sets of great grandchildren must be related to one of these 10 wolves, yeah.
Okay.
Right. Any particular grandchild you pick must be related to one of these 10 wolves.
Okay.
You're fine with that so far?
Okay.
Okay. Now let's say each one of these goes off into a different area, a different set of it's a different environment, different set of environmental pressures, and so as their lineage breeds down, it changes. You eventually get down that list. They're still descended from the same 10 things, from the same one of the 10 Timberwolf males, but you've got something that looks like a Chihuahua now, and you've got something that looks like a Great Dane, and you've got something that looks like a Dachshund,
and they're still all wolves.
That looks like a bear, because bears are part of Canidae, and
you're preaching to the choir.
I've
explained this before. I understand what you're saying.
So you would have all of these new species of something.
I agree with you.
which would still be linked to this same 10. So, but the problem is a lot of people say, well, you know, it's wolves, and then wolves became apparently bears and produced all of this thing. It's individuals in that thing. Their lineage broke off into different things. Just like if you have children, your lineage will break off into different lineages as well. And you'll have, so like you had a boy and a girl, and they have children, and they have children, and they have children. You are the
You're not telling me anything I don't know. Look,
yeah, Tom agrees.
Yes, I agree. Look, I'm coming.
I don't see how you can't put two and two together and then get evolution correct.
Look, I'm coming at it from the opposite view. I think the same thing happens that you're describing, except it's a downhill thing. It's coming from the top and is going down. So, in other words, species indeed proliferate, and maybe even speciation happens. Maybe it does. I don't know what the limits of change are. Obviously, there is some extent to what animals can change. I disagree with the mechanism generally that the Darwinian mechanism operates, but I don't disagree that they actually change. The difference is that change is accomplished within certain boundaries, and I think indeed I think we started out with Adam and Eve, and there were some, obviously 2 or 7 creatures of each kind that were in the past and had offspring proliferated over time, and as environments dictated certain traits. So this whole thing that you just kind of recited, I agree with. The main difference is the mechanism and
Tommy, what I gave you about the 10 Timberwolf males
and the capacity to change.
That is
what
the
limits
exact. That's an analogy to how you go from having a rodent-like creature, a pack of rodent-like creatures that then becomes dogs, cats, and everything.
But there's no, hang on, let me get one thing out. There's no evidence that an allele frequency change over time can take a rodent-type creature into a human or a primate or something else.
Absolutely, there is. And why were you asserting that there's not? Give me the scientific reason why there's a hard cap, a hard line on diversity. Where does this come from? What study indicates this?
Because primates and kangaroos and opossums and humans, we all have the basic same set of genes. You know that and agree, I think, to some extent. So it's not changes in protein coding genes that are actually causing our difference.
Why does that matter? I asked for the hard limit. Why is there a limit? You're imposing a limit on speciation, and you're saying that they only can speciate so much. It's a downhill process, as you said.
All right.
What scientific evidence are you this? You just saying DNA proteins.
What I said was that I don't see any evidence that an allele frequency change over time can do it, meaning changes in protein coding genes.
Right. And
okay, so you're asking a larger question.
I'm not asking. Hang on, let me clarify. I'm not asking you what you think. I'm asking you where do I find this information. Not based upon your opinion or mine. Where do I find this information on what this hard limit that you're suggesting exists? Because you're just throwing it out as an assertion.
Oh, well, it's very
Hang on, show that. Hang on. Go ahead, Tommy.
It's various things. One thing, like I was just telling you, that there does seem when we've bred dogs, farmers in the past and things have bred different livestock, and there does seem to be a limit to change. But aside from that, if you even look at the evolutionist paleontologist explanation of the fossil record, they by and large will admit to stasis, and they admit to sudden origins, or what seems to be sudden origins in the fossil record, and that organisms don't seem to change very much during the time that they're actually alive over a period of supposedly millions of years. That organisms are the same, and then they die out, and then new things sort of replace them or appear to.
Hold on. Let me get this in. Hold on.
Go ahead.
Is the theory then that God allows some certain species to die out and then creates new species?
That's not my theory.
There are people that have said that, Tommy.
Yeah, I know. Well, even Golden Eldridge and all the people of his tribe agree.
No, they're talking about separated equilibrium.
All right, but the main premise of that is that stasis is the rule, not the exception.
I agree.
And and not only that, but organisms don't really change other than just kind of slight minor variations, in their duration whenever.
Okay, hold on, Tommy. If I took a cup of white paint and I take a little pipette dropper, yeah, like an eyedropper, and I suck up some black paint and I put a little drop in that paint, will you notice much of a difference to the colour when I stir it?
Probably not.
Okay, if I kept putting another drop and another drop and another drop and another drop, would you eventually see a difference?
Yeah, eventually, but again, the fossil record doesn't show that.
Yeah, it does actually.
Yeah, it does.
It really does.
Right? The only way you'd get a huge sudden change in how the average, because when you're talking about species, you're talking about a collection of individuals that share some commonality, yeah? Right? They're very closely related. And what happens is the only time these species sort of massively change in evolution is where huge numbers of the population get wiped out and certain traits are left over. So say like disease, yeah? You get a population of 100,000 reduced to a mere 10,000, yeah? Right? 90% of the population dies out. Only 10% can survive this disease, or only 10% have claws strong enough to break through the shell of the nuts to get the food, yeah? Which is the only food that's left because of the nuts they used to live on. That's gotten killed off by disease, yeah? So they're then eating this nuts. They're the ones that are breeding, yeah? So as this population shoots back up again, when it gets back up to 100,000, it's not going to look the exact same as it did before because it's coming from this 10% that has slightly longer claws, for instance. And that's what would happen. Like I said, if you had a third arm growing out of your chest, yeah, right, it made no detriment to you being able to survive and have sex and reproduce, right? But it made you very, very handy in a fight, yeah? And the 10 three-armed people in the world, yeah, went to war and they had one extra gun, yeah, and they're going to survive a lot better, then they're going to be the ones who have children. So suddenly you're going to see a rise in the population of three-armed people. You keep on going, you look back then another 100 years later, suddenly all human beings have 3 arms. And sing around in the happy fields. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands.
And that's evolution in a nutshell. That's all evolution predicts, really. Is that saying that whatever promulgates their genes, that's what wins out. I mean, that's better stuff.
Okay, let me read this quote from Niles Eldridge. So he says, "No wonder paleontologists shied away from evolution for so long. It never seems to happen. The city is collecting up cliff faces yields a rate too slow to account for all the prodigious change that has occurred in evolutionary history. When we do see the introduction of evolutionary novelty, it usually shows up with a bang and often with no firm evidence that the fossils did not evolve elsewhere." So that's the thing. Evidently, the fossil record shows very little actual change in the organisms that exist.
But you just explained it like literally. You just 20 minutes ago explained why things are like this because of stasis.
Right.
This is exactly the very first sentence. You know, no wonder paleontologists shy away from evolution for so long. It never seemed to happen. Well, they're not talking. What they're talking about is the morphological and homological changes, right? I mean, they're talking about big structures. Obviously, they're not talking about low frequencies, although we know that it is. Because when we look at some of the fossil records on certain phylogenetic lines, some of them are going to have faster speciation rates. Some of them are going to have slower, Tommy, based on the molecular clock. We know this, and years ago, you know, they were like, hey, you know, we're not seeing these dramatic changes in the phylogenetic record that we should be seeing, right? But guess what? We do now because we've got thousands and thousands and millions and frickin' billions and frickin' fossils.
Look at
Tommy, have you simply ever looked at the human fossils that at the Smithsonian, like the 4,000 or 6,000 fossils they have from Hybrid Homo habilis and Homo florensis, And you look at all these different species that
Homo
exist.
neanderthalis.
Homo neanderthalis and Homo erectus.
That's another thing. Look at that. That's
Wait.
speciation, right?
Wait,
This is speciation, Tommy.
Habilis is a flawed tax.
Neanderthalis
That's not a flawed tax.
It certainly is.
What?
Homo neanderthalis left Africa before Homo sapiens did. Homo sapiens discovered Homo neanderthalis in Europe,
And they had sex with them.
And they had sex with them. We can actually tell if you're black or white from your DNA because white people, and I think certain Euro-Asians are all descended from people who interbred with Homo neanderthalis. Now, there were previous migrations that came out of Africa that had lived in Britain for many, many years and got killed out for obvious reasons, that if we had met up with, we wouldn't have been able to breed with because we had been far too removed from them.
I think you're thinking of Cro-Magnon, dude, because Cro-Magnon is a defunct.
I put the link over on the side. Granted, you'll have to.
I don't care about Evolution News. That's a DI shell network.
No, it's talking about the journal Science. So, habilis is questioned there, but
no, it's not.
But one thing.
Wait, no, we're not gonna. No, hang on. Homo habilis is a very recognized species. You know, in eastern and southern Africa. I mean, it goes back a few million years. We know we've had numerous number of fossils.
The issue, I believe, and it's been a while since I've looked at it, is it seemed like it may have had multiple individuals kind of pasted together to form these individuals, which are they're only scraps of skulls anyway. It's certainly not the whole skeleton. So you can't really tell what it is exactly. And if you look at it.
Tommy, first of all, wait a minute. If you have a certain proportionality of bones, like the rib cage, if you have most of the, a lot of it, you know how to fill in the rest because there's certain things that are fundamental in primates. Okay?
There is no habilis.
Well, it's not just fundamental in primates. We were having this discussion earlier, Tommy. I don't know if you heard it. I might not have been on air. I'm not sure. But we were discussing about is it logically possible that there could be unicorns? Yeah. Because we were talking about logical possibility of God, yeah, and we said it's fine to say that it's logically possible there could be unicorns, yeah. However, we could speak to somebody who was an equestrian biologist, and they'd be able to tell us if a shape of a horse and its bone structure and its muscle mass would be able to support wings. If you put a set of wings on a horse, yeah, just sort of super glued them onto it, so to speak, would it be able to actually walk, function, or would it be toppled over and bowled over by these wings? Would they actually get in the way of it being able to actually effectively move properly?
Let me read this quote over here from the link that I gave you. It says, and this is talking about Ian Tattersall, who's one of the big names in paleontologists. He called the Homo habilis a wastebasket taxon, little more than a convenient recipient for a motley assortment of hominin fossils. He called it a rather heterogeneous assemblage, and it is probable that more than one hominid species is represented.
Well, okay. Well, first of all, Homo habilis supposedly came from Homo erectus, and let me see if I can find this here. Let me read off to you what the Smithsonian webpage has, because Smithsonian, I'm going to take over anybody that you can find from anything, because I don't trust your sources. But it says here.
I've got 3 of them here.
Well, this is from Smithsonian Human Origins. Let me broadcast Chris real quick.
I was just about to do it for you.
Those are not creationists, Steve.
If not, he cries and whines because Chris. No, I'm kidding. It says, while scientists used to think that Homo habilis was the ancestor of Homo erectus, recent discoveries in 2000 of a relatively late 1.44 million-year-old Homo habilis and a relatively early 1.55 million-year-old Homo erectus from the same area of northern Kenya challenge the conventional view that these species evolved one after another, which is true. However, it says, instead, this evidence, along with other fossils, demonstrated that they coexisted in eastern Africa for almost half.
Just like we used to believe that Homo neanderthalis was a prelude when we first discovered it, because it was discovered by the Neanderthal River in Germany. We used to believe that this was like the Cro-Magnon, the pre-human. But then we found out that actually we lived around the same time as Homo neanderthalis, and we can actually see genetic evidence of that.
And we've learned a lot from those things. I mean, no question that the human origin has had differences what we expected, especially with Homo rufensis, I think it's pronounced. That was like one of the most earliest ones. Where it split off from the Australopithecus group.
However, do you know actually hurts this case as well, because what we had one group of monkeys that had erectile spines, one group of monkeys that had opposable thumbs, and that these things were cousins, and that they fucked, and that's why we now have a species which has erectile spines, and opposable thumbs.
And these phylogenies are things that are actually studied and traced, Tommy. I mean, you just can't arbitrarily discount.
Okay. For everybody who's watching, or you can look at it on your own. It's called "As a Taxonomic Group, Homo habilis is challenged in the journal Science."
Right, and I just read off that they found out. This is as of recent discoveries that they did coexist in Eastern Africa. They are. Probably an ancestor of Homo erectus, but you're just saying that they didn't exist. What does that mean they didn't exist?
I didn't say that. I didn't say they didn't exist. I said.
Then what does this mean by they saying that the group is challenged? The taxon.
They're two or three of the. There's actually several researchers who are kind of debunking it, but they're calling it one calls it a wastebasket taxon. The other calls. Hang on. The other one calls it a something similar, but the point is they say that these appear to be bones that have been pasted together, and they're from multiple different creatures.
That doesn't. No. That's horseshit. But I mean, complete crap. But they have multiple. They have thousands of these types of bones, Tommy. I want to see the study that says they're not 1.44 million years old.
I didn't say that. I'm not claiming that.
Oh, so they possibly could be million years old.
Isn't Nephi a young Earth creationist? Wait. You might want to show him this.
The issue is whether they're related to humanity or not. I don't know if they are or not, but the taxon itself is questioned as being legitimate.
So you just gave up young Earth creationism?
No.
Tommy, can I ask you a question? No, hold on, Steve. I've got another question for him. Tommy, if God created Adam and Eve, and they are responsible for all human beings, and they would all be Homo sapiens, why do we have Homo habilis and Homo neanderthalis and Homo erectus? Did they evolve from Adam and Eve?
We mutated, if you want to call it that, but we changed from Neanderthals. So in other words, Neanderthals were our ancestors.
No, we didn't evolve from Neanderthals.
No.
Hang on. You guys have your theory. I have mine.
No, you don't have a theory. You have something
wrong. I want to hear this from Tommy. What do you think? You think that science says that Homo sapiens evolved from Homo neanderthalis?
No, I don't think that.
No, he thinks that. He's going back to the Cro-Magnon thinking.
Forever they said that modern humans did not breed with Neanderthals, and now they've pretty much come out and said, yeah, it was pretty common.
They weren't sure.
They weren't sure. Well, that was the claim.
No, Tommy, when they first discovered Homo neanderthalis, they saw this strange human-like thing that wasn't a human, and a lot of them were looking for this ape-to-human thing, and this became a missing link, at first.
That's crap.
It is crap. Right, there's no such thing.
It was crap, but this is the thing, right? Charles Darwin said, looking at the shape of our skulls and similarity between us, it would be ludicrous to not believe that we shared a commonality to chimpanzees, right? And so people were looking for, well, how do we go from chimp to human, And they were looking for it, and when they discovered Homo neanderthalis, this was like discovering that missing link, that Bigfoot, It goes from man to monkey,
Nonsense.
Look, when they first dug up the first Neanderthalis, no, Tommy, when they first dug up these first sort of bones, this is what people were looking for. This is what they were looking for, and this is what they thought they had found. And do you know what happens? Scientists then examine the evidence to check its credibility, and do you know what happens? Oh, surprise, surprise. It turns out that this thing isn't our ancestor. And do you know what else it turns out? From DNA that we've obtained from preserved Homo neanderthalis, is that we can tell the difference between a black person and a white person's DNA because of protein markers that people who stayed in Africa didn't pick up when they interbred with Homo neanderthalis. So we can actually prove that we did not descend from Homo neanderthalis.
Well, they've changed all that, so you need to catch up with the science.
Wait. When did they change all of that? Seriously, when? Come on, when? I'm gonna go away while he gets a scientific paper or something at least vaguely credible.
You have got some serious diarrhea of the mouth. Has he ever told you that?
He has his high strung.
I'm sorry, but you are saying stuff that is obvious nonsense.
Well, hang on. Go ahead, Tommy. Fine. I mean, that this is a paradigm that we did not evolve from Homo neanderthalis. We diverged from them.
Yes, I realize that's your story.
They died off like what 15,000 years ago. So
yeah, we bred with them, and they kind of died off, or we probably shagged them, brought them in. What's left of them is what we are, modern humans. Yeah, but the Homo sapiens, our ancestors that came from Africa, that met up with them and interbreeded with them to make white people. That later became white people. Whatever's left over probably died out or got killed off. But then there's modern humans. And if you're trying to say that modern humans, you and me, you, me, Steve, and anybody else who's white, European, or
what does our color have to do with it? What does our color have to do with it?
Well, because it shows we didn't have direct descendancy from Homo neanderthalis. That's what it shows.
How?
Because black people stayed in Africa, didn't they? Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. White people and black people, are both human beings. We both agree on that, Tommy. Correct?
Right.
You do believe black people are the same species as you, correct?
Right. Okay.
Okay, good. Right. If we can see a protein marker between white people and black people, that shows Neanderthal protein markers that's in white people that you don't get in people whose ancestors stayed in Africa, what do you think that tells you? Come on, put it together. Put it together.
Oh, I wish somebody. Okay, so if anybody's listening,
I can't even respond. He's just got diarrhea of the mouth.
Hey, I'll let you respond a second. There's somebody who sent me a haploid group map the other day of haploid 1, haploid 2, and I think it was Astus. So if Astus is listening, I don't know what I do with that. This would be a perfect time to I want that haploid map, because what he's talking about is how Homo neanderthalis contributed to the haploid 2 group coming out of Africa. I mean, so he actually sent me a map that is a brilliant thing of this, and I can't find what I did with it. But go ahead, Tommy. Take your time.
Well, okay, so I believe, and I'm not going to present myself as an expert on all of this. Hey, come on, just let me talk.
Come on. I'm just waiting.
Dude, come on.
Be nice. Come on.
I think when they looked at Neanderthals' DNA, they were looking at certain sections, and so I think a lot of the similarities or dissimilarities they were looking at had to do with the immune system. In fact, none of the differences in DNA that they saw between the two groups had anything to do with morphology. So it all has to do with immune differences, which makes a lot of sense because we have a lot of environmental stressors, chemicals in our environment that are probably causing us to mutate. We're the weird ones who've mutated, especially recently. So it would kind of make sense that in that way, looking at our genes that are associated with the immune system, it's going to be quite a bit different than the Neanderthals were. But the bigger issue is that the gene differences aren't really related to morphology. And so when they say, I don't really understand how they can say, oh, well, there's only 2% similarity between modern humans and Neanderthals, yet there's 99.4% similarity between modern humans and chimps. I mean, it just, something about that whole picture isn't really jiving.
I'm sorry, did they really only say that we're 2%?
Oh, whatever it is, it's very low.
Neanderthals?
It's very low.
Well, I mean, for chimps, we're 98.5 with chimps, and we're 99% with each other, and then 99.5 for like direct siblings.
Yeah, but if you do a search on just Neanderthal genetic similarities, you'll come up with a number. Maybe it's 1 or 2 or 3%. They'll say, oh, we're 3% Neanderthal.
See, I'm going to trip this up now because I don't know if he's saying. I think what it actually was is that 2% of our DNA comes from Neanderthals.
Right, okay.
If you are a white or European,
I think
Euro-Asian descent.
Right, that's exactly what it is. When we're saying how DNA came from Homo neanderthalis, that is the 2% DNA.
Okay, so what about the percent that came from chimps, or from a common ancestor of chimps? Why would they use those huge numbers?
Tommy.
Hang on. That was 6 million years ago. We're not talking 6 million years ago. We're talking about 20,000 years ago. You're in the wrong deck. You're on the epoch, man.
that 98% similarity we share with chimps, yeah, would have all come from the common ancestor to chimps, yeah?
Which was 6.6 million years ago.
What difference does it make?
What?
They're basically saying.
The question.
They're basically insinuating that we're the way they make it sound is that we're 2 to 3% Neanderthal and we're 98.4% chimp. That's what it makes it sound like.
No, that's so wrong.
That's what it sounds like. I'm not saying that's what they're meaning, but that's what it kind of comes across as.
No, dude, that would be no. We're 100% Homo sapiens sapiens. You cannot divide that up. You can't say we're 96% that or this. What all you can do is do a comparison and say, if you look at the genome we have, and we look at the genome a chimpanzee has, that 98.5 of the genes that we have on the chromosomes are going to match up. That's what it's saying. I mean, look at Homo chromosome number 2, and then look at chimp chromosome number 12 and 13.
According to the preliminary sequences, 99.7% of the base pairs of the modern human and Neanderthal genomes are identical, compared to humans sharing around about 98.8% of base pairs with that of chimpanzees. Mm-hmm. Other studies concerning the commonality between chimps and humans have modified the commonality to 99% to a commonality of only 94%, showing that the genetic gap between humans and chimps is far larger than originally thought. And so,
see, the problem with you guys and your theory is that there's much more that's responsible for our differences than just the genetic code, just the protein coding genes. And so you're using the similarity.
How? What do you mean by that?
How? I can show you the freaking paper.
No. Hang on. I mean, am I beeping or something else doing it? Sending messages. No, dude. We get that there's more than just protein encoding genes.
Okay, so then you can't use our similarity in genes, just like you can't use a similarity in genes with kangaroos or any other animals that's really close to us genetically as evidence of common descent or even relationship. Just because we share genes.
Hold on, Tommy. Why would we have a situation by which we claim that human beings share common ancestry with chimps? Yeah, we also share descendants from Neanderthal, and we see it represented in our genome that we share a 94% similarity to chimps, 94 to 98%, and then we share even more commonality in DNA to Neanderthals. And just like you and I share more in DNA with you than I do to a chimp or a Neanderthal, because we're closer related. Just like if I was to do paternity tests on us, yeah, it would find things that match up.
Yeah, Tommy, you do agree that we evolution would say we tend to think that we'd be having more similarity to Homo neanderthalis, which was 20,000 years ago, give or take, rather than to a primate that was 6 million years ago, right? You would think that the later ones would be closer to us genetically, right?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, and that's what we find. Hey, so evolution, not our theory, but evolution itself, it predicts this, and the prediction is true.
But does it predict that kangaroos or mice or other mammals would have nearly the same, almost identical genome? How?
Yes, because if you look at if you look at the phylogenetic tree, and you can overlap it with statistics as well, if you want to do it by unique character combinations. But if you look at the phylogenetic tree and say, okay, this species is located here on the tree, and we're over here. By looking at the genome itself and comparing things like a single nucleotide polymorphism.
Right. Yeah.
Very, very similar type of DNA, but one nucleotide is different, but it's going to create the same protein, right? But we can use these things to actually say, hey, look, we are looking just like this other creature, only there's this one nucleotide base pair that's different, but it's not causing any kind of protein change, right? But it's still a marker of some kind. We can use that. We can use ERVs. We can use all the different things, and everywhere you look on this phylogenetic tree, by every metric we use, everything on that tree is exactly what it's supposed to be. In other words, we don't find something like a.
By the way,
Wait,
Tommy,
no.
You're vastly overestimating what this data shows.
No, there might be some branch. Can you get Asus?
There actually
there might be some.
You need to read up on that
I've
because
got
they're
it,
not
I've
near
got
as
it.
confident in that anymore.
There you go. Hey, Aces. Yeah,
Who's
he's just
not
shared
there?
that world map.
Hey guys.
Yeah, thank you. Hey, I was just you must your ears are buzzing, huh?
No,
I didn't even know if you were listening. But I was like Asus
No,
stalks
no,
me. It's got to be
Jim-
listening.
No, actually, Jim got me in here.
Oh,
Yeah, he like
Tell
called
me-
me on my phone. I'm like, holy shit, Jim, how'd you get my number?
yeah, it's perfect because I couldn't find this map that you showed the other day. Is it the haploid one?
Is that the one that you're thinking about?
I don't want to open it because I'm afraid my computer's going to crash. I don't want to really do anything. But if it's the one that has showed the world map with the haploid 1 and haploid 2 groups, then yes.
World map of Y DNA haploid groups.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's it. But I mean, if you want to run that through with Tommy here when I go to the restroom real quick, that's fine. But I was just telling Tommy that, Tommy, it's a theory of evolution says that when like for example the Gulop pseudogene, if we have a chimpanzee that's related to us, and we look at the Gulop pseudogene, we've seen that we have the same mixing exons and stuff like that. We're like, oh shit, there's got to be a reason for this. We don't see a chimp that has a fully working Gulop pseudogene because that would be inconsistent with what the evolutionary theory would predict for where it exists on the phylogenetic branch.
Yeah, we've been through that before, and it's funny because y'all don't even
But it's true.
You don't have an origin or an explanation for where genes came from to begin with.
That's a whole different ballgame. See, but Tommy,
No, hold on,
It's
Steve.
funny you're using
Tommy.
You have no
Tommy, we
Wait,
do.
yes,
It
hang on.
has to do with chemistry and physics. It
Uh-huh.
has to do with how you have, under the right conditions, you actually get bonds forming in, because usually atoms bond together with electrons, share electrons. But under certain conditions, they can actually bond together via protons.
Okay, well, no, but
And that can lead to
that's not exactly.
self-replicating chemicals.
But Tommy, you're taking this top-down model and you're talking about the ends of the branches of the phylogenetic tree, and all of a sudden you say, but look, we don't know what happened 4 billion years ago at the base. Well, you know what? We're talking about two different aspects. I'm giving you the examples of what we expect to see at the tips of the tree, and your only thing was, well, we don't know what happened 4 billion years ago. Look at what the picture we're telling you. Look at the hominids for the group that we're talking about for Hominidae. From 6.6 million years ago, the last common ancestry to chimps and bonobos, and even before that with gorillas and orangutans, you'll see just on that very small part of the phylogenetic tree, everything matches up perfectly.
Yeah,
just
sure.
like evolutionary theory.
Sure,
It does.
Sure it does. Okay, sure, Steve.
Well, yeah, I mean, if it didn't, I guarantee it. Some scientists, some evolution biologists, be going, "Oh, this doesn't match up."
Look,
And
Steve, Steve, let me help you out. Don't hurt yourself.
Please do. Yeah, I'm trying not to.
all these SNPs, that you're talking about, you don't know what they mean. So you say they line up perfectly, blah blah blah, but you don't know what these differences actually mean in the way of morphology. So you can look at these differences in genes. It does matter.
It makes no difference, Tommy. No.
Look, Steve. If you don't know what any of the differences mean or what they cause, then what logic do you have to say that they indeed are what are responsible for our differences? These changes or these differences in nucleotides may have nothing to do with morphology, which means you're looking at the wrong thing when it comes to.
What does it matter about morphology?
Come on,
Tommy,
Steve.
now you're just pulling this out of your ass. That's like saying,
no, Steve, no.
My...
You're using these as evidence of common descent, and I'm saying these differences may have nothing to do with our morphology.
Tommy, literally what you're saying is this. No, what you're saying is this.
To do with what causes our differences.
What you're saying is this. My genome is similar to my brother, but we don't share common ancestry to a great-grandparent. That is what you're saying.
No.
Yes.
It's not
that
the
is
same.
Yes, it is exactly what you're saying, because you are denying the fact the only way these similarities could occur is if somewhere in the past there was a relationship.
Okay.
That is
you and your
undeniable,
brother,
unquestionable, and unequivocal.
You and your brother could have S&P differences, but that doesn't necessarily mean those S&P differences are causing your differences. They may be just something that...
It doesn't matter what's causing the differences. Will you stop saying that?
It certainly does.
The SNPs are going to cause a difference anyways. The SNPs are not going to code for a different protein to begin with. They're just a nucleotide. You got a third base wobble, right? So even if your third base on the codon changes, you're still going to have the same amino acid coded, right? So that doesn't matter that if it's going to change for the protein or not. Or should be that change
why
the nucleotide.
why are you looking at something to determine relationship if what you're looking at doesn't have anything to do with the way we look?
Because the only way I can share, the only way
if it doesn't have anything to do with the
on the gene
construction.
regulation still.
The only way I can share the DNA strand that I have with a different entity is if we're related to it. And that is what the things with the SNPs is because we can say, look, these are not going to code for a different protein. There's no real noticeable difference until a genomic sequence is done. And yet the only explanation why I would have a similarity to DNA with you is if somewhere down the line we have a common ancestor. That's the only explanation because we have vertical gene transmission, man.
No, because that's not the only explanation. Because you could have,
Don't say lateral.
You could have, you could have lateral, but
stop.
You could also have independent origins.
Independent origins. You mean you came from Mars and I came from Earth?
They were created separately, and they both had lines of descent. Sure, certainly.
No. That's not scientific because there's no evidence to support that.
See, you reject that out of hand from the beginning.
Right, because it's not scientific. We're talking science.
Okay, well, you reject it. Whether it's true or not, you reject it.
Okay, but is that science?
If it's true, it certainly could be a science.
Suppose you tell me, Steve.
Is a lie science?
Hang on one second. One second. Well, hang on one second. I'll answer that question. If you're positing a supernatural causation, you're now no longer in the realm of science, Tommy. You're just saying, well, God done it. That's you're better than that, Tommy. You're smart.
It could be. Maybe it's aliens.
Okay, now you're going into the
ancient aliens.
Why is only your explanation
because
science?
There's no evidence.
It's because your explanation requires extreme amounts of the more extreme your claim is, the more extreme your evidence.
Yeah, there's no evidence to support multiple lines of that somehow converge.
But what if it happened that way?
Justify alien visitation.
Yeah. Do you have any evidence to support that hypothesis of alien visitation?
Are you a fucking moron or what? Can you not fucking look at the stones of Baalbek and understand we ain't got a goddamn piece of machinery on this entire planet that could even budge it 1 inch? And that was razor-cut precision.
Actually, the studies they've done...
So when you figure out and can explain the harmonics involved and how they move these big fuckers around...
Yeah, actually we have.
Logs and ropes, then we can talk.
Sure, there's been a couple of professors that actually have done studies on that, and they use hydraulics. They use basically levers and pulleys, and they've actually found that they actually found that they actually were not. They actually have the tools to cut these limestone things.
Not only that. You can also.
Let me finish this, Chaz, because I'm quite familiar with In Search of Ancient Astronauts and Chariots of the Gods by Eric von Däniken, who was a pseudoscientist back in the 80s. So this goes back many, many years. And by parroting the things that were brought up 30 years ago does not give them justification because they have been debunked over and over again. So, to throw that out there and just say this isn't this, show me a scientific study.
Debunking anywhere, Steve.
Hold on. Some guy actually proved by himself he could build his own Stonehenge. And one of the things he did to set the stones, he built a big seesaw and put the rock on top of that seesaw, laid flat. And what he did is rocked back and forth. And when he'd rocked it from one side to the other, he then placed a small log underneath that bit that had just been lifted up, and then he seesawed it again using counterweight, and then he put another block of wood, and then he managed to using just weight, managed to topple it in and vertically set this gigantic stone all by himself.
And there's another
No.
Big monster.
No.
Unless you have evidence otherwise, then I don't know what the topic change was for.
Otherwise. Listen, let me tell you what you crackpot scientists think you fucking try to prove.
Okay, we're not scientists, so please don't.
There's a wall in Scotland where it's like a mile long, and the rock.
Listen to me very carefully. Listen to me. Listen to me very carefully. Hang on. Yes. Wait. Listen to me very.
Actually, in Scotland.
When it comes to my hangout, you can address anything you wish to. Have a little bit of respect for people, okay? Don't you're coming in and just throwing out these accusations and having nothing to do with the original topic we were just talking about, and then saying you scientist, okay?
I asked you to define science, Steve. That's all I asked.
Science, yes, and I will. Science is the study of the natural world to explain observed phenomenon and to formulate models that have predictive ability and utilitarian for purpose.
Charles Darwin, right?
Chad, stop that, please.
Like Charles Darwin, right?
No. Charles Darwin was a naturalist.
Oh,
but you asked what science was.
But
science
everything in science is based upon evolution. His theory.
I've heard of physics. How's physics have to do with? First of all, let me ask you this: are you on drugs or sober at the moment? I have to qualify because you don't sound like you're sober.
Do not drink, sir.
Okay, so you're on drugs right now.
What?
I'm asking you, are you on drugs right now?
Not do drugs.
Oh, you do not. I'm sorry. Okay.
Not.
So why do you think all science comes from? Why do you think all science comes from biology?
I don't think all science comes from biology, but if you get to know me, you'll understand. I have zero respect for American scientists because of where the fucking information comes from.
Great.
They
That means nothing to me. What's your claim?
Things. No, let me finish. They
Sure.
live out huge things that don't fit within their paradigm, and then they outcast other scientists who dare step outside the bounds and question something, whether it be fringe or not, and then y'all just want to beat them the fuck back down with sources. Well,
okay, so but historically, so when people came up with quantum mechanics, even though it seemed to have violated classical physics, these people were discounted and tossed aside.
Eric Gollard, perhaps, does that name ring a bell? How about Eric Gollard? He's currently getting crucified right now.
What does that do?
He was a NASA scientist for years till he chose to step out the box.
So you're positing a flat Earth
theory that you can't see the sun from free space.
So we never went to we never went to the moon, right?
No, he's not a flat earther. Yo,
no, I'm not a flat earther. The Earth is fucking round.
But we never went to the moon, though?
Not in 1969, no.
What year did we go?
More than likely, way before then. But
more than likely. Wait. More than likely. I don't care about more than likely. Show me the research for this. I'll look at the research.
I don't know. Why don't you look up Swaziland and Antarctica? And
I'm not going to look up anything. You're going to show me a link to answer your claim.
From Germany. Why don't you start there? And then when you get to Project High Jump in 1947, go on to Brazil from there, and then go to Argentina from there, and then just go on down to Antarctica and check out New Swaziland.
So you have no evidence to support your claim. Got it.
Just give you a fucking book full of evidence.
No, you threw things out there. Give me a link.
Steve.
Give me a link. Give me a study. Throw the link in the study.
Give you a link. You got Google right in front of you.
I'm not going to go do research in your claims.
Swaziland and start reading. Are you scared? Are you scared?
Your claims.
You're scared.
I want a link. Just toss a link that shows a scientific paper. That's all I got to do, and I'll read the paper. I guarantee
link
to Swaziland.
All right, so you have no links. Okay, so the next claim.
Project High Jump. Google. There's actual books written on this, so I'm sure you won't have a hard time finding.
All right, well, I don't have time to do that right now. What's your next claim?
Creditable evidence.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to suggest we didn't go to the moon in 1969,
No.
you're on the wrong channel. You need to be on Red's Rhetoric's channel. I think you got lost somewhere.
Hold on a second. He said that. Hold on a second. He said he thinks we went earlier. Okay,
Right.
That's not stupid crazy. Yo, real quick here though, Steve. You want to say hello to Thomas? Do you want to say hello to Thomas?
Hey guys, what's up? These guys are way over my head. I'm just listening, so don't mind me. Go ahead.
All right, yeah, go ahead, Steve. Sorry.
Yeah, that's cool. Because I don't know how this got derailed from the haploid group, because I thought it was kind of a cool conversation. But how did we have the technology to go to the moon prior to 1969, when the computer systems in 1969 was no more powerful than a freaking pocket calculator?
Yeah.
By what mechanism did we do that?
You ever heard of the Brill Society?
I don't care about society. Give me the science. I want the physics.
Heard of the Brill Society?
I've heard somebody mention that before.
Gravity.
Zero gravity?
Yes.
Okay, so you can demonstrate
magnetism.
Okay, I really can't take you seriously, because this is, unless you have a scientific paper that says we have the technology, you go to the moon prior to the 1969, you're just a crackpot, and I don't deal with crack.
Okay, you know what?
Are you a crackpot, or do you have the science?
There's only dozens of books that make.
I don't want to read dozens of books. I have a background in science.
All of them, because they're just all crackpots too, right?
So show me the physics.
They've written books. Have you written a book? I haven't written a book.
I've written a lot of books.
Seriously.
Do you?
So do you have evidence?
You got to discredit their working efforts. That's all I'm asking.
Do you have any scientific evidence you wish to deposit? That's it. Scientific evidence.
Man.
Okay, what's your scientific evidence that we went to the moon prior to 1969?
Scientific evidence. I just give you a book.
You did not. You gave me a book. A book is not scientific evidence. My scientific evidence consists of peer-reviewed papers. Do you have one?
That's your problem, Steve.
I don't care if it's a problem or not. Do you have one?
You're
okay, then sit down and shut up and listen to other people talk, okay? Because if you don't have a scientific paper, I don't give a fuck. So we're going to back to our other discussion because you're not worth engaging with because obviously you don't have a background in science.
Do you understand and know where the inventions of the university come from? Why we formed the university?
Is this guy fucking trolling? I'm going to assume you're trolling.
He sounds like Darwin's deity.
No, he does not sound like Darwin's deity.
Well, that's...
I think he's just stoned. But anyways, he's welcome to stay because he might learn something. But this guy has no idea. He's like Nephilim free on crack, man.
Hey, Steve. I gotta go, Steve. Let me ask one more question. One more question for you.
Can we get a continuance on the halfway group later, though? Because I am looking more into this because when Aces brought this up today, we were talking about the CRA2 and the TYR gene. Is that right, Aces, for the albinism?
OCA2.
OCA2, yeah, the OCA2 and the TYRA or TYR and a couple other genes that required for the albinism, and we were trying to determine the haploid group on which these things came from, and it was really interesting.
Okay, I got one more question for you.
Go for it. Yeah.
Okay, so you probably admit or agree that the scientific establishment generally doesn't let creationists into the club. They don't let creationists write or publish papers that are friendly to creationism because that's not science, right?
It's not science.
General.
Yeah, it's not science.
Okay, so the answer is yes. Okay, so with that in mind, the question is this. Why then do you evolutionists, since only evolutionists are allowed into the club, why do you evolutionists then refer to, appeal to the authority that all the evolutionists or all the evidence supports evolution, whether it be genetics or geology or paleontology, if indeed all the people representing science are evolutionists and creationists are kept out? So the question is, why do you appeal to authority when the authority is screened heavily?
You broke up, I think I got most of it. First of all, that's a misapplication of the fallacy appeal to authority. Appeal to authority is not applied to scientific consensus. Go look at any book on fallacies and logical and critical thinking and contemporary rhetoric. You'll never find consensus, scientific consensus, to fall under appeal to authority. Because what we're saying is, these are what scientists have think of. This is the most likely explanation. This is what the explanation we have at the time, and that's a truism. So that's all that we're saying when they're saying the scientists hold this viewpoint. Okay. We're not dealing with absolutisms. So when you say it's a fallacy, you're misunderstanding what the fallacy of appeal to a popular.
No, okay, hang on. Like when I was listening to Red debate true empiricism. This is an older debate, and Red's constant appeal to authority was really throughout that whole video, that whole debate. And he kept asking True, well, why is it that all the chemists or all the geneticists in this field don't feel like you do? And it's just like this constant throughout the evolutionary community here and other places appeal to science and ask creationists, why does science not, why are none of these peer-reviewed papers friendly to creationism or friendly to ID?
It's called.
Yeah, I would love to answer that.
Okay.
Here's the thing. First of all, how cite Tommy in all the time I've been around? I very rarely do I? I find it to be I don't cite authorities. I don't throw out names. I don't say. I try to avoid it. I know the names, right? I'm familiar with them. I've read Neil Harris. I've read Dawkins. I mean, but I don't go, but such and such thinks this, because I'm not arguing or debating with that person. Now, when you talk about scientific consensus, all somebody has to do is demonstrate that the consensus is wrong. That what they're saying is demonstrable. If a creationist does that, boom. But
Steve, look, your whole scientific community disallows people with views that go against that orthodoxy.
It's not a matter of view. I don't care what a view is. Scientists don't care what a view is.
If I'm a creationist and I want to be a scientist, I would be disallowed because of my views.
Bullshit.
Yes, I would.
No, you
Fiona has a PhD in biology, Tommy. She's a creationist. What are you talking about?
Look how many
Hold on, Steve. Don't people always like to bring up how much science was brought to us by people who believe?
Exactly. So every major thing for science were creationists one time.
Look how few papers that are written by an ideas, or there's none probably written by a younger.
Idea is not demonstrable science, Tommy. It just isn't.
No, I understand that, but
then why do you want it published? You just answered the question.
I don't think atheism or evolution is science.
I'm not talking about atheism. Well, it isn't. Atheism is a theology. It's based upon theology. It's a lack of belief.
Well,
you just answered your own question.
Atheistic science is not science either.
No. Atheistic science.
Hang on. Science will not allow a paper that will point to an intelligent designer, even if it's a scientific paper that looks at the evidence and proves that.
Tommy, I guarantee it. I will swear to you on my dog's grave that if there's an intelligent design advocate out there that can demonstrate, whether it be Dembski, whether it be Behe or Myers, I'll throw those names out there, that can demonstrate intelligent design as a teleological explanation, I guarantee it they'll be funded. And I guarantee that it'll be
where everything is inferred, Steve. Even your common ancestors that you can't find, those are all inferred.
No, it's not.
All of those they don't have bones.
What the hell are you talking about?
Where's the chimp human common ancestor, or the horse cow common ancestor?
Okay, well, that's a good question.
No, hold on. Right,
or the elephant common ancestor.
We didn't go monkey, missing link, man. There are several different in-betweens. Now, the situation which creates fossils, it only happens under certain conditions.
No, he's
those conditions don't happen with everything that dies.
Run, and then we'll deal with this rogue guy here. But the last common ancestor he's talking about for chimpanzees, I believe it was about 6.6 years ago. It was Pan. What the hell is anybody remember what it's called? Isaiah Pan. I just talked about it the other day. Fuck me, and I can't go look it up. What's the last Pan Priori? I had to actually pull that out of my ass. Pan Priori was the last theoretical common ancestor to chimpanzees and humans, going back 6.6 million years ago. Granted, we have not discovered that. I get that. However, when people point that out, like Tommy just did, what he fails to mention is that oh, you did write it. I'm sorry. You know what, Isaiah, I did not even see that you wrote Pan Priori, but thank you. But we have found
project a priori.
A priori, yeah. We did find that there was a common hominid Vermoidia that goes back 10 to 13 million years ago, about 12, and that's called Paralopithecus catalonicus that we had hypothesized existed. And guess what? 2 years ago, scientists in Italy found it because we knew where to look for it. And so that common ancestry is found. We know that one exists. When they say, well, we haven't found Pan Priori for chimpanzees, they totally neglect Paralopithecus catalonicus that we found from a 13 million year old common ancestor.
So tell me something, Mr. Cherry picking. Tell me something.
I'm not a scientist. My name's Steve.
Where does the Rh negative blood factor come from, buddy? Where does my ancestors come from?
Well, that goes. Yeah, this is. I mean,
where do I come from? Why do I have?
Do you know what I have?
And others have A positive and B
Sure.
positive.
Do you know what a haploid group and do you know what A? Okay. Do you know what the difference between AB blood and B blood and O blood is? I'm actually feeling like Darwin. Darwin is Marcellus. Isaiah, you're going to tackle the RH one. I'm much more from.
Much more from me.
We have O blood.
You're breaking up.
Am I breaking up? Okay, some people have O blood, some people have A positive, A negative, right? I mean, you grant that, correct? What does that? What does that mean? Like, for example, O is considered the universal donor. What is it about O blood that we can use for an universal donor to somebody that has like AB? Why is it we can get their blood? What is it?
That's my question, buddy.
Because if you don't understand the science, then why bother going into it? Because we can explain it to you. But I'm asking if you do understand the science.
Son, I've been studying these things longer
Great,
than
then
you.
you'd be able to. Awesome, great. Then tell me the difference between an O group and an AB group. What's some of the differences we find on the sugar
I can
groups?
tell you one simple difference between me and your monkey blood. You have an antigen on the red blood cell that I do not.
Are we doing this? Are you serious?
We're not even going into antigens yet. I'm talking about the sugars. Yeah, and the only reason I'm doing this, Chris, to show you how bad some creationists really are, how dumb they really are. This is what I call fruit on the ground. This is somebody who obviously
dropout, man.
Yeah,
I'm a college
we can tell.
dropout.
I mean, I would even say I would say high
drank
school.
beer in college.
Yeah.
What I assume
and
you studied
because you didn't learn anything. Because
didn't learn anything.
Yeah, you didn't learn
Son, I
anything.
have a PhD from the School of Hard Knocks and Falls. I'm an honorary graduate. I've learned a lot of.
Great. You don't know basic science though, and you don't understand basic biology.
I know more. I have forgot more than you obviously even talk about.
Well,
Listen,
then why
what
don't
do
you
you
then
for a living, Steve? What do you do for a living,
Why do you change the group?
Let's come down to earth for a
Why
moment.
do
What do you
change
do
the
for a
subject?
living?
Can you tell us the difference between?
Are you a
my employment is
professor?
not your business. Do you know the difference
Are
between
you
our
a
group
professor?
and O group?
Doesn't
Are
make
you
a
just somebody
difference.
that
Does
sits
not make a difference. It's called irrelevancy. Do you know the difference between O and an A group or an AB group? What is the sugar differences on those things that are bounded together? The sugars, there's different types of sugars on there. Okay,
and that would be relative to my question. Why?
Because you're asking about RH factors and why you have different kinds of bloods. I'm just wanting to know if you understand the difference between O group.
Where does that ancestor come from, Steve?
Hey, Aestus, you want to post it on the map again in the H1 and the H2 haploid groups? Not that he'll understand it.
Rice of rice in China.
This guy's got to be like crack.
This
like what? Because I'm holding you in a corner? What, man? You don't answer no questions directly. You want to dance around.
I'm answering your questions. There you go. There's your map.
Simple questions. Where's the ancestor? Where's the origin of the Rh negative blood factor? Don't tell me there's not. Don't tell me there is one, because
of course there is. Sure there is. All H negative, you don't have the antigen.
Well, go to the Red Cross website and then let them tell you. They'll tell you. They don't know where it come from.
Bullshit! I just read something on his last year
on the Red Cross website and read it. It's there.
Isaiah, do you have this more familiar in your head? I went back a year on that when I did some research on the Rh negative factor protein. But basically, there's a coating on your red blood cells, okay? And certain people have this coating or something appropriate. They don't. It's based upon your genes, whether your genes can code this protein.
Copper content in our blood than.
Now you're talking. Okay, you just went from Rh positive to fucking copper. Do you have any idea what a gene even is? Can you spell gene, son?
On your blood cell that Rh negatives don't.
Okay, what do I call you? Do I call you Rogue?
Yes, you may.
Okay, Rogue. Do you know what a gene is?
No.
Oh, okay. So you don't know. So you don't know what a gene is, and you want to talk about genetics.
I don't know nothing about epigenetics, eugenics.
I didn't say epigenetics, did I? Did anybody hear me say epigenetics?
Yeah.
I'm asking you very sincerely now. Do you know what a gene is?
Talk to me. What's a gene?
Well, I'm asking you.
Based off of the DNA, right?
It's found in DNA. Yes. What do genes do?
Right. It's like the RNA is like reads the disk that the DNA is, right? Yeah. So we have a connection.
The disk.
Connection here. I'm just using that as an example. As for us peasants, down here in the speaking cotton, we ain't got no education.
Sure, Rogue. If you have no knowledge about these topics in any way, shape, or form,
I have a lot of knowledge about the topic, Steve. I just come from a different angle. And
what's your angle besides this bloviating and talking bullshit about nonsense you don't have an education on that?
All information into all theories in. Well, then why just single on one? You were picking on Tommy a while ago.
I'm not picking on.
Listening to him. You wasn't even listening.
You think I was picking on Tommy? Tommy and I go way back, man. We actually have great conversations together. We don't agree on a lot of things, but I certainly was not picking on him because he is not a pushover. Okay, why would I pick on Tommy? Tommy's a grown fucking man. Are you serious?
You still haven't told me what you do for a living.
It doesn't matter.
Why wouldn't it matter?
You want to know my background?
It would give you credibility.
Yes.
No, I didn't say your background. I said, what do you do for a living?
I don't do anything right now. I've sold my house and I've been taking a sabbatical. But my background is in retail sales and nuclear engineering. I have a background with U.S. Navy. I spent 6 years. I graduated from Naval Nuclear Power School and Atomic Power Laboratory. I qualified interim supervisor and reactor engineer for S1C and D2G type reactor core systems. So I have a little background in science. Does it matter now? Great. Let's go back to biology.
Well, that's a good resume. So you're unemployed by choice, I assume? You say you're on sabbatical?
I sold my house to be near my daughter. Is that okay with you?
Like
Great. I'm glad to hear that. Great. Can we, I mean, unless we're going to be dating after this, I really don't give a fuck anymore about my personal history with you. Now, do you want to talk about biology or anything else that you wish to make a claim with? Because that's what we're here for people like yourself, usually more educated, but they can come in and make an articulated claim that we can address with the panel. And I've been talking too much, so I kind of wanted some other people to join in here and show this guy how to fucking do proper science. Thomas is like sitting there going, let me at him. Let me at him.
I'm not bringing number 2 pencil. I'm sorry.
What's your point?
I should have read the directions, right? I have come to this test without a number 2 pencil.
Okay, then why don't you sit and sit in the background and why don't you learn something? Hey, you ever thought about that?
Right over here in the corner. Yeah,
yes.
I'll be over here. I'll sit over here.
On the floor. I don't give a shit. As long as you maintain yourself, you're more than welcome to stay in here. I'm not going to boot you out. We don't fear any creationist that comes in here. The only time we'll boot them is when they get out of hand.
Who said anything about being a creationist?
Or a conspiratorial nut job.
What's a conspiracy? How about you tell me the definition of a conspiracy?
Someone who didn't think we went to the moon in 1969.
That's not the definition of conspiracy.
Well, you asked me for a definition. I give you my working definition. If you don't think we went into the moon in 1969, then yes, you fall into the conspiratorial nutbag category.
Same reason Franklin Delano Roosevelt let them put Sputnik in space before we did, so we could beat the space race. Yeah.
Steve, not only do I believe that, I also believe the.
It's not fair.
And it wasn't even. And by the way, it wasn't even 19. I know it wasn't even 1969.
Not only do I believe that we didn't go to the moon, but also the Earth is flat. Didn't you hear?
No, he didn't say that. And by the way,
that's what I'm saying.
We went to the moon. We went to the moon like 8 years before I was born, and I was born in 1970. So what is that? 1962. We went to the moon, wasn't it?
I knew I'd been walking, studying this shit longer than you've been around.
Well, the first. I mean,
no, the first one was 59. The last.
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
The last one was 62. I think 63 actually, but yeah.
Yeah. I mean, which there's obviously different missions that went there.
Exactly. Yeah, it was Apollo 11 was the first one.
And that was 69, right?
Yeah. 59.
No, that was 69. Apollo 11.
Apollo 11 was 69. Right.
Yeah, Apollo 11 was 69, and then before that they had the other missions, but we didn't go manned.
Yeah, Gemini and Mercury. Yeah.
Reg Rhetoric, that's his territory, man.
Mm-hmm.
He don't step on mine, I don't step on his. He likes the fruit on the ground.
NASA stands for, Steve.
Sorry, what?
You know what NASA stands for?
Yeah, National Aeronautics.
7 astronauts.
Need another 7 astronauts.
Stands for never a straight answer.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, Rogue, if you would like, I will set you up on Reg Rhetoric's channel that has thousands of subscribers, and you can engage with him and explain to him what you just told me, and I will be on there with a panel with people that are physicists. That we did this twice before, and we explained to people.
Some of us buy bullshit, and some of us don't.
What do you want? I mean, but I don't want to step in his territory. You're a low-hanging fruit that doesn't really seem to know much about anything. So
I ain't afraid to step on nobody's fucking toes.
Yeah, well, we were talking about evolution. So I mean, you want to talk about biology?
Evolution's a joke, dude. It's a lie.
Ah, it's a lie. Can we?
Created upon you by people like you, so that you can equate yourselves with animals. There you go. Same level
for this.
Yeah,
get a timestamp. Let's begin. Rogue, what is evolution? And by the way, if you guys want to jump in, I'm sorry I'm talking a lot, but I get in these fruit of the ground things, and it's like this is like candy to me, right?
Actually, Steve, there's really never been a case of evolution that we've witnessed in all our time.
What is evolution?
Grow wings, or grow an extra limb, or grow extra eyes. So that it can evolve for the
Rogue, what is evolution? Can you give me a definition, please?
Evolution would be coming from like one creature evolving over time to another, say T-Rex to a fucking bird.
So wait, one creature? How does a creature evolve? Can you show me in any evolutionary textbook?
Don't you?
Wait. Let me finish my question to you. We're talking science here, my friend. Rogue, we're talking science. So
it comes out, and then and then it gets fins and swims in the water, and then over time it develops. Those fins turn into legs, and then it develops lungs. And then
does anybody have a picture of Mobius in the Matrix thing? Because I'm gonna take him down the red path with the Matrix. What would you believe me if I told you that evolution has to do with population genetics? Would you agree with that, Rogue?
You should have took the blue pill.
Now, do you believe? I mean, do you agree that evolution? Chaz, stop. Do you know what? Do you accept that evolution has to do with population genetics?
No.
No.
What do you mean by population genetics? No.
Okay, you have a population, which is a group of organisms.
His wife and his sons and their wives having sex and repopulating the whole planet?
No. Okay, sit down. Let us explain this to you. Okay, first of all, evolution is a change of allelic frequency of a given population of a species genetic pool from one generation to the next generation over time.
Steve, frequency.
Yeah, and I'm gonna explain it to you in very layperson's terminology. What this means is that genes motherfucking change. Okay, that's the layperson. The genes motherfucking change.
Oh,
if
no.
you don't have,
you don't reckon they could be stimulated by environment now, do you?
Let me explain this to you, Rogue. Now, put your thinking cap on here, okay? Put your big points pants on. It's school's in session. Your parents got together and they did this thing called sex, okay? And he put his pee in her wee wee. I mean her. What are the things called? A vagina. Yeah, it's been a while, so I mean, this is the technical shit I get confused on, Chaz. So bear with me. But basically, they had an offspring, and that offspring's you, and you have what's called recombinant DNA.
Oh, really?
Your DNA is based upon your mother's and your father's.
Exactly.
That is a change of allelic frequency. That is evolution.
There's that word again.
Yeah, that word that you don't know what it means.
Oh, no, I don't know nothing about frequency.
Well, we granted you that. We already established that. That's a fact on record. Yes, you don't know anything about this topic. By the way, I'm having too much fun. Does anyone want to join in?
The less I know. That's what I know.
Guys, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to take this away from you. This guy's too easy. This is like child play.
And
you want to say something? We're gonna take. Can we take turns on you? Can we like do a gangbang? Great. Hey, Chaz, you got something you wanted to add to Rogue here?
So I was busy reading and just sort of like half listening. But so what's he fuzzy on? What you fuzzy on, Rogue?
Oh, that nothing, man. It's just.
All right, so he's not fuzzy anything. Hey, Astus, how about you? You want to chime in? You got anything you want to educate him on?
No, I don't have anything. I'm just listening.
Okay. So basically, he doesn't know what evolution means. He doesn't know what population genetics is, and he thinks he's falsified the most robust theory of humankind, which actually has more evidence to substantiate it and confirm it than the theory of gravity.
Steve,
that's brilliant, man. I'm amazed.
But, Steve, that's just a theory, man. That's
theory.
Just
yeah.
a theory.
Do you ever read mythology at all?
What does that have to do with anything?
Yes. I mean, I like the Greek. I like the Greeks. I mean, I've read Homer and Iliad and the Odyssey and Beowulf. Yeah, what the hell? So what?
Like word origins, where they come from.
What does etymology have to do with anything? Do you know what we're talking about? We're talking about the biological term for evolution, not the etymology of the word. In biological terms, the word evolution has a very specific meaning that you don't get to change because you're not competent enough to.
Competent enough to? What do you mean competent enough to?
You're also not a panel of scientists who have been chosen to come up with the standardized definition.
Chaz, you're breaking up. You want to like re-enter?
You give me an F on your textbook studies, but in real life, I promise you, I'll take awareness. I bet I stay alive longer than you do.
But you don't know what evolution means in the biological context.
I know that evolution is an agenda, Steve.
Evolution is a okay. There's two things. There's two parts of evolution. There's a fact and the theory. Evolution as being a change of allelic frequency is a fact that we observe. There's no contest to that. We exist. We know that exists.
Please tell me.
We observe it every day.
Go. Where have we observed? Where? What grew legs?
Genes your parents?
Extra lungs, eyes.
No. It has nothing to do with growing legs. No. Again, you're not talking about evolution. You're talking about fucking Nephilim-free Pokemon shit, okay? No. We're talking actual science here. Evolution is a change of allelic frequency. So if your genes have changed, then the genes in the population have changed. That is called, in biological terms, evolution.
No.
Okay, do I need to spell it for you?
You're saying that white folks and colored folks and everybody else come from the same fucking original one, right?
That's not what I'm saying, no.
And white because we live further from the sun on Earth than the black people did because they
Actually, no, hold on. I have to test that. Actually,
what about
no, it's got nothing to do with the sun.
Fuck, are you stupid?
No, it's got nothing to do with the sun. The reason that white people are white, it actually has to do with their diet and the vitamin D that they
Yes,
took.
it has to do with the melanin in the skin based upon the OCA2 gene. It doesn't have that fucking to do with melatonin in the skin for being black is not a fucking suntan, you idiot. It's based on genetics. Your son. Listen carefully, because you're getting to the point of being so stupid. This is actually being.
Steve, could you imagine though if you could just navigate to Africa simply by taking somebody and waiting until they turned brown as you got closer and closer, with a little paint swatch out. Oh, we're about 100 miles away now, Captain.
Rogue, do you understand that a tan is a phenotypical thing? It's a phenotype. It does not transfer on heredity. You get a tan, your kids are not born tan. Do you get that? Does you understand that?
Evolved.
Do you understand that, Rogue? Okay, so you agree. You agree. You're right? If you get a suntan, your kid's not going to be born with a tan, right?
You want to know where Rogue thinks black people come from? The Orion constellation. You want to know where Rogue thinks white people come from? Fucking Mars. And all that.
Wow, that's an even worse theory than the Caucasus Mountains.
I don't know. I'm debating. Do I keep this guy or do I boot him? I don't know. I'm actually being entertained by his.
Steve, you hear that? Instead of coming from the Caucasus Mountains, we now come from Mars.
No, Orion. No.
This was where the white man first showed up on the scene. Yes.
Who came from Orion? I want to be from Orion because that's like really cool.
You want to be okay. We'll go up there with a dog star.
That's Sirius. That's in Canis Major, you dipshit.
No, that's up there.
The dog star's not in Orion, you fucking idiot.
Where's the Canis constellation at? Where's the
in the sky?
Where's the dog star? What's the dog?
Canis Major.
What's the dog star?
It's pronounced Sirius.
Right. Where's Sirius?
In Canis Major.
It's in the Orion constellation.
No, it's not. What the fuck are you talking about?
Star map.
Man. I have a telescope. Okay, you're talking about Betelgeuse. I think your star that you're talking about. That's the upper left-hand thing on the Orion shoulder. That's Betelgeuse.
Sirius B.
Yes, Sirius B and Sirius A. Yes. What about
him? It's pronounced Betelgeuse, actually.
No, I like a Betelgeuse.
Do you not see the pattern?
Do you know what? What is a white dwarf? I believe Sirius B is a white dwarf star.
I prefer red dwarf.
When you come across
a lot funnier,
have no explanation, Steve. How do you approach it? You just ignore it?
No, I educate myself rather than go on a Google Hangout and look like a total moron like you're doing right now.
Well, no, I'm not a moron, Steve.
You're acting like one.
No, Steve. Right? See, the difference is.
Constellation.
You can't find out. You don't. You find something that you don't understand. You don't find a way to try and understand it. Rogue just says it must be this. He just makes something up.
Is that what you think I do, Chaz?
Well, you've got human beings coming from Mars. You've gone even more batshit insane than the Caucasus theory.
No, I'm not batshit. I'm batshit motherfucking crazy as far as society's concerned, but that's okay. Because I've been on this journey for 40 fucking years. 40 years.
Well, you've been wasting your time, mate. You need to evolve to become more efficient.
It means anything.
And most of us are older than that.
Connect to one place, and it's called Babylon. All fucking roads lead to Babylon. And then before that, they lead to fucking Saturn. So when you start looking at all of these things combined, wow, you got a complex fucking thing. It's way more complicated, and it's also way more than our fucking science in this country tries to take us. It's just not right. They hold out too many things. Now, open up the vaults of the Smithsonian. Open up the vaults of the Vatican. Let us see what's in there. Don't give us false fucking science anymore. Let us see what's in these vaults.
The Vatican isn't giving you science, it's giving you theology.
Yeah, and the Smithsonian you can go to any time. I've been there. Believe me, they got lots of shit there. Go check it out.
All I'm
Oh no,
trying
but they keep the real evidence hidden up in a vault in the back.
Well, of course, they can't have laypersons like Rogo find out the truth. Yeah, I mean, damn.
we'll
Dude,
never
come on.
know the truth because the truth is relative to the observer.
Well, I gotta ask you something, Rogue. I mean, do you smoke like medical grade marijuana? I mean, how the fuck high are you right now?
I'm sorry, truth isn't relative to the observer.
Truth is
Right,
relative
truth is
to the
no,
observer.
it's not relative to the observer, Rogue. Truth is truth. Truth means something is existence.
Man's treasure.
Do you know what, no, do you know what knowledge
Yes,
is?
right. This is the thing, Rogue. Right, the whole point of science is you make an observation, and we use things like measurements and mathematics, yeah,
And nothing's
to help us
absolute.
verify the observations that we're making. We don't just look. Right. The
There was
difference between science and what you're talking about, yeah, is what you're talking about is looking at a space and going, I'm sure my wardrobe would fit in that little alcoving, yeah. What science does is it gets a fucking tape measure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, science is very empirical. It does evidential things, and it actually looks and observes things, and then formulates an explanation. So, I mean,
you $1 billion grant, you're going to come out saying exactly what I tell you to fucking say.
and somebody will come along and falsify it for free.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at hold on, it's actually been done. Look at Dr. Andrew Wakefield.
There you go, bingo.
He was paid a large sum of money by lawyers looking to sue GlaxoSmithKline. He failed to declare this conflict of interest on his study. He also committed fraud in
And he lost his license.
Yeah, he lost his license. The paper got peer reviewed, which the people who then peer reviewed it obviously said, knowing this, we don't back it. And the Lancet actually printed a retraction as well.
Amazing how that works, huh?
Yeah, it's almost like as if you make claims out into the public sphere that, you know, people might check what you're saying.
Yeah, wow. I mean, amazing that people actually check what people fucking say.
You know what? I'm going to leave you people with something while I go eat my supper.
Oh, you gotta have that supper.
Darwinist or whatever.
Nobody here's a Darwinist, dumbass. Darwinism was disproved 150 years ago.
Big cube sits in front of a lot of our corporate buildings. A black cube. And you'll find out that that's connected directly to the gas planet you talk about, Saturn.
Yeah, well, I think there's a Borg. It's the Borg.
If you're really curious, go look at this for yourself.
He's got to be trolling you, Steve. He's trolling this hangout. This is somebody that Downs brought into your hangout.
This is something Downs would probably do. Huh?
I'm just in a room full of morons.
Downs, is this one of your boys? I mean, come on.
No, I was in a hangout with Rogan Down last night, so.
Because I mean, granted, there are stupid people like this. Don't get me wrong. I mean, we've dealt with our share of dumbass people, but to have somebody come into a hangout with this amount of degree of ineptitude, that's unusual. I mean,
you have been a sterling participant in what has been the most weirdest conversation I've ever had.
This has been a good hangout. Yeah, I'm gonna have to keep this video. I keep all my videos.
Yeah, like I think we should have Rogan more often. Like if we're lacking the fundies, we'll just bring Rogan.
Why are y'all afraid of fringe topics? Why are y'all afraid to?
We're not afraid of them.
Childhood.
Well, I am. I'm scared to death of them.
No, Steve, we're so afraid. We've just sat here and had a conversation. That's like saying, I'm so afraid of spiders, I'm going to go and butt fuck a tarantula.
Even thought about anything I've said, but
yeah.
You know,
I mean, hey, no, I got an idea. Hey, Rogue, have you thought about going over to Nadia's room?
The seeds there.
They would like you there.
Yeah, with Tranny.
No.
Speed.
No. Do you know Nadia Vet Chambers?
Unfortunately, I know who that is.
Oh,
yeah.
There you go. Okay, so why don't you go over to her room? I bet they would love to have a chat with you.
What?
Go to her room.
Why the fuck would I want to talk to a fucked up train?
Well, because
what could I possibly gain from that?
There's other people that go into that room too. There are 10 people in a hangout. That's you and her, plus that leaves 8 other people. Let me do the math right. 10 minus 2, 8. Yeah, I had to make sure I got that right for you.
I have no reason to be hanging out with Nadia.
You have no reason to be hanging out with anybody. I don't know if you should be able to let out in public, man. Do you understand how dumb you sound?
Because my theory. Oh, okay.
You can have any theory you want. You sound like a fucking idiot. So either A, you're trolling, or you just are this incredibly astronomically stupid.
You're damn right I'm trolling. I got my crosshairs straight on you. Yeah, I am.
This is gold.
This is like MK and Nephilim Free had a love child.
Nephi?
Age 40 years.
he came out fully formed.
Hold on. Nephilim is somebody who has ideas and theories that go far beyond yours, and he probably has a creative imagination. I've never met this individual. Am I right or wrong?
Oh, you know what? I might even give you that one. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to capitulate that and say yes, he does.
He sounds like an individual I could have an awesome fucking.
I think you could too. I mean, he was just having a room earlier. He'd probably be done by now, but you should go out and hang out in his room. I'm sure he'd love to talk to you.
I go hang out.
Yeah, his name's Nephilim Free.
I would rather hang out with you.
No, but I don't wanna. I'm scared.
You should be.
I know. Ace, will you hold me, please?
Right here, barber.
I knew you two buddies. I knew it. Damn
well, he's a bottom, so it works out well.
The time. I'm right.
You gotta take what you can get, man. I mean,
I get 98.7% of every day. How about you?
Well, I mean, I look at it this way: if there's a woman out there willing to date somebody as intellectually challenged as you are, hey, you know what? There's hope for anybody. So I think that's pretty awesome, actually. I mean, there are women out there that just don't give a shit if somebody can tie their shoe and breathe at the same time, because it takes a lot of coordination that you probably don't have.
No idea.
Yeah.
I have no idea.
Hey, Isaiah, was that one of the greatest explanation for the understanding of black and white people that we've ever heard, though? I will give him that.
White people.
Yeah, I'm shocked. I can't believe it.
You thought you heard it all, my friend, but nope. Today on April Fool's Day. Oh, April Fool's Day! I actually brought him in to fuck with you guys, and I win. I'm stopping the broadcast. You all suck.
Hey,
I have no idea.
Fools, because that's the actual New Year.
That would have been awesome, though. This would have been the best April Fool's prank ever that I did for you guys.
Call it April Fool's Day.
Maybe I did prank you guys. Maybe this is an April Fool's thing. You guys are speechless now. You just don't know what the fucking thing, do you?
Night before last.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he could actually be trolling because of April Fool's Day. That would make sense, right?
He does sound familiar. Like I've heard his voice before.
He sounds a bit like Saint Tommy. I think that's what it is.
Yeah, that's what he sounds like. He does sound like Saint Tommy.
Hey, Rogue, can you recite the Star Spangled Banner for us?
Why?
Because I want to hear your voice.
I don't feel bad about it.
But you got a really great voice, man. I do like your voice. It's very manly and strong and authoritative.
Well, I appreciate that.
No, I don't think it's St. Tommy. I don't know. 50-50-90.
I like St. Tommy.
St. Tommy's a good guy.
Yep. I enjoy talking with Tommy.
It could be. What do you think of Van Gogh?
I don't.
You don't like Van Gogh?
I ain't real big into art. Why?
Well, see, I don't think it'd be Tommy then. Tommy would never diss on his boy Van Gogh, even in jest.
I'm not saying it's Tommy. I'm just saying he sounds like Tommy. That's
He does sound like Tommy. Yeah, I get that, but I don't think it is.
Yes, but I love hope.
All right, who could it be now? Who could it be knocking at my door? No, it's not Nephilim Free, right? No. Now I have to go back and listen. Shit.
Nephilim God, tell me more about this Nephilim God. Tell me some of his theories. How in line with Mr. Nephilim Rogue is.
Nephilim believes
because he's not going to defend himself. But give me an idea of some of his theories.
Lunar Bukkake theory.
What?
Basically, that the Earth jizzed all over the moon.
The Mid-Atlantic Ridge opened up, and supersaturated water spewed up and through a nozzle, and then struck the moon, making the craters.
No, that's not what I know.
Wouldn't that actually then?
Oh, that was too crazy. Wait, that was too crazy for you.
Wouldn't that actually push the Earth closer to the sun? Doing that.
Just stop making sense there, Chaz. We don't.
Read Velikovsky's work.
I have read Velikovsky's work. I read Railroad Collision probably before you were born.
Involved in his modeling and his theory.
Worlds in Collision was a piece of trash that Velikovsky wrote, distorting what Zachariah Sitchin, who was another fucking idiot, wrote. So yeah,
Zachariah Sitchin, don't they use him in Ancient Aliens a lot?
Sitchin was a paid disinformation artist, and he now claims that he may have made some mistakes in his translations. Well,
you think he didn't speak Sumerian? So yeah, how are you going to translate Sumerian if you don't fucking speak Sumerian?
There was only about 14 people on the planet that could translate Sumerian at the time he wrote those books. No,
he's actually right. He probably was. There wasn't that many people.
Yeah,
no, Chris, he's probably right.
Yeah, it's pretty much like almost a dead language.
But guess what? Yeah, but guess what? We know how to translate it now. Zachariah Sitchin was full of shit.
Well, we better get busy because there's tens of thousands of these cuneiform tablets that they have uncovered. So they got some translating to do. Don't keep them busy for a while.
Hey, Chris, go see if Tommy's in his room.
Yeah, let me see.
Ask yourself if they're ever going to let the public see what's really in them.
No, it's not Tommy. It's not St. Tommy. Similar, but it's not St. Tommy. Who are? Come on, bro. You got to give us more, man. You've been around the YouTube community. This can't be your first hangout, right?
Yeah, this is my first hangout. I'm new at all this.
No.
He sounds like a country version of Gus. That's my opinion.
No, and first of all, Gus is in a 24-hour timeout.
Oh, okay.
What the fuck's a 24-hour timeout?
Oh, he told Darwin's deity. This is a third party, so I don't know if this is true or not, but I'm gonna express it as is. He told Darwin's deity, I guess, if Darwin's deity would answer some questions, he would go off the computer for a full 24 hours. Well, at least from the hangouts and stuff like that.
Why would he stay away from hangouts?
Why didn't Darwin's deity haggle with him to make that a bit longer?
You don't get along with Gus?
Gus is an annoying fucking foghorn bellend. Gus Bellender is the name he should... right, I would have had it, you've got to go away for 24 hours, and when you come back, you change your name to Gus Bellender.
Gus is such an SJW.
I know, right, isn't he?
Yeah, so I butt heads against Gus with all this SJW.
Hey, he's not a true SJW.
I like Gus.
Oh no, he likes playing the SJW angle when he wants.
When we're not talking about feminism or politics, I like Gus. Oh, also when he's not yelling.
Now, G. Whistler.
I like Gus when he's not breathing.
Y'all are just.
I say like, I mean tolerate.
Tolerate. We need less of that in the world. We need
less of that in the world. We need more people who believe that we came from the stars.
We need less tolerance.
Yeah. Hey, we are Stardust after all, right?
No, that we're aliens. That we're aliens from like legitimately we are aliens.
I'm not saying it was aliens, but it was aliens.
Okay.
I'm a white man from Mars. I want to go home.
I think the aliens will come back home, man.
Did you see David Bowie singing "Is There Life on Mars" and you just saw white people came from Mars? Because I can understand David Bowie was a very powerful figure.
And Life on Mars was a British show, though. I don't remember the song, but I remember the TV show.
Oh, the TV show was named after the Bowie song, which was also the theme.
Oh, I guess so, huh? Yeah, you're right. Good show. I like that show. I like the way that one ended.
It's Bowie.
Did you ever watch Ashes to Ashes, which was the follow-up?
I did, and that was awesome at the bar at the very end. That was brilliant. I thought it was really good. I didn't want to spoil. I'm not a spoiler for anybody. So.
Which was also another David Bowie hit as well.
Yeah. No, I watched that, dude. I got it going on. I follow you Brits over there, and I'm a big Doctor Who fan, man.
I like the old Doctor Who. Like I like Tom Baker and John Pertwee.
Yeah, Tom Baker was my doctor, but I really like David Tennant.
I was going to say from the new lot, David Tennant is good. The rest have just been kite shite.
Yeah, I wasn't much into Matt Smith, and I'm sorry, but I cannot get into Peter Capaldi for some reason. Oh, that's not a dirty. Chris, don't.
Although I thought if they're going to have Peter Capaldi do it, what they needed was a bit more of a a doctor that really reflects British people. He should have been sweary, shouty, and should threaten to put the Daleks in a fucking ambulance.
Oh.
Like, what they should have is a Doctor Who that's a bit like Stizer. Imagine that.
You fucking cunts! I'm gonna kill you all, you fucking cunts!
Seriously, you fucking Daleks, you don't know that shit? It's
Seriously, you want to assimilate me, you fucking cunt? Where's Stizer? Where gets Stizer?
Yes, I am. Do you not tell by the outrageous British accent that I have?
Yeah, it's really horrible, actually. You don't even sound like a real Brit, dude.
I'm sorry. What would you like me to do? Do you want me to like really make it sound like I'm from London?
Oh no!
I'm from like, what is it? What's
that's like a Liverpool thing going on.
No, Liverpool. That's what Sty is.
No, do some Welsh then.
Very Welsh.
Do some Brisbane.
You all talk funny.
I don't understand your science and big words.
Why y'all
I know the truth.
It's like when Tommy was like, well, scientists just use them big words to confuse people in their paper, so the layperson like myself can't read it and understand it.
I cannot read them words too good.
Is there more than one syllable? Because they did not tell me that there was going to be polysyllabic words in this.
Well, they found me under a rock. Then they loaded me onto a turnip truck.
Because all you evolutionists think that you came from a rock.
Oh, I didn't fall off the turnip truck yesterday. I fell off that motherfucker about an hour ago. How's that make
Because rocks got them genes, and I don't mean like Levi 501s.
I told you they found me under a rock.
Hey, I just took my side chat. Hey, Jim, if you're still out there, come on in, man.
Which Jim are you talking about?
Oh, Barrack.
Oh, big Jim Barrack, yeah.
Yeah, he's pretty cool, man. He's been listening to the community for a while, and I think he got a good assessment of like.
Actually, I do want to talk to him because I saw some stuff recently about how the vegetarian diet causes cancer.
I've got a pretty interesting article that actually shows that it's not as green and carbon neutral as they claim it to be.
Oh, of course not.
What? Well, just pay some carbon offset taxes.
Yeah, exactly. Just pay it to Goldman Sachs. Pay your tithe. Your carbon tithe.
You're tithing.
That's funny because Steve, I remember you and I actually agree quite a bit on this climate stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
To much of the chagrin of most of the people on here on Google Plus.
Yeah, I know. It's kind of weird. Well, it's funny because you and I do agree, and when you actually listen to the actual experts, they agree with. We agree with them.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you know what the problem is people politicizing the science. Like you get stuff that comes out which says, there's climate change and all of this, and there's, obviously pollution's not a good thing.
Well, it's the alarmism, and of course nobody disagrees that pollution. I mean, I think everybody agrees pollution is a bad thing. It's just like the feedback effect of like X amount of carbon equals X amount of degree change in temperature. That's been breaking down.
Yeah, but I mean, it's the it's partially the alarmism, but it is the kind of like this identity politics that seems to be going with it as well, because it's mainly uber left wing that you're getting a lot of this from. It's one of the reasons why, even though they're the party that's closest to me, I have a bit of an issue with the Green Party because there's tons of fuckwits.
My aunt votes.
Like the anti-nuclear Greens. They
I know.
Fucking stupid.
Aces and I are on the same exact page when it comes to that. Yes.
Yep.
So y'all don't
people whose understanding of radiation comes from Hulk comics, that sort of thing.
Get some gamma rays and Hulk up. Yeah, I mean the people that are against nuclear power. I mean, as far as the ones I've talked to, maybe there's the ones out there that know something about. The ones I've talked to know nothing about reality when it comes to nuclear power. They I don't know where they get their data, where they get their facts, but they can never substantiate it with science, and that's all I give a shit about.
Oh, they get it from blogs. They get it from blogs, but they don't want to tell you what blogs.
You were saying something?
All cleaned up now, right? It's not a problem.
What's that?
The environment. It's not harming the people of Japan. It's all just bullshit, right?
Yeah, radiation like potatoes, man.
Coal out of coal-fired plants kills more people than coal smoke from coal-fired plants kills more people than all the other energy sources combined. Actually, mining for coal and mining for oil is much more dangerous. Yeah,
far more.
I'm amazed.
I mean, if you add up all the deaths caused by coal mining accidents and the amount of deaths contributed to pollution and fossil fuel burning, they're overwhelming compared to the insignificant things.
Oh, just wait.
Radiation.
We're going to have fracking here. They want to even pass a law where private companies can come and just frack underneath my house.
Well, here's the problem I got with fracking.
The Royal Society of Engineers have said fracking is actually not a good idea.
Yeah,
that's tough.
I don't think fracking is a good idea either. But however, in certain areas I can see it. The problem I have with fracking is they don't know what to fucking do, and it produces a lot of fucking waste, a lot. And you know they have no real good plan for disposal of that shit. At least with radiation, there's a process they developed called vitrification.
And close it off, and then pretend nobody saw it. That's exactly what they do, Steve.
Well, that's a bad way of doing it. We've done that in the past. Remember Love Canal? But that's not what I just said. Was we don't have a good way of doing that.
Yeah, and vitrification is just a fancy word for sealing it inside a glass, mixing it with glass and just. Yeah.
But it works.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, it's funny. When I got the neighbor.
Isn't there some sort of purpose we could come up with for nuclear waste?
Well, we could do what France does, where France actually recycles all of their nuclear quote-unquote waste and puts it back into their nuclear reactors. The main reason why you can't fully burn through a solid pellet of uranium oxide is because the xenon gas actually accumulates inside of the crystal lattice and it causes them to crack.
Xenon buildup is a very bad problem in the reactors because xenon is a neutron absorber.
Yeah, it's a neutron poison.
Yeah, it's a poison. So when you have a buildup of xenon, even after a scram and the reactor gets shut down, you actually have to wait a couple hours before you can even start up again because in the subcriticality region, the xenon will act as an absorption and a poison that'll take away the thermal neutrons to prevent the reactor from even getting out of the subcriticality zone.
Yep.
You know. Hey, I remember some shit from my
yeah, exactly. And not only that, but it also causes the pellets to crack.
There's your website both of you should visit, and notice they ain't selling you shit, no banner ads on that.
No, thanks.
Is he breaking up or is it me?
I think it's you.
That's me.
He broke up a bit for me too.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna close some windows out. I got like my other videos going on, so. But yeah, no, I mean, Ace is exactly right though. I mean, the C for React for America is damn good. Now, yes, you can always talk about Chernobyl, which is a 50-year graphite moderated coal reactor, but the systems we have in America are most of them are pressurized water reactors, some of them boiling, but they are inherently more stable. We've been through this the other day. I mean, ACES is quite familiar with the difference between a positive coefficient of reactivity and a negative coefficient of reactivity. And when we have a reactor design that's based upon a negative coefficient of reactivity, there's only been one accident that I can think of in American history of the nuclear type, and that was a 3 Mile Island, because I think SL1 had a positive coefficient. You can look that up, ACES, but don't quote me on that. But if not, there's two. But SL1 only.
So Steve, yeah, I'm curious about something before I.
Oh, good. Can't wait.
You brought up said that a woman would more go out with a man intellectual, blah blah, whatever. But where's your wife?
Sorry, just double checked. SL1 had a negative coefficient.
Did it have a negative? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm sorry. No, what?
Right, you have to speak up a little bit, otherwise I can't hear you.
Find you stimulating in conversation.
I think he's asking, does your wife find you stimulating in conversation?
Why do I have intellectual stimulation?
He's frequently stimulating in conversation. Right now, he's probably masturbating.
I stimulate myself often. Yes.
Times.
That's the only reason I have these hangouts, so I can stimulate myself during the actual hangout. Yes. What else is the reason why
whenever he makes a noise, he tries to blame it on me. That's why he keeps inviting me to his hangouts, the cheeky little fucker.
Yeah, because, he's from Britain, and they make a lot of funny noises, like farting noises all the time. I don't understand it. He sits there and he does things like masticates on camera. It's so wrong. Stop masticating.
What is?
Go to the dinner table and do that.
What? Who are you talking to? Where'd he go?
I think he's just having fun.
Where'd he go?
He seems to have dropped. He's got a bad connection.
Yeah, I think it's connection dipped out.
Ain't he?
Sorry, what?
I said he's a character, ain't he?
Yeah, he's a cool guy. I like him.
I might have to drop out in a second.
Conversation with me sometime.
Yeah, it's getting kind of late where I am. Actually, it's probably morning o'clock where you are, Chaz?
7:45, yeah.
Yeah. Getting ready with your day, or are you finishing up your day?
Well, I'll probably go and have I'll go and wake the wife up in a little bit so she can take care of Madam, and then I'll probably have a couple of hours kip, just like a quick cat nap.
Nice.
And then I've got shit I've got to do.
You too. What have y'all got built into y'all Saturday? What y'all gonna do exciting? What y'all got excited on?
Excuse me?
What? I think he's asking what we're doing with our Saturday.
Yeah, what are y'all doing with your Saturday?
Probably working on one of my projects.
What projects? What kind of project?
Oh, I've got a programming project. I'm a computer programmer, so I just got little scripts I play around with.
That's pretty cool. I wish
He's going to be hacking into NASA to look for those
alien pictures and the flat Earth conspiracy.
Yeah. The flat Earth thing come about because anything that can be shaken will be shaken. That's the whole point of everything. Put everything upside down. Right is right, wrong is wrong. Opposites. So they come up with these stupid, outlandish fucking theories like the flat earthers. But see, that's all distraction. It's organized chaos is what the fuck it is.
Ooh, now actually there's some credence to what he's just said there. Organized chaos is a real legitimate thing, and we can see examples of it in modern society. Because like with Russia, yeah, and even in things like Britain, like Britain's gone to war with Iraq, yeah, and Afghanistan, and that's been going on for ages now. Did we actually win this war? Or not? It's not like where it's like, yeah, World War II, we won, Germany lost. So with this one, it's kind of like, is that actually been a winner? What's going on?
Breaking up, man. Is it me or is it y'all?
He is break. I think it's him.
Is it going on breaking?
Yeah, you're breaking up really bad, Chaz.
Is that better?
That's a little better.
Much.
So you was telling us, Chaz, what are you going to do with your Saturday?
Oh, I'm moving some furniture around. Welcome back, Steve.
That sounds productive.
Sorry about that. My system went to shit.
I'm going to try to go a day without spending more fucking money. I'll see that happen.
So April Fool's Day's almost over, and I didn't fool anybody.
You thought that January the 1st was the real New Year's. You got.
No, actually, I thought April 1st was the high holy holiday for all the fools of Google Plus, and I thought this is the day they celebrate their gross incompetence and scientific illiteracy. I found that was wrong, but I still think that there's some truth to that. But whatever.
Lunar time.
I mean, I include all the flat earthers and young earthers, moon hoaxlander deniers, 9/11ers, those kind of things.
Oh, 9/11. So you do believe that a group of towel heads brought that building down to the ground?
I believe it was 2 planes.
but it was towel heads behind the overall operation, right?
I think they were actually Syrian.
Bad guys in the Middle East, right?
And Egyptian, right?
Were they? I don't know if they were actually an Egyptian national, or did they come through Egypt? Or do they have Egyptian ties?
I don't remember exactly.
Yeah, that is too long ago.
Hebrews? I saw the Hebrews are as Egyptians.
Walk like an Egyptian.
The Hebrews are Egyptians.
The Hebrews are Egyptians. I don't know how that. Let's think about this, Harry. So since my heritage is Israeli, because well, actually, I don't. It's actually Russian Jew, but they come from
Welsh and Jew.
You're
wow,
Welsh.
You just got for all of the mix of the people you get, you got kind of the two worst, didn't you? Really?
No, Russian.
Jews are pretty common in Russia.
Yeah, Russian Jew. Yeah, not Welsh. Yeah, Russian Jew.
I thought you said Welsh and Jewish. Sorry.
No. Yeah. But you know us Jews, and the Zionists taking over everything.
They just got fucked over. They kicked the Romanovs out and put their people.
About the Zionist thing, I think there's a little bit of truth to the overrepresentation in the media and banking, but I think there's some people take it a step too far and say they control everything.
Oh, that wouldn't be nothing to worry about.
Well, I didn't get my bit
They certainly
of it.
don't control the Chinese.
No, actually,
Oh, I know. I'm not saying all the Jews do, but I mean there is significant like I
agree.
with the Bolshevik Revolution. I mean that the Trotsky, Lenin, Stalin. I mean they're all Jewish. They weren't native Russians. So, but anyway.
And
they're
also,
not really Jewish. They're really Khazarians. They're really Turks.
and by the way,
they're not Semitic. They're not Sephardic. They're fucking Turks.
hang on. Flip had asked. So Nephi, hang on. We gotta go back to Nephi thing for a second. Nephi says Nephi accepted Fiona's challenge yet? No, he has not. Matter of fact, he didn't even accept my challenge. And Nephi is running like a little bitch because he knows that he can accept either challenge because he would lose on either challenge. Just thought I'd throw that out there because I like having Nephi run like a little bitch.
Let me ask you, Steve. What do you learn? Where do you learn anything when you're in a debate mode like that? When you've got more energy focused on being right and staying ahead in the argument.
Who the fuck says I debate?
You're not exchanging information.
Well, we are exchanging information. Mine's is correct and yours is not.
Yours? Oh, really?
But I don't debate. I've only done one debate.
I don't debate either. It's a waste of fucking energy.
Yeah, there's right information and there's not right information. And
information, Steve, there's information. It ain't right, it ain't wrong, it ain't good, it ain't bad. It's fucking information. It's what we do.
No.
Okay, there's correct and incorrect information.
Yeah, there's correct and incorrect. Have you ever heard everything called error correction?
Anything in writing can be fucking.
Knowledge by definition has to be true and has to be something believed. So if I have knowledge of something,
the origin of our alphabet.
I don't really care about the origin of alphabet. I'm not really big into etymology of words.
Well, maybe you ought to look into it, man. There's a little bit of interest there.
Yeah, but seeing as meanings and usages of words evolve over time, and etymology can only give you an idea of what a word came about, but not what it means today. But I've got to go because my baby's up, so I'll catch you guys later.
They connect
thanks, buddy.
German runes. Wow, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's awesome.
You understand the pronunciation, sound of the letters. Here we are. We get close to that frequency word I was trying to make note of all ago.
But like I said, when it comes to information, and I mean, there's certain things that's demonstrable. If I say that science says this, then if I'm wrong, somebody will correct me because I mean, people know science. But to say that science is wrong takes more than an assertion. It takes evidential facts. And if you don't think evolutionary theory is correct, great. Then write a paper that falsifies it. Because if not, then
why would I do that?
Because then your opinion means nothing. Then
why would I want to go into the inside of my bike when I don't know how to do that? But I can ride wheelies, I can do stoppies, I can do all kinds of things on that bike.
Do you believe in gravity?
Lost in the sauce. What?
Do you believe in gravity?
I believe in magnet. I don't believe in anything. I think it's
Hey,
more
Yada.
than gravity.
You believe? No. That's not the question. My question is,
believe is your doubt. I either
No.
know or I don't know.
I'm not disagreeing with you. So you can change my question. I don't mind in this particular case.
I'm just
Do you believe in gravity?
What do you mean, do I believe in gravity? I think we have an understanding of gravity.
Gravity is a force. Do you believe that force exists?
There is a force, yes, and I would be considering lean heavier towards magnetism than gravity, but go ahead.
Okay. So if you have two masses and you want to describe the force between them, and they're non-ferrous, non-magnetic, and they have a gravitational attraction based upon the gravitational constant, their masses, and divided by the radius squared between them, because it's inversely proportional to the distance. How is that related to magnetism?
Everything is magnetism and frequency. You ever heard of a man named Edward Leedskin?
I don't care about you naming names. I'm here about the science. I would like to know what you mean
You ever heard of a place called Coral Castle in
Coral Castle?
Yes.
Yes. What about it?
Do you know anything about it?
I've never been there.
The funny thing about the Coral Castle is that it actually got hit by the largest hurricane in American history the exact day I was born.
Woo!
I know, right?
Yeah.
Edward Leedskin wrote a couple of books, Steve, back in the 30s.
Well, and they also have videos of him building it. I mean, he just used a teepee with pulleys to
there's
to
nothing
build it.
abnormal. There's nothing mysterious about Coral Canyon.
Building of the pyramids, and he used some form of harmonics.
No, he did. Well, I'll tell you what. Show me the harmonics. Show me the frequencies. Show me the science. I will look it over.
He wouldn't let anybody observe him work.
So you're making assertions and you have no science to demonstrate.
Well, that was a good sales pitch. Was adding mystery to because he made money off of people touring his castle.
Yes,
that's how he made a living. So if he made it even more mysterious, it drove sales.
Yeah.
A very meek living. He actually built that for a love that never came back from overseas.
That's a story.
I know.
But that's.
Do you remember? Do you know something? Ever heard of something called the mystery spot?
Hold on. He also moved it about a mile down because he said the area changed and he had to move it back to where.
Yeah, and I don't believe it. So unless I can see the science, then I don't care.
Well, man, I'm not going to sit here and read a story to you, man. If you find it interesting, go look into it. If you don't, then continue to remain ignorant about who Edwin Leedskin is. No,
I know who he was. I know Coral Castle.
Magnetism.
Edward Leedskalman.
You ought to check him out.
But what does that have to do with magnetism? Show me what you're talking about of how to use this magnetism to explain gravity.
You have to read his book.
No, I don't have to read anything. If you know it well enough, then you can talk about it. Do you understand how magnetism works? I guess not. So you don't understand magnetism. You don't understand gravity.
I didn't know that if I put this magnet on my hard drive that it would fuck up my computer. Why didn't you tell me that?
You don't. You don't seem to understand. To have magnetism, you have to have
anyway,
a mental.
It was fun, guys. I gotta go. Talk to you guys.
Fuck off! Don't leave me here alone, Aces.
I wasn't even planning on being in a hangout today. I got stuff I gotta do.
All right. Well, at least I got that haploid map again.
Yeah, absolutely. Welcome. Later.
Yada, what have you been doing, man? See what I've been dealing with? You see this shit?
I know.
Why do I do this?
I missed it all, so I'm just here. I have no idea what's going on. So
it was fun about a half hour ago. I was enjoying it. Jim got it entertained.
Well, good.
Yeah. I mean, we kind of like dogged out on Nephilim. There's only so far we can go on that, Now we're just kind of chilling. And I don't want to break it into separate videos, so I just figured I'd just keep the hangout going until people get a little bored. Can't believe we actually got viewers. What the fuck is wrong with you people? It's Friday night. Go get laid.
I know.
Or jack off.
Yeah. Go fuck your wife, or go fuck somebody else's wife. I don't care. I mean, just pick one.
That would be wrong.
Well, I'm not trying to pass moral judgment upon it. It just gives you something to do. I figure the next time I have sex is going to be like 2035 or something. So other people might like at least get some. Oh, I gave it up for Lent. No, that's the problem. That's why it makes it even more disturbing. Jim, yay! Jim, did you find it entertaining? Were you getting entertained out there? Jim? Damn it, Jim, I'm a doctor, not a medical worker. Oh, wait, the same thing. Is Jim's mic broken? What?
Oh, there it goes. Okay.
There you go.
No, but yeah, that was an absolute blast. That was absolutely great. Can I tell you my April Fool's story that's kind of unique because it's got a long history? When I first met my wife, one time I did the nastiest April Fool's joke on her, and it's I really did get her. I told her mom died, and it was really bad, and it struck a nerve with her for so long. We've been we're just finished 29 years, going on 30. That today, she tried a trick that she used 5 years ago, where she plants a seed a week before April Fool's. And like, man, I thought, wow, that's really weird. So last week she brings up the fact, oh, man, my mom's got cancer. And I was like, what? Yeah, it's really bad. It's in the pituitary gland, and she was going off. Yeah, and I was like, wow, really? And this is a week before, and I was like, wow, got me all concerned. Then she calls me up this morning, and she's like, I'm hanging out with the kid. She goes, yeah, Mom, my mom's in the hospital. It's really bad. I was like, what? And then all of a sudden, bells went off in my head. I said, wait a minute. You try this again. I called her bluff so hard.
Oh, you guys don't fuck around, do you? Holy shit, you guys like the most hardcore April Fool's Day motherfuckers I think I've ever seen. What the hell?
Oh, I loved it.
What's wrong with that?
Damn, you're some sick motherfuckers, man.
That's what I'm saying. I'm telling you. And then I have one more little April Fool's joke that was nasty. One of my best friends.
That in itself would have been a really good April Fool's joke. That whole story was just made up.
No, that's 100% truth.
Wow.
It's gotten we get nasty on April Fools, and see who forgets is what it is. Anyway, so another April Fool's joke happened when I was living up in Mammoth Lakes, and I had a friend. He was growing some pot, right? And he was just doing his thing. He was a snowboarder, hippie kid, Anyway, so what he says, I just called him up on April Fool's Day, and I was like, dude, the cops are over here. They're fucking asking for your phone number, man. They're all fucking looking for you. I was like, and he goes, what? Are you kidding me? I go, nah, man. I had to tell them where you were at, man. I just fucking did it. And I go, they're on their way over right now. Just get the fuck out of the house. She goes, what did I should do? I just go, just get the fuck out of the house and run. That caused a riff with him. That was so no more of those. So, yeah, those are bad April Fool's jokes. I liked your April Fool's joke by bringing Rogue in here. That was pretty good.
Thank you very much. I had planned that for several weeks. I found the most incompetent person I could ever possibly imagine and say, hey, could you come my hangout on New Year's Eve because I want people to think some dumbass that we've never met. Came into our hangout and started spewing the most incompetent types of bullshit, the conspiratorial crap that we've never heard before.
By the way, is that Yada in here?
That's the most you've heard before. Wow. And
I wanted to say hi to Yada.
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, nice to meet you. I've gotten. I spent a lot of time listening, and I like to come in when the water's safe.
Water's never safe. It's always swimming the shark. I'm going to you now. Just bleed, just a little bit.
Have you heard from Balthazar, Yada?
No, I only run into him. He doesn't have any other connections.
I heard. I think he got his ass handed him so bad he literally disconnected himself for a few or something. He has not been around at all.
If we hurt his feelings, I hope he stays away for a while to at least come back with something better than warmed over Ronnie bullshit.
Oh, he got fucked, dude.
I mean, to hurt his feelings.
He deserved it. I'm sorry. He fucked himself, and I was not going to understand.
Please don't misunderstand the power of intention, especially you, Mr. April Fool.
No, the intention was pretty blatant. He one accused me of lying, and two told a PhD friend of mine that he had corrected her 3 times, and both of them were complete bullshit. And when he was confronted on it, he lied about saying that he said it. Then he said he said it, but didn't remember what the 3 things were. And then he admitted that he fucked up and then left, and we haven't heard from him since.
Yeah, all within an hour.
Right.
Yeah, I would say even less than that.
Duality.
Speaking of fuck ups, yeah, look who shows up, Rumpus. No, I'm just kidding.
What have I messed up now?
Are you British people, man? Oh my God. I'm trying to keep this hangout like pure American white power, man. You know.
Right.
It is what it is. Gotta get some token British people in.
Yeah.
So what you been doing? Were you listening earlier or just?
No, I've only just got up and I'm about to go off to a literary festival and I just thought I'd check in and see because I haven't seen you in action for a bit and I saw some Nephi stuff so pardon me, I've still got this cold.
I had some action. Hey Jim, how was my action against this guy Rogue here about a half hour ago? Did I do well?
I think you did.
I thought it was. And you mocked well. I really appreciate you mocking this time.
I thought it was a more entertaining form of mocking rather than just.
Yes, you switched over to the word fuck and to break it down, and you used layman words like penis and vagina, and I thought it was just.
I didn't want to be technical.
Right.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, you are a bit. Yeah, well, you do suffer from that actually. Yeah, so I can understand.
Dude, I do not. Okay, I've explained this before. The only reason why sometimes I try to be technical is only for the fact that I know people listen and make videos about me, and if they ping on the most stupidest thing that I know I'm being colloquial or whatever, they'll say, "Oh, look, Steve fucked up here." Nephi's done that shit to me before.
Well, the theory on the G+ community now is you're a conspiracy theory in yourself.
I am.
He's a theory.
It's a theory.
He's a theory.
Yeah. Wait. Okay, Jim's got his pulse on this with some of the more nutters out there. So.
Well, yeah. I mean, I kind of listen to him, but
I'm not including you in that, Jim. I just saying that.
Right. I'm just saying that the word is you have respect, and a lot of people respect you, but they. It feels like you're just too smart for your own good, and it irks the shit out of them. It's pretty much what it is.
I don't think I've ever heard anything like that before. I'm not sure. I haven't processed that one. Rumpus, help me out here. How do I process that?
Yeah, he's lost it, whoever this Jim is, yeah.
No. Jim's just parroting what they're saying. So I don't get that means I'm too smart for my own good. Because I don't accept assertions with no demonstration.
No, it's not that. No, it's more that God damn it, he's right all the fucking time, and I just can't get over it.
I was wrong once.
Yep.
It was the Rumpus fucker. That's why I'll hate him for the rest of my life.
Don't forget, you got transcription and translation ran the wrong way as well.
Oh, Steve, no, that was wrong. Wait a minute, you were wrong about the hog tie snowball thing too.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. No, the translation was a recording slip, but the sublimation, I was wrong. But it took 3 fucking PhDs to figure it out.
Well, no, they got it wrong, didn't they? As well, the PhDs are on your side are wrong.
Well, some other people have PhDs, but I'm not going to dox anybody. But they were
on your side and they were wrong. It was me and Hogtie were on the other side and we were right.
I don't know if Fiona said I was wrong. She was doing the experiment.
Oh, that's right. She then had to go. Right.
And and I'm only wrong from a technical point of view because what's the biggest factor? Because I still think that sublimation does occur. I just don't think it obviously is the biggest factor.
It doesn't occur, Steve.
I know. I agree with I agree with what you're saying, and I think technically you're right. Obviously,
I'm only right in a technical sense. Okay.
Yeah, but I don't know. For the colloquial point of view, I would probably, I don't know. Fuck. I'm just gonna have to say that. Yeah, it's probably not sublimation, but whatever.
Have you got your computer sorted out? I can actually hear you reasonably clearly.
Oh, I'm borrowing one, and it should be really clearly. Everybody likes my name.
Sounds good. Yeah.
Oh, good.
But hey, you know what? At least I know what sublimation was, so it wasn't like I was too far off base.
No, no one's accusing you of being stupid. That's the thing about this is what confuses these poor little people you engage with. Is you do charge off. As I told you before, you do charge off with they offer explanation stage 1, and then you've in your head refuted that bit, and then you move on to stages 4, 5, and 6 following that, and then you argue against that stage. And they think, hold on, I was arguing about this thing, and you've moved on to the point where it is a bit of a challenge.
I'm already just
people don't know how you got from stage 1 to stage 6. And then thinking, well, what's going on here? And then eventually you fill in the gap. You don't fill in the gaps. You're a bit naughty. You don't say how you got to why stage 5. You argue against something else.
I'm just thinking in my head. Wait, I've already disproved 1, 2, and 3. I might as well just skip to 6 and be done.
Yeah, but then they haven't got there, Steve. You need to drag them along with you.
Oh, come on!
You've got. And this is also about your DNA little video, your presentation I saw you did with that person who didn't quite understand what the hell was going on.
Well, hang on, I wasn't doing the video. I mean, that was not my presentation. I was just rambling it off really quick because I wanted to hear it in my head, and I wasn't even remotely done with it. I still have work to do on that.
Yeah, but you didn't introduce. For a start, I think you need to get with the more basic. You need to start with the basics. What's DNA? Okay, here it is, and it's made up of these twirled around in this configuration. And if we examine it further, it's all this very twisty stuff, and it's got a sugar sort of spine.
Yeah,
and then we go,
I actually agree with you.
Oh, look, and then there is when we see all these little bases that come on, they attach to one another with hydrogen bonds, and then take it from there. But you jumped in with saying ACG, and you put three points underneath your diagram. I mean, you didn't really explain what your diagram was doing, and then you had the 3 points underneath, which were very technical.
I moved
around too much.
Linear. I told you I wasn't done with it. I moved the hydrogen bonds, the image was that, and I reduced it down. I thought about it. I said, you know what? I think I took what you said. That if this is going to be a video on the very basics, I have to approach it from the very basics.
Yes, I mean, you can move along quickly, but don't start from a.
What I'm changing it to do is I'm actually starting with the nitrogenous bases, but I'm actually going to build up RNA first, and then go into DNA because I thought about how. Okay, yes, the RNA is only going to be applicable, in the second part of the video, right? After it's already been, the polymerase comes in. So, but I'm thinking to myself, maybe I should, if people understand what DNA is, maybe it would make sense if they understood what RNA first was.
It's an interesting point, of course, because there's so much RNA going on in the biochemistry that you can see that that's where things must have started. So it's an interest, and also then that sort of gives you a ladder from the evolutionary point of view, saying that this is the thing that came first.
Yeah, and because RNA is used later on. Because I mean, if I just jump into deoxyribonucleic acid and try to explain to them, hey, look at, it's just like RNA, but the ribose is different. Yeah, it's not really telling anybody anything. But if I say let's build a nuclear, a nitrogenous base, a nucleoside, a nucleotide, and then how does this actually work in a RNA string?
You ever heard the term "gentleman lost in the sauce"?
Is that like Rumpus when he's had too many gin and tonics?
Lost in the sauce.
And Rumpus, where do you guys run off to? You said you were taking off.
I'm going off to the Oxford Literary Festival where there's Richard Dawkins and Gary Kasparov. Gary Kasparov. I'm looking forward. I think I'm seeing Gary Kasparov today. I don't know if you've heard of the chess player who's involved in Russian politics. Oh, great.
Yes, we know who Kasparov is. We all play chess.
Right. Yes, that's good. Good.
And we know who Bobby Fischer is too.
Excellent. All right. Yeah. So Kasparov is involved in Russian politics and fighting with Putin. He's giving a lecture on his book about Putin and how he's a madman and needs stopping. And he's in a very prestigious hall in Oxford and giving a lecture. And I'll hopefully I usually manage to get a question on these people.
Putin's lost his fucking mind, man. He wants to go back to the whole old hardcore regime or something.
Yeah. Well, he's a gang. He's also got an oligarchy of gangsters
He wants Russia freed from the Khazarian mafia. That's what he wants.
He's encouraged the mafia. He's bloody Mr. Mafia boss.
Reestablishment of what was there when the Romanovs had it and when Russia was a way different country. But I'm telling you, that man's a fucking genius. He is a fucking genius.
Well, He might have lasted for so long, but he's going to come
And he's
across.
a master tactician. Master.
Well, that's what they said about Hitler. I thought if you start pushing too far,
Hitler,
just because he pushes hard doesn't mean
Hitler
he's
should
going to come
have
across.
let his generals do their job. If he
Wow.
would have, it would have been a completely different ending. But he didn't. He was not a strategist. He did not know what the fuck he was doing. He fucked his own self because his generals could only follow his orders. But if he would have let his generals do what they did, it would have been a much certainly different.
What they wanted to do. Yeah, you're right. He did. Hitler interfered with his generals to the point that he found himself. I think I saw the hierarchical structure on the Eastern Front, and Hitler had so many roles. And in fact, he was actually reporting to himself to about 6 levels from some action in the middle of Europe, in Russia. Whereas Stalin interfered in the first few months and then realised he was useless at it, and then let them get on with it.
You know, the banks turned on Germany. They told it was kind of like we did Saddam. The
banks turned on Germany.
Turn our backs on Kuwait.
Our backs.
I see it. And then the moment they did it, we attacked them. That's what they did to Hitler. Hitler tried several times to prevent what was coming. But you put a man in the corner and he's going to come out fighting. And that's what they did with Germany. They
No.
Doesn't sound like it happened.
I'm not much into history. I can't really say one or another the technical details.
Well, I think we've got history happening before us in Russia at the moment, and Garry Kasparov could. It wouldn't surprise me in about 5-10 years' time if this guy that I'm going to meet today will be Russian president. He's popular. Well, he's certainly very popular in the West. He's got a political party in Russia. Now, Putin's going to fall at some stage. And there's going to be a pendulum's going to swing, and it's going to swing towards someone like Kasparov.
Why would Putin fall? The Russian people love him right now.
They do at the moment, but the point is now with oil where it is, he's been popular because oil has been at $120, $130 a barrel, and he's been able to afford to build up the military force. And conversely, his predecessors were very unpopular because Russia became impoverished. It's going to happen again. Russia is eating through its reserves. It's only it had 400 billion in reserves, I think, a couple of years ago. It's now down to about 100 billion. They've got inflation, so they're going to, and the only thing they've got is oil, and that's going to be low for the next year or so at least. They're going to eat through all their national reserves, and then suddenly, as with all dictators, all people who are the population is going to turn against him, and he's going to get kicked out. They're going to be impoverished. It's always the way. The population becomes impoverished, everything goes down the toilet, and then he'll be kicked out. It's a political reality.
Well, that was the reason they created BRICS, man, so that wouldn't
happen. What?
BRICS.
BRICS, you mean Brazil, Russia?
Yes.
When you say they created it, was just a journalist who made up a name. And Brazil's going down the toilet as well. In fact, all the commodity-based economies around the world are going down the toilet.
Is this what I sound like when I talk about science?
But I don't think they factored in Putin. Putin played their game for a little while, and here in the last 5 years or so, he's decided to play his own game, and it's got a.
Well, that's just gibberish. The point is that Russia is facing an economic catastrophe in the next few years, and as a result, Putin will be kicked.
The whole world is. If the dollar collapses, the whole world's going to feel it. We all know it.
Well, what would cause a run on the dollar?
Currencies with gold as we speak. So's China. That's why China said last month in that remark that in 2018 American currency would have a Chinese signature.
Well, that's bollocks as well, because China's influence is going down. They're about to demolish half their steel industry. They've got so much debt at the moment that it looks as though there's going to be a huge turnaround. And China is facing some really tricky few years ahead. So I think your pessimism about the US situation and the dollar is completely unfounded.
It's not unfounded.
Yeah.
We could just look at Canada.
Well, none of the economists agree with you. None of the people in the commentating and say the Economist paper agree with you.
Hey, Rumpus, I know you got to go here soon. Can I read you something real quick that Brandon posted on my page here that I'm actually really surprised? You know Brandon Patricia, right?
No.
Yeah, the idea.
The idea. Say it again.
Brandon, he's like Helena did it. Yeah. So he's an idea advocate, right?
Yeah.
But he put this on my page. He said, yeah. He said the more and this could be April Fool's, but I don't think it is because it's over. But he said, yeah, the more I look into it, the more common descent seems pretty overwhelming, and the more just embarrassed I feel for creationists. I've sort of avoided the issue about common descent for a while until I guess lately I've had to change my understanding of the terminology in the past few weeks too. Thank you, Internet, and all the scientists who actually engage here and know what they're talking about.
Wow.
Because Brandon wants to have accurate information. He is an IDer, but he doesn't. He's never sided with creationists. He's never been a big fan of those.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah, and he doesn't do live hangouts too often, but he did one about a week and a half ago, and I could sense his intrepidation.
With Helena. Helena.
Yeah. I think it was. I'm not sure, but yeah, I could sense it.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of cool though that for somebody that I think Brandon is the best ID person I know.
Yes,
he does.
The most intelligent.
Yeah, I don't agree with him.
Now with a supposed post that you say he put on your website because he's licking your nutsack. He's a nice guy. I've
known Brandon for quite some time. And we don't agree on everything. No question about that. But he's always kind of avoided having to make the decision between these creationists that are telling him this bullshit that he knew was bullshit and his ID thing. Because to have a true ID perspective like he has, not Nephilim's free version or anything like that, but what his version is, you have to accept common descent to a certain degree. I mean, you have no choice.
Brandon's mentor.
No.
Yeah, because of course the issue was whether or not he was being insincere, whether or not he really was a creationist, and he was using this ID to cover for this.
Yeah, and he didn't like that.
Yeah. Sorry, who didn't like? You didn't like it.
No, Brandon didn't like to be lumped in with the creationist.
Right. So when we think that's sincere, do we? And well, that message was you got.
Yeah.
Do you have any degree of spirituality about you, or are you straight atheist?
I'm not an atheist.
Oh, come on, don't go there. No,
everybody smack.
Bro,
I'm just curious. Just
ask anything you want. I don't give a fuck.
Are you straight atheist, Gnostic, what?
I'm an agnostic, apatheist, theological, non-cognitive Mormon Jew. But who keeps track for these things? I don't self-label. I don't self-identify.
You're a jerk. All right. Okay.
Just say I'm an agnostic, apathetic, theological, non-cognitive.
Yeah. Just say that.
I was a third, but Rumpus, I was asking you the question.
Oh, so I thought you were asking Steve.
Oh yeah, he's an atheist. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a strong atheist.
Yeah.
Kick ass, don't mess with me. Bottom kicking atheist.
He actually is so atheist that he might actually have his own religion named after him.
I did used to have, when I was on some of these Big Brother forums some years ago, they actually did form a church of me, actually.
He's come full circle.
Yeah, in my the church was not a religious one, but was just a sort of, I was the venerated movement rather than a religion, perhaps. So I wasn't given any supernatural powers, just supernatural intellect, I think.
That's
so you reckon love is just oxytocin, right? I mean, there's no.
Well, you wouldn't put it like this. For a man, it's just a biochemical thing because it's terribly advantageous. Put it like this: get a man to stick with a woman needs, certainly in the Stone Age period, needs a hell of a lot of support, fighting off from leopards and saber-toothed tigers, etc., whatever, and so therefore men have to be very, very keen on women to support them and spend a lot of their life running around looking after them. So so what that called is that attachment, as far as I'm concerned, is love.
Rumpus, you didn't see the non sequitur disconnect there in those two questions that had nothing to do with each other or any relevancy.
Yeah, I appreciate this complete. Yes.
Yeah. How do you go from are you atheist to an ontological naturalistic point of view? I mean, you're talking about two different points of view here. Just because somebody's atheist, that has nothing to do with their belief system on modalism or dualism or evolution or anything else. It just means that they lack a belief in gods or gods.
Yeah, but it would be a bit peculiar if you're an atheist and you thought science understands much of the world, yet it couldn't understand how we came into being without the need for a supernatural God, given the So therefore, I think if we didn't have evolution as an explanation of the way life turned about, we'd be thinking, God, well, we can do all these super clever things, and we understand about black holes and start of the universe, but we couldn't justify the existence of
I don't know about that. No.
And you would be thinking, oh, God, there's something going on here, and you'd be getting more and more. And certainly if I didn't have evolution, I wouldn't be becoming religious, but I'd be because I believe the idea of a God is contradictory and all that sort of stuff. But I'll be certainly thinking there's something big out there that I'm not understanding. But now we do have a reasonable explanation. It reinforces what I believe is the natural common sense and scientific conclusion. So it helps me, but it's not, whether it be the deciding factor or not is another issue. But it definitely helps me.
Right, but there are atheistic beliefs out there that are not metaphysical naturalists. That's what I'm saying. They're independent of each other. I mean, Buddhists are atheists, but they're also very spiritual.
Yeah, because I mean, there were atheists before we had the evolution. I mean, was it Hume and Locke or whatever? Well, they'd worked out that you couldn't really have a god, and it was all bollocks. And there was even some Islamic. I've got a book by Christopher Hitchens called The Portable Atheist, in which he describes some sort of very atheistic views from some 12th century Muslim type characters, which amazed me to come to the conclusion that this god couldn't do X, Y, Z.
It'd be interesting.
Yes,
I'm not a big fan of the whole rogue. I think, therefore I am by Descartes. I don't know. I think there's some flaws in that, but that's neither here nor there. But anyways.
So what you said, metaphysical? What you used a phrase that I'm not overly familiar with. You said
metaphysical naturalism.
Yes. What do you mean by that?
Metaphysical naturalism is just another way to say ontological naturalism, where you don't take into account any type of thing that's non-natural.
Oh yeah. So I do know what you mean. Yes, that's right. You don't necessarily believe in a god. You don't. That's right. You believe you work to the principle that God doesn't exist, but that doesn't necessarily mean to say you exclude it. Yes.
Well, no, that's methodological.
Yes, that's what I mean. Sorry, yeah, that's what I was. Oh, methodological. Oh, you're right. It's methodological. Yeah, yes, you're right.
Yeah.
I've got my methodological and my Sorry, what's the metaphysical?
Metaphysical. There's methodological, metaphysical, and ontological. And ontological and metaphysical, to me, are the same thing. I don't have any mechanism to distinguish between metaphysical and ontological naturalism. I think they're the same thing. If somebody wants to correct me on that, go for it, but I don't see a difference.
So what's the difference between metaphysical naturalism and methodological naturalism?
Your mom. That's for Ocean. Methodological naturalism just means that we have to try to find a naturalistic explanation because we initially will. Okay, there could be a lot of things we posit for an explanation for something, right? Well, it was only so much time in the day. Do we want to sit there and say, hey, you know what? I dropped
green
this
pixies.
thing down. Yeah, I think it's green pixies that did it. No, you eliminate all that crap right off the bat. Now, if you saw a green pixie come down and do it, boom, then you're like, oh fuck, then then you got to change your hypothesis, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm not so far ontological naturalist that I don't say green pixies couldn't do it, but I have no evidence to think they could. So I discount it. It's simple as that.
Yeah, I go with that. And what's metaphysical naturalism?
Well, that's the same thing as ontological. Metaphysical naturalism just says that there is no supernatural causation for anything. But then it gets into what the fuck does supernatural mean?
So I've now lost what's the difference between methodological naturalism and metaphysical naturalism?
No. Okay. It's just like
it is confusing.
Okay. Think of it this way. Methodological. Okay, so the method. What method are we going to use? Okay.
Which is the one where we say pixies, and I haven't seen any pixies before, therefore I'm not going to include them. Okay, not that one.
So metaphysical, beyond physical, right? And ontological is being, right? So they're the same thing. They're just saying that the ontological naturalism says that everything has a naturalistic explanation. We not only do we not posit a supernatural one, there's nothing. There is none. Yeah, they just exclude all. There is no supernatural in an ontological naturalistic point of view.
There's sort of a working sort of theory and an absolute one. Yeah, right.
Yeah. Because like I said, in an ontological naturalistic world, you couldn't have anything like green fairies coming in and explaining it to do anything as an explanation. Yeah. But I think what that problem with that is, I'm not worried about green fairies being the explanation. I'm worried about something that we may think is supernatural, and we just discount it outright rather than say, oh, this isn't the supernatural, and we shouldn't have discounted. Like, for example, quantum mechanics. At one time, people were like, oh, this is spooky at a distance. Shit, right? And if they would have taken that as, they would have taken that as supernatural and gone the ontological naturalist route, we wouldn't have the development of quantum mechanics we have today. So
of course, Einstein never accepted it. So
he did at the end, I think.
I'm not. I think you said that to me before, and I've got a book. I've got a book on Bohr versus Einstein, and I can't remember him coming around at the end. But I'll have to revise that.
Bohr lived a lot longer than I thought he did. Same with Lavoisier. Lavoisier died in 1987, and I was like, holy shit, did he live that long? He was born in 18 something. Motherfucker was. Yeah, I didn't know that until just recently. Go look it up. When did Lavoisier die? I think it was 1987, and he was born in 1890 or something. Motherfucker lived a long time.
Yeah, people like Dirac and things. You suddenly realise they've been around. I mean, Dirac I think made it to the 80s or 90s.
That's just unreal to me. I mean, I'm thinking these guys are from the 20s and 30s. And shit.
That's right. I mean, that's when they made their impact in the 20s and 30s. Yeah.
Did you ever see that photograph where they had Dirac and Poincaré and Einstein? And,
the Brussels Conway Conference in 1927.
Yes, holy
what a picture that is! Yes,
dude, that'll never happen, and nothing like that would ever happen to humanity ever again.
Heisenberg
was there.
Yeah, Solvay Conference. That's it. And there were three of them, I think. This book I think you'd really enjoy this book. It's called Bohr versus Heisenberg. It goes through all the history of those conferences and how they came about, and the development of. And in fact, it makes quantum physics a lot easier because you see it's much easier when you see the development of the ideas and how people jumped around trying to, and makes it a much more natural process to understand as opposed to being presented with a sort of really rather complicated fait accompli you see in textbooks. You get this idea of they went to this idea and thought, oh god, that's a bit problematic, and you can appreciate that, and then you can see the next idea.
I look at it this way: you get all that genius together, and they didn't figure out time travel.
Jim, you're echoing.
Who's echoing?
Jim.
Oh, am I? I'm so sorry. Sorry about that.
If they all that genius couldn't figure out time travel in 1927, it's not possible. But what's special? I mean, I know you have a degree in physics, but what was it? Mechanical?
No, just physics combined with electronics.
Oh, okay.
Which involved a lot of, I mean, physics is obviously a lot of quantum stuff.
So you did a lot with electronics, like TTL circuits and CMOS and
your theory and things, yeah.
Zener diodes.
Your thoughts?
Yeah. Yeah, we did a little philosophy theory of all the various
I used to love electronics, man. That used to be one of my favorite subjects. I was fascinated by building little breadboard projects.
Yeah, that's right. In fact, I bought a book a year or so ago because I was suddenly seeing all these fun things you can do and these ideas, and so I think, God, that you could create something, does something quite complicated without putting too much effort into it, and a little burglar alarm or something to detect something. And now we've got all these little LED photodiodes and things. You can make something really quite complicated. And there's little projects and things. With that little bit of soldering iron and a breadboard or whatever, you could build something in a few days and do something really quite nifty.
I used to love it, except I think what turned me off is when I got into nuke school, we learned the mathematics behind a lot of that shit. And I was like, fuck this stuff. It killed my interest in it, dude.
Yeah, so in fact, the maths for the electronics actually was the one that is quite wicked. I mean, when you start getting involved in Z transforms and Laplace transforms
discrete quantum fucking thing in Laplace. Oh my god!
Did you ever get involved in modeling electronic circuits with where you had to get the Laplace transform with the transfer function and stuff like that, and Dirac functions and stuff like that?
I did. I don't remember Dirac functions. I remember Laplace transformations for very simple equations. I mean, they're like S.
Yes.
Yeah. So I mean, I remember those vaguely, and I remember doing. You're changing from the frequency domain to the time domain. So I mean, yes, I do. I mean, but I didn't like it.
Modeling capacitors and inductors just by making them imaginary values for the impedance and things.
Yeah, I didn't understand it well enough to say that I knew it. Does that make sense? So I mean, I was able to go through the motions, but I don't think I ever really understood what the fuck I was doing.
No, I'd go with that. Same here. You do some equations, you get some thingy, and Anyway, I'm gonna have a shower now. But my professional got off about now, so I might come back after that and see what you're chatting about.
Yeah, well, I'll be chilling out, man. Okay. I hated that shit actually. I was like building stuff. I was like, I don't care about Kirchhoff's voltage laws. Go fuck itself.
Yeah, I wasn't big on Kirchhoff either. I figured him out eventually.
Oh, and when you start getting into when we had to get up to learn three-phase systems, and single phase is hard enough, right? Now you're dealing with Y windings, and delta windings and dealing with three-phase, like, 440 volt systems, and I'm like, I don't like this no more.
Actually, that was the one thing I didn't have a problem with, was three-phase.
Really?
Yeah, I didn't have any problem at all. I had never had any problem with three-phase 440.
See, but yours was electrical, his electronic. So you deal with amps, he deals with milliamps.
I did the same BWE you did.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. You did have BWE.
Yep. I still had to do BWE, and okay, so yeah, they trained me for radios and radar, but it doesn't get,
I did those qualifications. I actually had my radar books, and I thought they were really interesting. And yet I never did anything with any of that crap. But I took the test for those things just to see if I could. The 55 Bravo radar, and I got my ESWAS too, but.
Well, that wasn't exactly hard.
No, okay.
Honestly, the worst part of radar was radar theory, because they crammed it down us in a week.
No, my ESWAS wasn't that difficult. I think I overstudied for it, to be honest with you. When you're a nuke, yeah, ESWAS is not going to be that hard, right? It's basically they'll be like, oh, don't worry about it, Steve. It's kind of like a gimme, unless you're a dumb shit, right? So, no, nukes 20 minutes get it off the bat.
Well, yeah, but that's because you were a nuke, and I was not. I didn't quite qualify.
I don't remember. The only question I think I remember them asking me, they asked me something about the Mark 114 torpedo system, and they asked me about some of the SM-1 rockets, but other than that, I don't think I remember a damn thing they even asked me on that damn stupid thing.
I don't know. I stayed away from torpedoes. I wanted no part of that either.
King!
Oh.
Hey, I'm sorry, what's his name take?
Yeah.
Rogue took off?
Yeah, it looks like he bailed. So what happened to Nephi? Did he die badly, or did he die badly?
Nephi?
Yeah.
Nephi was in a room earlier. The reason I started is I was listening in because your Trust in Jesus had messaged me. And he said, "Hey, you want to go into Nephi's room, basically?" And I was like, "Fuck no, I am not going in Nephi's room. It's just stupid because he's a muter and booter, right? And we've already explained this shit before. It's just too stupid to get it." So I opened up this hangout, and I had brought Chaz in here, who had sat there with an hour talking to Nephi about the same shit we always talk about, and yet, Chaz did pretty well. I gotta admit, he actually did really, really well versus Nephi. But I just once again want.
I can't believe Chaz lasted a whole hour.
Yeah, no, it's not even so much that he lasted the whole hour, is that he didn't get booted, right? I mean, that's amazing.
Well, no, if I walked into one of Nephi's room, he'd just boot me right the hell out. He wouldn't be bothered.
Yeah, he doesn't. He doesn't tolerate you much. He doesn't boot me out right away. He likes to.
Oh, that little bugger hates me. Ooh.
Well, like the hangout I had last time, I was getting upset because he would sit there and mute me, and of course people listening can't tell that I'm muted, right? And then he'd be like, "Oh, see, Steve has no answer." I'm like, "Fuck you."
Steve's got lots of answer. You just won't lay off the freaking mute button.
Oh, he's so goddamn dishonest. It's ridiculous.
Well, I don't think he would know what honesty was if it bit him on the ass.
No, and his questions are they're like he's like the Darwin's deity of like evolutionary biology, because he basically comes up with all these. Well, he doesn't come up with it. I know where he gets them from. He's not smart enough to come up with these kind of questions, but he gets these very
more like he's the Kent Hovind to particle physics.
Particle physics.
Particle physics, as in Kent Hovind has no information whatsoever on particle physics, because Nephi doesn't even know as much as Kent Hovind does on the subject of evolution. And
actually, somebody sent me the original set of PowerPoint presentations of Hovind.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, literally like from his computer. So I have like certain chapters of literally his presentation, and wow, I even watched one of his videos that it's funny when you go back and you look at things and you see something differently you didn't notice the first time. and I watched one of his videos to see how it corresponded to these presentations, these PowerPoint presentation slides. And if you go to his video, creation seminary. I'm getting an echo. I'm gonna have to mute you here real quick.
I'm sorry again. I swear to God, I turned it down.
I'm sorry, I muted the wrong person. I thought it was down. Sorry about that. Down, nothing personal. Go to do this for me real quick. Whoever's got the best computer, go to Ken Hoven's seminar creation number 7, and I want to show you guys something. We got time. We got people watching. Fuck it. Which is like me and 2 of the people, but whatever.
Well, whatever. I was watching till a moment ago. And then I finally found the link there, you slacker.
I posted it everywhere, and I posted the right motherfucking link, so people can't be saying they didn't get the right link.
Well, I finally found it in the chat in the chat bar. Just came off a 2. I just came off a 2-hour stream here a little bit ago.
Well,
actually, it's about 2 hours ago.
Go look that video up real quick, because my computer's not powerful enough.
Well, my computer is complaining about being overloaded in terms of RAM, so.
I'm posting the Hangouts again, just in case somebody. Who's got a powerful computer, Thomas?
No.
Dude, I'm working with a 3-year-old potato. Don't expect much.
3-year-old, dude. I'm not even the same decade. This thing was like a Windows 98 machine I upgraded.
All right, can I do a mic check?
Yes.
So okay, is that better?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry about that.
That's cool. Hey, Jim, go to No, I'm still getting an echo. Fuck.
What the fuck is going on?
Okay, Jim, do you have a headset on by chance?
Yeah, that's what I just switched over to. Maybe I should just refresh.
Yeah, refresh.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Refresh. Exciting new. Oh. Damn it! Somebody needs to go to this video.
Well, if somebody can find it, you can use the find a link for it. You can use the YouTube app thing to run it.
No, I can't because this computer's not going to be able to handle that. I don't think. I think I tried that before. Jim, can you show a video? Can you present?
If you give me the link, yeah, sure.
Well, just go to YouTube and type in Hoven Creation Seminar number 7.
Okay, 1 second.
I got minions to do my bidding. I love this.
That's okay. I found a partner for game streaming.
Do I have to put his first name in or not?
No.
No. They know which one. They know who you're talking about. Trust me.
Yeah. Technology. They're smart.
Hey, Hoven, what?
Creationist Seminar number 7.
There it is. Okay.
Because I noticed this thing in the video here that I was like, I didn't catch that before. Because you guys know when I talked to Hoven on my video, I had pointed out some radiometric dating stuff to him, and I was wondering why he was so easily, I mean, I know he had been brought up to him before, but he didn't argue about it at all, right? I mean, he kind of just said, I can't go back and change time, and you should be worried about other things, but he didn't say, no, you're full of shit, right? And I was like, okay, so he's aware of this and shit like that. But then I watched this video the other day that while I was going over this with somebody, and I caught this, and even though I can't say for certainty it was deliberate, I find it to be questionable of this dishonesty. But I'll let you guys decide. How about that? Is that fair?
I think I've seen this video a few too many times already. It's like being kicked in the head.
All right, so scroll through until about a third of the way through. He starts having the slides, and one of the slides you'll see is from the.
Wait a minute. There's ones that are question and answer videos. Are those the ones I'm?
Yes.
Okay,
I think that's the one. Yeah, he's sitting in a chair. In his chair.
That's the one. Yep. Okay, I see.
Oh shit! I'll tell you what. I can look at my laptop while I do this.
Here it is, the one he's in the chair. Okay, I'll bring that one up.
So I can get you a timestamp.
Okay, so I've got it playing here. Let me see.
And I know you guys are honest people. You're giving me your fair assessment, and either give Hoven the benefit of the doubt, or think he did this on purpose. And you can see the way it's the way this is shown. Why I think it was done deliberately. But
well, if we're talking about
I'm biased,
or it was done deliberately.
Yeah, I know, and I admit I'm biased against him because I think he does things deliberately. So it's called go to the one Creation 707. Question is answers fixed full. How about that one?
Okay.
And I'll find you the timestamp here in a second. So the one that says fixed full.
Oh, okay, fixed full. Let me go back to that.
Yeah. And like I said, it was pretty just coincidental that I just happened to see this.
I'm gonna click over on click Jim here. Question and answers full.
Hang on.
Well, that was I thought you saw it up at the top.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Oh, there it is. I saw it. Scroll back up.
Oh, up?
More. There it is. There it is, right there.
This one?
No, the one above it.
That one.
Yeah, it's just okay.
Kerrigan
okay. Steve, you talk so fast sometimes it's hard to.
I do.
You do.
I got a lot to say. I just try to get it out quickly. And in these hangouts, you got it because if not, somebody's going to talk over you real quick. But I don't know what about with
you
this.
should probably use the YouTube app for this rather than try and screen share it.
It's just one slide. It's just one thing that I want to show you. I'm kind of yes.
Because if you screen share, it doesn't pass the audio with it.
It doesn't need audio. It's just a screenshot. I just got to find. It's about 50 minutes in or so, and I found the quadrographic stratigraphic, the quaternary stratigraphic and unglaciated Alaska journal, but I'm looking for a specific page in here.
Well, somebody's not using an ad blocker.
Yeah, trust me, I'm a rookie.
Yeah, AdBlocker Plus is really kind of nice.
I just learned how to download a YouTube video yesterday, so.
Oh dear.
I like AdBlocker Plus. So like I said, about 45 minutes into 50 minutes, look for a page from the stratigraphic and unglaciated Central America.
Okay. There it is. Well, I saw it.
And you'll see a page that refers to one of his claims about dinosaurs. One of them was the leg and flesh. One was 15,300.
Looks like you might have to back up just a hair because if this.
And the other one was like 11,000. There we go. So I found the claim. Okay, the claim itself. Okay, hang on one sec. Shit. Is it 48 minutes and 30 some odd seconds in? There's a claim.
That's close enough right there.
Do you see the claim? It says the leg and the hair of the mammoth. Ah, shit, I lost it. What did I just say it was?
48 minutes and some change.
See, you know what I hate about this tablet is I go from like 48 to 58. You know, it's this is not hard. This is not easy to find the right timestamp. Let me make it larger. Hang on. Oh, that helps a little bit. Okay, okay, go to 53 minutes and 22 seconds.
There it is.
Okay,
Well,
and it should be a piece of paper.
Yeah, so I just got to back it up for you.
There, that's it.
Okay.
Okay, so go and blow that up real quick. And what you're seeing here is he has a claim on one of his slides that the mammoth, that the leg of it and the flesh were dated radiometrically 2 different times, right? And if you look and you'll see that they are 2 different entries. It says 21,300 for the skin and the flesh of Mammalius pygmaligearius, and the other one was 15,380 plus or minus 30. It's a little blurry. And then it says flesh from the lower leg. You guys see those two? So the first entry and the second from the bottom. See those 2 entries?
Yeah.
Okay. How many columns do you see right there? You see 4 columns, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The very next column from this actual book, because I have this quaternary stratigraphic and unglaciated America radiometric journal. You can download it, right? The very next column says that the second from the bottom one was found in 1948, and the top one was found in 1940.
Yeah. No,
8
that
years
was intentional. That was actually intentional, and he does like to crop shit like that.
Yeah, I mean, obviously he didn't want that in there because that would be like, oh shit, it's not the same fucking mammoth because they're entered 8 fucking years apart.
Yeah.
I just noticed this because, and when I saw this, I've looked at this journal so much that I recognized it was a crop of it, obviously, and I was like, whoa, he didn't put that, and that's when I brought it up to him on my video, I said, that the claim that you had posted was wrong because these things were found 8 years apart. He didn't even question that. And now I think to myself, why didn't he question that? Because he knew when he made this fucking slide that he cropped the son of a bitch.
Yep. Every time. Good old Kent. I'm telling you.
I mean, that's just bullshit. I mean, and anybody can go find this fucking journal. You can validate to your own, I mean, obviously you guys believe me.
Yeah, well.
But I'm telling you, I mean, it's the truth, I guarantee. But it's not hard to find.
The short version is if you lie to us, we'll know, and we can actually go find out if we so choose.
Yeah, that's true. Somebody will be like, oh, Steve, you lied. I'd be like, okay, yeah, well, show me because I have this fucking journal, man.
We could just ask you for a link to the journal page, and you would be.
Oh, it's not that hard. Just type it. Yeah, just type it in Google.
That's the evidence that we would need to start.
Let's do it. Yeah, let's do it. Hey, Jim, just type in Google. Type in, stratigraphic, quaternary stratigraphic in unglaciated Alaska.
Yeah, right.
685.
just type this.
Just type this thing up here. Yeah.
If you just put those words in the side chat, I'll copy and paste them over into the Google.
Hang on.
Come on.
Oh, it's a little bit difficult.
Oh, that's right. You're gonna. Well, have your friend do it.
I'm just trying to find the keywords. Stratigraphic.
Okay, hang on.
Because this journal's online, it's easy to find.
Under Google, you said.
Yeah, it's stratigraphic and unglaciated in Alaska. That's all you got to type in. It'll come up.
Okay, stratigraphic. Here we go.
Unglaciated.
Okay, hang on.
This is actually a good hang-up for this. This is like actually showing people how actually research should be done on this kind of stuff.
Yeah, for me it takes forever. I'm so slow.
That's an I there.
Oh, yep.
I invited Faith, Love, Hope.
I see.
To listen in because I don't think she'll join.
I see. You said.
Yep.
I see what?
No, your stratigraphic is spelled correctly right now.
Okay.
I think it's unglaciated is the next one.
Yeah, UNGLAC.
UNGLAC.
IA. TED. And then the next word is Alaska.
Alaska, you said?
Yep, and then the first PDF that comes up is called The Quaternary Stratigraphic Unglaciated Central Alaska. Paper 862. It's the very first thing that picks up.
It is, yeah, there it is. The PDF, yeah.
Yeah, all right, so go ahead and click on that. And like I said, Faith, if you're watching, pay attention here. Because she was my Creationist on the Ground Part 2. But she won't join a hangout, but she may watch.
Okay, you guys can see that?
Yep. Now post the link, please, in the sidebar, please, if you would.
And she's British, man. All these British. She's from like Glasgow.
That makes her Scottish.
Yeah. Well, okay, British Islands. Yeah. Okay. I'm grand. Yes. I guess it would, but I mean, still, it's all Great Britain to me. I don't give a fuck.
Well, it makes a difference to them.
Yeah, I know. I can't see my own image that I'm screen sharing.
Click on your box.
I gotta admit, she is cute.
To the right.
But it goes into this shadow mode again.
It's like funny. God either gave women beauty or brains. It's like, no, I'm just kidding. She's cool. She's wrong, but she's cool.
Well, anyway, you guys can see it. I can't.
Okay.
All right, so you're going to scroll down to page 30 because that's what page this is on.
Okay.
All right. Let's hit the magic download button just to be weird.
So just so I can show you that he cropped this big time just before the part that said, "Oh, it's 8 years apart," which is again why this explains to me why Kent Hovind didn't put up an argument about this to me.
Are you sure it's page 30 I'm looking for?
Oh yes.
There it is.
Oh yes.
Okay.
I've read this page numerous times.
It's not page 30 of the PDF. It's page 30 of the actual journal.
Yes, of the journal. Not I'm sorry, not the PDF.
You should have been a hair more clear on that.
All right.
Yeah, there's 1, 2, 3, 4. And you're still missing 2, 3, 4 more columns.
Okay, so if you look over at the fourth column, it says O.W. Geist, August 1948, submitted by R.W. Farrand, on the bottom one.
Down towards the bottom. That one's no date. 1952, 1948. There we go.
Okay, and the other one that he cited was the one that was 15,380 plus or minus 30, frozen silt 26 meters below the surface. Osborne, 1940.
Okay, so that's not even the same person that found it.
Right. And they're not even the same location. And the bigger thing was, because these were two different mammoths. This was not the same mammoth primiogenus. If you look at the actual thing where it says 21,300 plus or minus 1,300, hide soaked in glycerin by collector, date invalid. Glycerin is an organic compound. It will actually fuck up carbon dating. And so, that they don't even know if that was even accurate. But that doesn't really matter. It still was two different mammoths found in two different locations, and the dates clearly are 8 years apart. And he cropped that column out of it. I think it was intentional.
Can I see that within the PDF or not? Is that what he's saying?
I'm looking at the PDF myself right now.
And what page is that on?
It would be page 36.
36.
Now, 36 according to the PDF.
Okay. Yeah, Steve's
down towards the bottom.
Okay.
Oh, hey, Fiona. She's on the outside. I don't know what the Snoop... It says watching Snoopavision. I don't know what the hell that means either. But when I clicked it, it was like something about Snoop Dogg. I don't know.
Yeah, that's this new thing they're just doing. It's 360 panoramic viewing on YouTube.
But I'll give you the link if you want to drop in there, Fiona.
See, that's weird. Mine stopped at 32. There it goes.
Can't see what you're posting? I can see your thing.
Yeah.
The 1948 one looks like it was the skin and flesh of a baby mammoth.
It was, and that's a different mammoth. What it was actually two different mammoths. One was a normal mammoth, and the other one was a baby mammoth that was found in a different location with Beaver Dam as entered there, and it was literally 8 years found apart. And you can read the more about this, but the big thing was his slide was though that this was the same mammoth being radiometrically dated, two different body parts of it at two different times, right? He said, how could it...
He makes that claim in a number of different places.
Yes, and it's on that video too. I mean, even on that video, that slide exists. One mammoth was radiocarbon dated, to be 11,000 in the leg and 15,000, in the hair and flesh. Well, no, Kent, it was two different mammoths, and this makes a lot of sense why he didn't really argue that to me. I was just bothered by that, and then I saw that video again, and I was like, oh, he had to know somewhere down the line, right?
Yep. So yeah, it even says the date may be invalid based on the
right, and I pointed that out too. Yeah, I pointed that out to him too. I mean, so it's obviously it could have been invalid, but of course he neglected to mention that on the slides because.
Well, actually, I think that was still even part of the slide because I know Kent has more than one time shot himself in the foot by putting up a slide and then deliberately misquoting it. I know Spirit Science is good at that too.
Oh yeah, the moon's hollow, right?
Show us the text of the Wikipedia page that you're cherry picking while you're doing it. Good job.
I'll take this cherry and I'll take this cherry.
So yeah, that's not what we call cool. That's actually just sick and wrong on so many levels.
But anyways, I thought I'd point that out to you guys because I was like, I thought it was deliberate, but of course,
I'm not inclined to give. See, like you, I'm not inclined to give Kent the benefit of the doubt here because Kent has just so much bullshit, and he's been corrected so many times. He'd been corrected a number of times before he did that video, and yeah, pretty much.
Well, he's not even doing those presentations anymore because I think he's gotten to the point where the information is now out there so much that if he does these slides, he knows somebody out there in the audience is going to be.
Well, no, now he's in assert podcast mode, where he doesn't actually take any kind of like input from the audience unless they send it to him snail mail, and then he just kind of sits there and makes his bullshit arguments all over again.
Yeah, Isaiah had I guess I mailed something in her pseudonym. But anyways, that video that's Creation 7. Oh my God, some of the stuff there is fucking funny. I mean, it's so debunked nonsense to look back on it now and go, wow, people actually believe this shit at one time.
Yeah, they do actually.
But they're not even good arguments, man.
Well, if he had good arguments, then we might actually be more interested in like beating the crap out of him.
Yeah, well, I mean, okay, better arguments. I mean, some arguments I think are like more interesting, but
well, if he at least made an attempt.
Well, like Faith, Love, Hope was trying to tell us, me and Isaiah, she was trying to use like the old Hovind population growth model based upon the last 150 years, regressionary to form this exponential or geometric progression going back to like Noah. And I'm like, well, that's not how population model even works. I'm like, talking about retrofitting data there. I was like, you gotta use like differential equations and shit like that because population growth, don't work that way. So she's literally using like the last 100 years model to apply it to the entire history of mankind. I'm like, no.
No, you're looking for a compound interest equation.
I thought it was funny. Who was that rogue guy? Isaiah's asking me.
I don't know who he was.
Well, definitely.
I know he ran away I know he wandered off about the same time I wandered in, so.
He was entertaining.
I would know I'd see enough of it, but then I would have missed the first couple hours of your stream anyway. You started it at 8:30, and I was prepping for my stream at 8:30. So,
what'd you think about that, Isaiah? What'd you make of him? Give me your assessment. Was he trolling or just that stupid? Isaiah, I swear to God, you better unmute. Whatever.
Just beat him with maybe we should beat him with a stick.
I forgot I was muted.
Oh, well, that helps. And you went and remuted immediately.
He is the only person I know that has more technical problems than I've got.
I don't know. I ran into a couple tonight.
Damn! I just saw what you posted like 46 minutes ago. Motherfucker, man. That's pretty fucked. Can I read it? Can I? Yeah, it's public, of course. It's public. Isaiah, it's like, I started playing Call of Duty again after a year-long break, and some kid called me a nigger. See that little shit? I will find you, and I will kill you. I love that. To that little shit, I will find you, and I will kill you.
I will make you die. Dude, I will end you.
I will end you. I will then resurrect you and skullfuck your corpse.
Oh.
Oh, wow, we fired up a room.
Oh, he's been doing that off and on all day.
He's chatting all the way. Oh, Sugar put in the chat. Uh-oh. She's there.
I don't know how much more Sugar's gonna be able to take from him either.
Actually, I think what I'm going to do is go pass out. I don't know why, but a 2 hour, trying to run a 2 hour live stream just kind of
Shit,
That takes it out of me.
I've been on live stream for, I don't know. But, I mean, all the fun was, after he left, it went downhill. But that was fun. I enjoyed actually berating him, but not being over the top berating.
Yeah, it was a good mocking.
Thank you. I've been working on my mocking skills.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't know. I spent a good chunk of my time this evening mocking a game dev for being an ass and making a really bad game. So.
What happened to Fiona? She said she was awake, and now she disappeared on me again.
She may be hiding, and it may be my fault.
Why? What did you do to piss her off?
I don't know. I don't think I've done anything to piss her off. I haven't talked to her in forever.
How the fuck has got fucking Nadia got 40 viewers? What the hell's going on in that room?
I don't know. Maybe she's getting her tits out.
No, that would put it down to about 1. I really wish I can get Faith in here. I mean, me and Isaiah need to have a conversation with that girl, and that needs to be voiced because the stuff they're talking about, which I don't have any interest in that. Well, I shouldn't say not interest, but no real knowledge level about theropods to the extent that they're talking about, can only be done in real time. It just loses something having to write something in a text box. You know what I'm saying?
Well, theropods are four-limbed critters.
No, theropods, not theropods.
Sauropods. It's a little different.
Because what she's posting was in regards to was a pithograph that had a supposedly brontosaurus or sauropod on it, and even ICR has said that it's probably a snake with a stain. Even they don't accept it as decent evidence for a dinosaur, right? An extinct dinosaur that went extinct 65 some odd million years ago.
Steve, I simply must teach you to enunciate one day.
What?
Because you're sauropod. You say sauropod, and it's not spelled that way. It's not pronounced that way. It's sauropod.
Whatever. That's why I don't do dinosaurs. Okay, sauropod.
It's a sauropod, and
it's a dino. Why do you just say brontosaurus?
Sauropodia is actually a very specific type of dinosaur, but it sounds like you're saying theropod each time, and I'm going, that's a four-limbed creature.
No, theropod.
Yeah, your anthropologist is over there in MK's room.
I feel sorry for him.
What, Joe?
Yeah.
Joe is?
Oh. Yeah, Joe's over there now arguing with Sugar. Sugar's saying, "Are you okay? MK has lost it." This blah blah blah. Yeah, the same old. Same old.
But anyways, they're talking about whether this sauropod had his tail on the ground or not, whether it dragged his tail. And everything I've read so far indicated that they did not drag their tail, with the exception of a blog or two, which she's citing. And I'm like, well, blogs aren't really indicative to me of evidence. That's just somebody's opinion, right?
Yeah, that's not the way it works.
Yeah, and so Isaiah over here is making some really critical analysis, some good analysis of why the depiction of theirs would be inaccurate, because the tail would have to be broken, and it's not a very realistic portrayal, right? And she's just going on about quoting these people's blogs about what some people think, and we're like, well, who the fuck cares what people think? We give us the scientific evidence, and Isaiah's like, show us the evidence, and she just can't. Hey,
of course not.
What's up, MMA?
Hello.
But you can't really. They're losing something in translation with the comments. It seems to be on air, and Faith will not go on air.
Of course not.
She would not.
All right. Hey, MMA. Sorry to let you wander in and then go poof, but I'm gonna go poof before I fall over. I need to eat something, and then I need to sleep.
I know that certainly, man.
Yeah, I'll replace you with Joe.
Yeah, you probably get fewer corrections from him.
I first of all, I have a speech impediment, but thank you for pointing that out to me, because it made me feel like a piece of shit. No, I'm just kidding. Actually, I did. I took speech therapy for many years, because I did have a speech therapy with my S's and R's.
Well, it sounds like somebody else I know.
Yeah, I don't know what it was. I think it fucked up my ability to spell too, because certain words, I know what the word is spelled like when I'm writing, like in my head, but when I'm writing it down, it never is right. I don't know what it is. There's like a disconnect there.
Sauropod. Anyway, I'm gonna bail out. You guys have fun. Don't hurt yourselves. My blood sugar's tanking is what my problem is. So I have to go fix. I have to go fix that.
Go have an orange.
Oh, okay. Have fun. Don't hurt yourselves. Nice to see you guys. And we'll poke Isaiah with a stick later.
I don't know. Yeah, but he said his mic was working also, and it's not working anymore.
Well, that's because he keeps muting himself.
How did he?
Well, he's software muted at the moment, so maybe he got used to the way you were doing Hangouts before, where everybody had to mute.
There you go.
All right, there it is. My computer's just being slow right now, and I have to get my phone back, because I'm trying to switch networks, so I have to take it to some guy named Rico.
Okay.
And you'll never see it again.
Why not just
Probably not. But I'm going to get Heather in a hangout one day. It's a good phone. I like that phone.
Wayne Fillmore had actually asked her to go on a hangout, and what I don't understand, because I mean, she used to be, I guess, prevalent in the community with being Richard Raspberry's little girl. So I don't know if they were dating or whatever, but I mean, she was like had some kind of connection with him, admin wise. So she's been around the community for a while. I mean, I know her real name, but I'm not gonna dox her because she doesn't want people to know. You know her real name too, so. And I don't even know if that's really her. I mean, I don't know. I'm finding it very difficult to find people to come in here and engage with. I mean, I don't want people like Rogue. That was just lame.
Who's that?
About an hour ago, this guy came in here and he was like some conspiratorial, ancient aliens.
Yeah, and the best thing was how the moon landing didn't happen in 1969. It happened way before.
Yeah, that was like
that was the one that really got me.
Yeah, it wasn't like, oh, the Green Moon landing was a hoax. It was, oh yeah, we went to the moon, but not in 1969. It was way before then.
Wow.
Okay.
Fuck. Oh, Jesus Christ! I would have had my fun with him, but damn.
Well,
he would have thought of me as the worst thing ever.
I was actually thinking about you today, and I mean, I'm getting this mailing list of people that my roommate talks to all the time, and they have all these different things they talk about, and one of the things they talk about often, I guess, is GMOs. and one of the guys' his name's Jack Sarfati. He's pretty well known in the conspiratorial kind of arena. He has YouTube videos. But I don't know what his stance is on GMOs per se, but I'm hoping that maybe once I get in this thread of these people, because they're all like physicists and they're all like people that actually have like real educations, but they're just kind of nutty, right? But I was like, hey, I think MMA would be like down for like trying to challenge one of these people.
Oh, fuck yeah. It'll be easy as shit though, but still, at least hopefully they can articulate themselves unlike Grim V or some shit. Because I've yet to meet my match.
Well, I haven't really checked it out much, but my friend was like, yeah, they talk about GMOs much. And I'm like, okay, that's your area.
Nice. Fuck yeah. Down for that. Safari, isn't that the fucking name for that other bloke?
Yeah, creationist. It's no relation. It's no relation. It's spelled different, slightly different. His name's Jack Safari. Did you guys? So what do you guys think of Rocket Ronnie's little 2-minute spiel that he put forth last night? Because when I first saw it, I was like, okay, I could write some.
Put anything forth.
Yeah, I was like, I could respond to this, but it's not going to be of any interest, and I'm not going to do it justice, and somebody else is going to do it. So Hogtie responded to it, and he was fucking brilliant. He wrote scathing. It was about the porn bombing of Matt Slick from Justin.
Oh, that one.
Yeah.
Yeah. So many people went up and defended that. Went against that. Yeah.
Everybody did, and Rocket Ronnie's sitting there going, well, the atheists need to police their own, and they're not saying anything to this guy, and I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? He's got in so much shit from people.
Yeah, thank you. Jesus said the same thing, and I said I was in this hangout with people that were talking about that. I think Hogtie was in there as well, and a few others. It was definitely a thing. I personally did laugh at it, but I'm not going to condone it. I just find that fucking hilarious, but again, I don't condone it. It's pretty fucked up. But because I've got a fuck sense of humor, I'm going to find anything fucked up funny. But yeah, there's tons of people who were saying that's fucked up. Don't do it.
I've invited Thank You Jesus like 6 times, but he won't come. He hasn't come in, so I don't know if he's not getting it.
He's calling me a coward because I joined. I don't know whose hangout it was. I think it was Nephi's, but Tommy was in there and all that, and then I'm like, fuck that. The one I was talking to you about before.
Hang on one sec. What is Joe saying? No one is coming in because of the KFCG gate on Nadia's. Because I saw a bunch of people watching Nadia's. What is the KFCG gate? Anybody have an idea? Kung Fu Chicken Gate?
Is that Josiah? He said that?
No, Joe said that. Joe Sonstein. He said no one's coming in because of the KFC gate on Nadia's, and I'm not paying attention to Nadia's feed, and Fiona's just listening while she's doing something. So.
Well, let's go to Nadia's feed and see what the fuck's going on there.
Well, I'm not that interested. I can't. Well, I guess I could go over there on my tablet, but.
I'm just trying to figure out which channel it is. She's got 2 accounts.
But anyways, with that porn bombing, I just couldn't believe that Ronnie was sitting there going, oh, well, talking about atheists, and I'm like, oh my god, have you seen how much shit that fucking, the Christian community has done in the last couple of years about, how fucking G-Man accuses Fiona of being unfaithful, and I mean, it's just they don't bitch about their own people, but they're like saying that atheists aren't going after Justin. The fuck they're not. I listened to him get his ass reamed for like 2 hours in Nadia's room by like everybody just coming in and taking turns on him.
Yeah.
These people live in a delusional reality. I mean, they're so far removed from what's actually going on that I literally think they just have this filter in their brain that says, I'm going to look at things from a completely distorted, twisted view.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's kind of interesting how Gus comes out smelling like a rose.
Gus?
Yeah.
Well, Gus. I mean, from what I've seen, Gus was right. I mean, Gus told Justin. The way there might have been more to it, but Gus told Justin that it was a bad idea, a shitty idea. So why would he not? I mean, what did he do wrong? It wasn't Gus's idea. I don't see anything streaming from her right now.
No, neither.
I got MK, but Nadia's hangouts are over, so maybe they're
MK. I was in his hangout like 2 days ago or some shit, and he started yelling at me, saying something about I abolish you, Satan, and just losing his shit because I gave him that paradox, and I'm like, dude, I just gave you the paradox. No need to fucking have a crack your shits.
Which paradox was that?
The stone one.
I don't remember.
The God can God create a stone so heavy that it can't lift?
Oh,
fucking 1,000-year-old one, or whatever the fuck it is.
Yeah, well, you gotta remember, he accepts logical contradictions.
Yeah. Oh. Right?
You can't have a rational discussion with somebody who's willing to accept logical contradictions because you can't even do any Socratic method on them or anything because they're basically starting off in the position. He's it's illogical, and I'm going to be putting forth that as my position. Well, no, you can't do that.
Yeah, it's bizarre. And then because it was me versus all of them until other people joined and I got kicked eventually.
Holy cow.
Yeah, it was just always being calm, just stating it, its proposition, how it works. And then all of them started yelling at me and shit. I was like, holy fuck, someone doesn't like it.
MK is having a meltdown.
Almost like a midlife crisis. And he's pinning it on fucking Satan.
God doesn't want you to have sex.
The Alex Botten interview this morning?
Yeah, I mean, Botten did the right thing. He took mercy, but I think that we might have to just like stop engaging with him. I think he's reaching the point of critical mass. We have a obligation to people not to push them past their limit. And if somebody has psychiatric issues, then I'm not going to be responsible for them. I'm not going to be responsible for them harming themselves or others, because I don't know what MK is capable of at this point. He's lost all sense of reality.
Mm. Oh yeah.
I still wish I knew what the hell was KFC Gate. What the hell is that?
Can you link us the comment thread?
Well, I just read it. It just says from Joe Sonsteed. He said people are not coming into the room because of KFC Gate on Nadia's.
Oh, is this the comment section to this hangout?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll just go with them.
Yeah. God doesn't want you to have sex unless you're married, according to MK.
Well, I'm fucked. You made a video. Nephi once again demonstrates his complete incompetence. Something. What was that on?
Well, that was on Nephi. Still, he was again. Chaz was in there, holding his own pretty well, and Nephi keeps resorting back to this nonsensical strawman version of evolution. And I was sending Chaz some information, but he wasn't getting it. And the question I asked him is I asked Tommy, because Tommy came into the room, and it's just like, okay, Tom, if you're asserting that evolutionary theory requires this, or is a prediction that evolutionary theory has, can you show me where it's at? Can you show me what science textbook says this? And it was brilliant. It was just like, well, they won't say that, but it has to be true. I'm like, no, I don't make any assumptions. I want to find out where you're getting this information that this is being taught in a textbook, because this is what you're saying. You're like, the evolution requires this and this. I'm like, well, show me that evolution requires this and this. And of course, they can't do it because it doesn't exist, because it doesn't fit their mantra, right?
Yeah. Well, I asked a similar thing about that as well from him, and he couldn't do it. And who else was it? I forgot his name. But he's I think he's Arabic or something. But his DP
Farhan?
is... Oh, no. He's Blazaban? I don't know.
I'm listening. I'm going to ask Joe and MK's hangout, what is KFC?
Yeah.
KFC Gate. I don't know, but it sounds like a chicken. I don't know.
So it sounds like Gamergate.
Gamergate.
That was fucked.
Yeah, it's got to be KFC related to like your chicken go in the room. Everybody's chicken go in the room right now.
Fuck yeah, okay.
I still get more responses from that fucking comment I made on ABC, What's It Like to Be a Gamergate, than I do from any video, I think, on the entire internet. I mean, I don't know how I don't have 500 comments on that, because every time I wake up, it seems like somebody has posted a comment on that. Because it's the top comment, and that video has like 60,000 dislikes. It's huge how many people hate this video. And I actually, the comments I get, 90% of them are more awesome. And they really are. Like, one person wrote, Steve, even though you don't work for our company, we decided to vote. We decided to nominate, or we decided to make you Employee of the Month. That's what it was. Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Everybody's like, your comment, you're my hero. You just have to go see it. Cause
yeah, you get fucking Nobel Peace Prize.
Yeah, that one. Yeah. I would never get a Nobel Peace Prize. Yeah, I swear to God, people love that comment. I don't know why. I mean, I don't think it's one of my best. It's probably my favorites, but it's not one of my best.
Joe wants to know if you stopped your hang.
No, he said hand.
No.
He said, "Do you stop your hand, Steve?" I'm like, yeah. Oops, bad faux pas there, right?
Mm.
Watch Nadia's last few videos.
Yeah, but those go for hours long.
No shit, right? Just fill me in, brother.
Exactly. I'll see if I can get some.
I am not lying. I swear to God, EMK right now looks like a serial killer.
He's lost a lot of weight.
He does look quick state of his mind.
He looks gaunt. He looks strung out. He looks sunken.
He does.
Anemic.
What happened to him?
I think he must have tried a drug or some shit. Probably fucking crack or something.
Yeah, I mean, this is a physical manifestation of somebody literally breaking down because he looks very gaunt to me. And I don't know if it's drugs or psychological or both, but this is not normal.
Does anyone have a side-by-side? Or they should, if they can, make a side-by-side when he was classified as normal.
I'm going to screenshot this.
Yeah, he looks...
Look at his cheeks. You don't see the sunkenness?
Oh, yeah.
I can't see the screen share. Shit. Who's screen sharing?
Oh, yeah. You want me to? All right.
You should just boot down. He's passed the fuck out.
Why is everybody asking me? Everybody is literally asking me what's going on with this guy.
Yeah, he's gone. He's just boot him.
See, I can't see it on my screen. Even if I press it, I don't get it.
Did I spell gaunt right? I don't know.
Like Jim, all you need to do is screen share. Oh, you are.
I think I am.
Go ahead.
Am I not screen sharing right now?
Yeah, you are, but I can't. I can just see the hangout.
Oh. Something's going on. I had this problem earlier.
No, yeah, it is screen share, but you just need to click on a different tab or wherever the photo is.
Oh, I tried so many times and it just does this. Just makes my screen go to that mirror thing.
Fucking Inception.
I don't know what's going on, but anyway, you guys can see it. I just switch over to the tab and just watch it there.
Holy shit.
Yeah, I mean, this is like scary, man. I want Joe to come in here.
Ah, fuck yeah.
I mean, he's literally embraced madness. I mean, I thought about making. I was gonna make a poem called, like Diary of Madman. I'm gonna like called Diary of EMK. But he's you get to see him falling into the depths of madness.
Yeah, you can. Steve, in the side check, you just type out that bloke's name that you hopefully can get me to discuss with about GMOs. Jack
Shamfati.
Yeah, I don't know. I've never spelled that at all.
Well, it's at least his group. I mean.
Yeah, I'll YouTube him. But
yeah, he has some YouTube videos. I think.
Okay. I would never spell that at all. SH. Yeah, you would whoop another man's ass.
He'd be whipping these Satanists.
So basically, I was just gonna defeat Satan while I was sleeping, but I'm not even tired anymore. So there goes that plan. well, brother, we can defeat Satan.
I'm gonna whoop Satan's ass while I sleep, because is that like a new exercise that you do in the middle of the night? Sleep great, whoop Satan's ass. I can't
what
mock
happened?
him.
I mean,
I can't. I don't know.
He became the jungle jargon of Christian apologist. I don't know what happened.
MMA, I can't type right now. I'll get it to you later. I'm not even near my keyboard. I got my tablet. Because I'm looking at what's going on with MK.
Okay. What can you say? What can you say?
I'm living in the moment, right? You know what I want to say? God, the way that I feel right now.
I don't know. I've met a lot of Jesus freaks. I don't think I've ever seen anything quite like this.
Yeah,
there he goes. There's Joe.
You didn't go to my fucking school, Miles.
Joe.
Hey man, the guy. Hold on. The guy said he attempted to commit suicide twice just before. So
Jeez.
I don't know what to do. What can we do? What?
Okay. Do you notice he's looking awfully strung out? I mean, is that sleep deprivation?
Yeah.
Or is that, I mean,
he
you can
just
see
said that he only slept 5 minutes, and it sounds like he's only slept 5 minutes in probably at least 24 hours.
So something's keeping him awake. Awake. His cheeks are gaunt. He's sunken in. And he has a glazed look in his eye. This is a person having a psychotic break in front of us, and I think the best thing people can do is literally just leave his room.
Yeah. I mean, that's not a bad idea. I'm gonna tell other people who I think are in the room. I'm gonna tell them, look,
Tom and Rav News. Yeah, I mean, he's clearly suffering a delusional break of some kind. I mean, obviously, I'm not an expert on these things, and this is a purely, observing kind of thing. But
I'll pay attention when I'm watching him next.
Yeah, and I'm not following it completely. That's why I kind of wanted to get Joe in here. You followed him for a couple hours tonight, right?
No. This is I came in and I said he's lost it, and I got yelled at by Rev about it, and it's he started saying that he started talking about how you, I guess, wiggled it out of him that he's had psychological disorders in the past.
Mm-hmm. It was.
And, well,
it was me and actually, it was a combination. It was Justin and I.
I heard a couple of days ago when he said something that was interesting, is that he thought that his wife was cheating on him, and whenever paranoia comes in conditions as a set, that's one of the traits that I look for.
He's not married.
Oh no, yes, according to him, he is. Yeah.
No, he's not.
His wife. Well,
but that's what I'm saying. Even if he, I haven't seen proof of her, but I've actually heard her before and have them say goodbye to each other. So I thought I've heard her.
I've heard a female voice in his room a few times.
Yeah.
So next minute's his sister. Oh shit. That would be awkward.
Disgusting.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, he did admit that he had gone, and again, it was he was told this, then this is not a violation of his confidence, because he did tell everybody on live thing, that he, was told by his parents he needs to go seek, professional help a year or so ago, and he went to a psychiatrist, and he didn't think he was getting anything productive out of it. The psychiatrist kept having to fill out tests. I think it was some kind of diagnosis of bipolar or possible schizotypical personality traits, but he didn't feel like it was really of value to him, is what he was saying. And again, nothing of violation of confidence, because this is something that he already has stated on the record. So we were trying to get him to see if he would evaluate himself to go back in for another try. And unfortunately, by doing this, we had Ernie Deaver, the little fucking little shit, in the background going, "Don't listen to them. They're under the Satanist spell. They're trying to get you to renounce Jesus." And it's like, and then the worst, the pissed me off the most, Joe, is just before little fucking Ernie left. Ernie said, "By the way, EMK, I just want you to know that these guys say I don't care, but I care. They really don't, because they're trying to take you away from Christ." And I was like, "You motherfucker." I was like, "You know what? We're sitting there trying to get the information out of him to find out what his mental state is, because we do not want anything to happen to him, because we do care. And you're sitting there fucking just telling him that it's okay to fucking think that Satan makes you think you can shoot lasers out of your eyes."
Yeah, Ernie's
He's
sounded more despicable to me.
He's a despicable little shit. He's a human. He's like the smegma on the dick of life.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more.
I have nothing but loathing for him.
Yeah, his little comebacks are so he does them so eloquently, and they're so snappy and sharp, and he thinks all he's doing is just feeding the situation.
It's all he's doing. Yes.
Yeah, and then Darwin's sitting there taking over his room for the last few days. So.
Because this is what happens when all the bottom feeders come out. And they're the prey. I mean that they're like prey on him. And when I made my video just the other day, I even said I don't want to see MK become entertainment fodder, and yet that's exactly what these people are doing.
Yeah, I saw some side chat with Skylar saying, "Oh, this is just going to make him more popular now." So.
Maybe is he still doing something with Skylar or anything? What's up? Is he doing something else? Because I think we should tell, if he starts going on shows and people who aren't familiar with him are interacting with him, like right off the bat, I think that...
Yeah, good point.
It's not going to be... I think that they should be told, like, look, this person, he's not mentally... There's something... He was not like this when he started out.
How is there no ramifications for what happened with that? Because he actually admitted to Red's rhetoric, the story about why he false flagged him. And I'm sorry, I don't buy it for many different reasons. One, EMK has banned or blocked people before, and he knows damn well you can block people without reporting them. Okay, this is not the first one he's ever blocked. Second of all, the reason he gave why he false flagged Skylar's Fiction's channel was ridiculous.
He's not in the right state of mind.
And I agree. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, it's obviously an absurd reason, but why there was no blowback for false flagging? Because that's a violation.
Maybe Skylar Fiction sees what's happening to it. He doesn't want to escalate it. Is it only Skylar Fiction who he's done it to?
As far as I know, yeah. But I'm wondering if Rev News is adding to the fire or not.
Rev News. It sounded like Rev News was telling him some solid stuff.
Okay, because Rev is pretty down to earth, man. So
yeah, he was telling him, you need to get some sleep. You should probably get off.
Well, because somebody just said Rev isn't helping, but I'm not really listening to it, so I don't know.
I'm not. Yeah.
He should deconvert right now, and because he's acting crazy. I've told you him. I think the best thing that you could because it's gonna be. Yeah, guess what? If I get off of these hangouts, it'll only be because I'm bored. Ozzy,
Wow.
like seriously, Ozzy, who's being controlled by Satan right now. Again, reality check. Satan doesn't win. Should God be afraid of Ozzy? No, God's not afraid of Satan. God's in me. I'm not afraid of Ozzy. Chat with me informally, formally. I'll wear a pink bunny rabbit suit and eat chicken litter off the floor and powder myself in glitter, Ozzy. You think I give a darn? You think I'm scared of you at all, Satan? I'm not scared of any of these cowards. They're all cowards, and they're all wrong, and they're all lying. And you know what gets me the most? Is that people on here, and I'm not going to go too far with what I'm about to say, but if anyone on here professes to be one with God, and it seems like they're giving more support to the people around here that openly profess to not be with God, and you're giving more support to them than you do to your own family. Think about that. You know who I'm talking to right now. Whoever, if
Yeah, I can't condone people going to his room anymore. He needs to be left alone. I'm sorry.
Yeah, yeah. All right, I'm gonna
type the same thing you do. I'm just gonna read it my position too.
I'm just gonna unsubscribe. I think what's that?
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna head out for a bit.
Yeah, I talked to Rev, and I think people just need to leave his channel.
Yeah, that's what I did now. But I think I might be back, but I'm gonna head out. Later, guys.
I mean, he's just having a full-on meltdown.
Yeah, I wanna be able to. I gotta turn this on. I want to be able to hopefully look back at this and see him as a better person, and we can all talk about this. But in the meantime, it's quite concerning. I mean, because when I came on Christmas, right around Christmas, he sat back so quietly, and it was a good moderator, and
Yeah, I know. I mean, he did have some interesting hangouts. He liked to moderate. There's obviously something. There was a path that took him down this rabbit hole. I've seen it coming. We've all seen it coming. This is not like no big shock to us.
It wasn't like it. It was slightly gradual, but the acceleration of it was very rapid. But it was slightly gradual in the beginning. In the way I look at it.
I might have to put out another, like a video. And I mean, I think we need to encourage each other to not go into his room. Now, granted, I mean, my concern was before that if he loses the connection, that is it going to exacerbate things? Is it going to make matters worse that he doesn't have the outlet? But at the same time, I don't think that it would. But we can't be responsible either way. And I think that if we are engaging with him, we automatically have a responsibility that whatever happens to him, we're going to be held accountable.
When Jack brought up the that he didn't have the burden of proof on the Satan claim, that just had him run it, and then Cliff Stamp backed it up, and he for some reason or another that just gave him more fuel.
It did.
Yeah. And I kind of wonder, sometimes when these people that are so-called, I know how Mr. Stamp is. He's a gentleman. But, sometimes even there is no help for him. I mean, as far as Cliff offering to MK, I don't know if I don't think Mr. Stamp. I saw him in there earlier in a different room, but I don't think he spoke too much. And a lot of people respect him. And I think if Mr. Stamp doesn't go in, I think a lot of people won't go in. And so.
Yeah, but I don't know what Rev is saying to him. I don't know what advice he's given to him, because he's like, he's asking me, should he deconvert? And I'm like, Well, I don't think anybody's asking him to deconvert, but I mean, if it saves his sanity, then maybe he needs to take a step back. They're more worried about his Christianity than they are his mental health, and that's concerning to me.
But when someone's that far in what we assume is mental instability, I don't know how the fuck you can pull them away from that faith.
Yeah.
That's because, I mean, say for example, one of the best religions that do indoctrination, the Muslims, they're really fucking hard to shake because they do it very hard from birth. So when someone is mentally unstable, it's probably even harder than that. Probably being locked up in a mental home, but I don't think that'll ever happen. But yeah,
Well,
it's a lot of medication.
You saw what Coffee said in the side chat. He's right. I mean, like Darwin's deity and Ernie are like they're. If something happens to MK, they're both contributing immensely. I mean,
Oh yeah. But he's not willing to get any help, like you said before. He was.
Because they're telling him that he doesn't need it. Ernie's like, oh, you don't need it.
Well, I think Darwin's trying to make a statement about the Paul Talk guys and how you know, like, you guys playing something, but he's trying to look like he's running to the rescue to MK, and look at the Christian community support, you know, and which is really the antithesis of what the guy needs. So
agreed.
So it's really a shame that I mean, if nobody would go in his room and just leave him alone, I'm sure he would eat a little more and sleep more. But if people just keep stimulating his brain, he's not going to go get some rest. So.
Yeah, I mean, he's up more often than I. And I mean,
oh yeah,
and I don't sleep that much, but I never have. I mean, that's just my way I'm wired, right? But he looks like he hasn't had a decent night's sleep in ages. I mean, total sleep deprivation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I've been pretty much, you know, following it ever since the beginning, and I've just watched his weight just drop.
He has. I mean, you can tell he's lost weight.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
I mean, especially with the because it's dark where he's at, you can see the contrast a lot easier, right?
That's a good point. Yeah. Like, it looks like Rev's gonna leave now.
Yeah. I'm getting all these beeps.
Not me.
It fucking beeps when someone looks at the chat or whatever the fuck.
Yeah, you gotta turn the notifications off.
Yeah. Oh my God.
You know, and it's funny, because MK doesn't really know much about religion. He doesn't even know much about the Bible. It's like, how does somebody have this much passion when they don't even know what their theological belief system are? And what's worse is he doesn't have a theological belief system. He doesn't have a belief system. His belief system is, I don't believe in anything. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, I've never seen epistemological nihilism taken to this extreme before.
Yeah. Oh, now he's asking somebody to come to battle.
I might attack Darwin's deity. Who else is putting thoughts into his head?
Oh, Ernie Deaver.
Ernie.
Or Kane.
Even Rose Patton got in the game tonight.
I'm thinking he might eventually suffer from an actual Jesus complex. That he might think he's some kind of messiah of some sort.
Prophet.
I can't tag Ernie, or I can because they've blocked me, so I can only tag in Darwin.
Because he said before that the persecution he gets is like Jesus on the cross, and he's like literally comparing himself to Jesus the other day.
Well, I made the post, but if he's asking people to join, I'll mention this to him and really try and hammer it in there. Is there a link to the hangout?
Well, that's really nice.
I have no idea. I'm not going to go in there.
I will. But I'll be back though. I just wanted to.
Why would you go in there?
I don't know.
No.
I find it hard to get up on someone.
I think he's ending it anyways. The only person left in there is Tom.
Yeah, and Tom's got his kid gloves on, so.
Yeah, no, Tom's a good guy. I mean, he's not going to try to aggravate or make matters worse. No.
Hey guys, what's up?
He blocked me. That's why I can't find him. I'll get him my other account.
Steve,
He
I
blocked
think.
you.
He doesn't.
I'm sorry,
he must
I think it's safe to assume that the guy is not employed.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't work. He stays home and helps his mom out. But I don't even see that is because he's always on the hangout. So when does he actually help his mom? He's literally almost like Naughty. His whole life is in the hangout.
So wait a minute, that voice I hear could be his mom?
Probably.
Wow.
I mean, anytime you heard this woman's voice, any specifics and what they said are.
It was so nonchalant. I'm a married man, and it was like, no, I was okay, like mute and go give his wife a kiss goodbye. None of that,
I never knew. How was he married?
I heard him say it. That's all I can say.
Well, no, I mean the woman. Anything the woman said in the background that when you heard her talk.
Just the fact that she was leaving to go somewhere.
Okay, so it's nothing. Any kind of.
Mm-hmm. No, if I could get any inference from it, I would have come to a conclusion, but no.
He's really going off in the deep end now.
Well, I just find it how interesting. Well, not interesting. I should use a different word. I just find it curious why he's going after Ozzy so hard now with these posts.
I don't. Well, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, obviously the very problem.
I saw that live conversation when Ozzy was talking to him, and yet there was one time he went, okay, boom, and he put his hands up to the side like he had just defeated him, and that's when I kind of remember like something was triggered in him, and I keep, I take my little mental notes on him, and I just noticed some type of like he just got to some victory, and then next thing you know, there was Cliff in there. There was people around him that he calls the smarty pants or whatever. But I don't know if he feeds on getting like negative attention or something.
It's more than that. There's a lot of people that do. This is more than that. And you saw what he saw. Just what he did with Red's rhetoric.
Yeah,
I mean, that was just scary.
Yeah. But he was quite, calm with the Alex Botton today.
Yeah.
I mean, I downloaded that video, so.
Forever. Yeah, he sounds a bit fucked.
Wow.
Wow.
Look at that. Ooh. What?
You want a screen share it, or you just hearing the audio?
It just kills my computer right now. It's just my internet goes
Here, I'll do the audio.
But it would be just weird if he just passed out right in front of the monitor. I mean, if he continues that, he's just gonna end up passing out. He's got that right. I mean, That's true.
Come to paradise. You want to call me a bad guy? You want to call me a bad guy for everything I just said? Guess what? Judging me. Keep judging me.
Who's judging him?
Well, he classifies criticism as judgment.
Keep provoking me. Yeah. See what happens.
I can't even correlate a provocation.
I can do whatever I want to do, you little chumps.
Who?
You little chumps.
All of you people that sit in judgment of God, says the Lord. See what happens to you. I can do whatever I want to do, says the Lord.
And here's a guy who's got some decent looks. He could go out, if he doesn't have a wife.
He's rotting away.
Yeah, I mean, shit. I mean, he could go out and hit a club or something, you know.
You know, just get the fuck out of the house. You know,
Go for a walk. Get some sunlight. I'll pull up Tommy Hall. Just get some sunlight and get some vitamin D or something. Whatever it takes.
Hey, so Steve, I like to listen to this. So keep that on. So are you still cold turkey on those cigarettes?
Yeah.
God, congrats, dude.
Yeah. Not even a cheat. Not even a puff.
Yeah, no
Dude.
vapors. No vapor.
Nope.
Dude, that's how I quit. That's how I quit 13 years ago, man.
4 months.
Yeah, Steve.
Steve,
So
look,
impressive.
dude, once you go past the year, that's exactly how I quit. Once you go past 1 year, that's game over. You're never going back. There is one thing that I wanted to ask you something, because I had this little problem all the way up to about a year. I would actually dream that I was smoking and that I really genuinely thought I had broken the commitment, and I swear to you, I could actually smell cigarette smoke as a dream. I could smell it all the way to the point of right where before I woke up, and then I would realize even the smell was the part of the dream. And
I had one dream that I had one cigarette, and I was like, "Fuck! Does it mean I have to start all over again?" But it was just a dream.
Yeah, but that finally quit after a year, and then once the dream part was over, that was it.
Well, I had the smoker's flu, and that was like 3 days of misery. And I'm like, okay, since I've already been there, done that, I really hadn't desired to go through that again, because that was like heroin withdrawal. It sucked.
Yeah.
I had the shakes, I had this fever. I mean, it was nasty. So anybody who tells you that shit is not addictive, they're wrong.
Yep.
And it was probably out of my system at the time, but I don't know what causes the smoker's flu, because your addiction only lasts like 4 days, and then you get flu-like symptoms like 6 days later. So I don't know how that biologically works, but sure the shell shit. It was light to schedule, like I read, and I'm like, I've quit before. I didn't have that happen. Oh, fuck! This time I sure did.
Well, I remember after a couple of days, up until about 2 weeks into it, that I just coughed so much crap out of my lungs from just my lungs healing.
Yeah, that only lasted a few weeks for me. But I have noticed as I quit smoking, I cannot induce a lucid dream.
Oh, that'll go away. I promise you that. I promise you that. It's just you're not once you, like I said, after you go a year, that's it. I mean, that's that. I remember after 1 year, there was just this thing where I literally, when I smelled smoke, instead of having it attracting me, it repulsed. It still repulses me. I can't be around secondhand smoke. It's literally the same way I feel and I was mentally before I started smoking.
Well, so you do you self-induce lucid dreams?
Oh yeah, dude. Oh look, the last. I mean, I really haven't tried. I mean, I could anytime I wanted, but the last time I had a really good lucid dream was about 1.5 years ago. You want me to tell you about it? It was awesome.
Yeah. Well, hang on. I'm gonna get back to you on that. I want to hear this because.
Oh yeah.
One sec.
Yeah.
See, not Swan. Just typed in Poe, and I'm like, I don't think he's being a Poe.
Yes.
how does have somebody this tired have this much energy to filibuster on this for so long?
And it looks like he's standing, not even sitting.
Yeah.
I still say he's on some kind of. He's got to be on drugs. Oh, like maybe, legal meth, Vyvanse or whatever you want to. Or maybe even he might be on drug, like just straight up meth or something. He's got to be on drugs, dude.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a lot of the indication of drug-like symptoms, but we need somebody in the community who actually has an expertise in this. I mean,
we can't really just assess. You would need to do a blood test.
I understand. It's impossible to do a full assessment like this, but there are behavioralists and people trained psychologically to at least see certain symptoms and signs.
Yeah. I'll try and get a psychologist I know and see if they can get a fair assessment. I might go to the psychology department and see what they think. Get a few of them to put their opinions down, I suppose. I could do that.
Yeah, because he might be in a situation where his paranoia, his adrenaline level is just so amped up from the chemical imbalance. It might be just a stadium in that way.
Free will argument, Jesus Christ. But yeah. He's starting to show a bit of anger as well.
Well, you got a nice response from Sugar, MMA.
Hey?
On your post. Sugar.
Oh, yeah, I saw that. Yeah. Oh, is it true though? A unicorn. That's where.
Hang on, I want to check something else.
Yeah, I'm going to try and remember that guy's name that I was trying to think of before. He can't articulate himself well because, one, he's uneducated, and two, it's clear that his English is a second language.
EMK?
No, definitely not. It's some other bloke. You got like an Arabic kind of accent.
Did he just send the stream?
No, he's not in the stream, I don't think. But he's been in MK's Hangouts a few times.
No. Did EMK just end the hangout?
Oh, I don't know.
It looked like it. Mine
probably. If it stopped, then yeah.
No, it didn't say end of hangout. Yeah, it did. It did end.
Oh.
I'm just trying to think of that guy's name. But he was asking me about, consciousness and so forth, and I haven't delved into that for a while. And I said, well, okay, what do you want to know? And then he goes, how did consciousness arise? I'm like, okay, it's complex, but there's a lot of research already on it and ongoing. And I said, go to any journal of neuroscience or neurology or whatever the fuck. And so I had to screen share. I'm like, I just typed in Google, Journal of Neuroscience. And then this whole fuck ton that popped up. Some from America, Australia, international ones, so on and so forth. I said, okay, take your pick. So I clicked on one and I said, well, here you go. That's how you find out the best research so far. And this bloke try and choke that off. I said, well, if I want to find out something, I'm going to go to a research journal. That's what you do. I'm just thinking of that guy's name.
No idea. I'm still. I forgot to ask Joe what KFC Gate was. Damn it!
It's got to be Kentucky Fried Chicken.
That almost sounds almost racist, like it's some kind of anti-chicken. You're not allowed in this hierarchy.
T has some kid. I don't even. I hate to say it, but I don't even like KFC anymore. They went to shit once they got rid of their trans-saturated fats. I mean, remember there was that big old flap, and that people didn't want transsaturated, and so they went with this other fucking method. And I'm telling you, their chicken went to shit.
So basically,
Go on.
Much for that Popeyes.
So basically, they did the same crap that McDonald's fries went through. You killed McDonald's fries. Now they kill KFC chicken too.
Oh, they did. Because I remember, when a kid, man, KFC was the shit, dude. And now you go in, it's all greasy. There's no meat on it. It's not even well cooked. Half the time it's half raw, and it's not just like one time. I'm telling you, every single time, the last 6 or 7 times I had decided against KFC, and I'm gonna try it again. It was crap.
Wow, man. That's really crazy, man. I mean, so you have undercooked KFC.
Yeah, it wasn't even cooked right. Now you go to Popeyes, damn, that fucking chicken is good.
I like how you said
it's fucking good, dude. Dude, they used to have this thing too. You get like a bucket. You get like a 12-piece for like $8. It doesn't come out with any sides, but just you get like a freaking massive amount of chicken, and they don't run it very often. When they do, though, it's like just pig out time.
One coronary for $8.99, please.
Yeah, I mean, it probably does give you a coronary because it's all saturated fat, but at least that shit be good.
Yeah.
If you're gonna die, you might as well die well fed, right?
That reminds me of the trans fat episode of American Dad. When they banned trans fat in whatever town he lives in, and he realized
South Park episode. Boy, we have no lives in the middle of the night on a Friday, Saturday, whatever the hell it is anymore.
Oh, I got my break from my fatherly babysitting duties, so I get to stay up late and then not have to worry about tomorrow. So that's why.
I got in at work. I got in from work at 3 o'clock, and I wanted to check out Saturn and Mars, but I was just so tired. I just didn't feel like disassembling that big ass telescope and reassembling and then disassembling it again. Oh shit! So I was like,
did you guys see that comet that hit fucking Jupiter? These two amateur.
Yeah, I haven't seen it yet. I heard about it 2 days ago, and I've been working so hard. I just hadn't had a chance to look at it.
What was the name of it?
I don't think they even named the damn comet. I don't think it was even named. I think it's just there's 2 astronomers that happen to be looking at the same time, and so they got a verification of it.
Was it on the light? So it was on the light side. I know Hale-Bopp hit on the dark side, which was kind of a bummer. So I haven't looked at.
It was on the light side. It was actually more. I was almost thought it looked like it was on the Terminator.
Okay.
But when I saw it, now I only kind of glimpsed it. I didn't really watch the whole thing. I don't even know if it was a video because there was stills from it, but it looked like it was on the right-hand side of the Terminator line. So,
cool.
Hey, Tom's here. Hang on, let me get Tom in here. Hang on, Tom. I got you, brother. I got you. So, Tom, what's going on with AMK, man? I mean, it looked like you were trying to have some kid gloves on there, but I think people in the community have all kind of realized that I think it's about time we disengage from him. What say you?
That's a good question. I was kind of thinking. I was thinking, what could I do in any respect, right? I mean, never mind the kid gloves, but it just feels like it's such a precarious situation,
I think just being in there is going to exacerbate it further, regardless of who's in there.
Yeah.
Now, granted, I understand that you're trying to be the off balance to offset, like the Ernies and Darwin's Deity and crap that are playing to the fact that EMK is not mentally stable. But I don't know if I can, in good conscience, go into his room. Period. Because I don't know the situation. I mean, I don't know enough about psychiatry, obviously, to know if that's going to help him or harm him.
Mm-hmm. Right. Well, I mean, I wasn't even thinking that. I went in there and I was listening to him. I probably said like 3 or 4 sentences the whole time. But I asked him about the Warriors game, if he watched it, and I think he ignored me.
I mean, does it look like he's having a psychotic break to you? Because he should have to us, and it looks like he's like literally strung out.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't think it's really achievable to stay awake that long without some kind of
aid.
Yeah. So I don't know. I'm hesitant to speculate because, you know.
Of course.
How many more hours do you think would remove that speculation?
How many more hours? What?
How many more hours do you think he'd need to be up to confirm with a high probability that he might be using aid?
Well, like 24 hours probably.
What's he like now? How many hours has he gone without sleep now, roughly?
Not
sure.
I can guarantee it. In the last 2 or 3 days, I don't think he's had any because it looks like literally he's just gone from one hangout to another. I mean, I think he said he slept for like 5 minutes at some point. But hey, MMA, can I read out your thing? Because I like what you said here. Can I read it?
What did I say?
Which I'm going to read it anyways because it's public and anything's public. It's public. But I thought I just thought I'd be polite.
Yeah, go ahead.
He says, MMA Artist 141 says, Darwin's D.D. Arcane and Ernie D. You're a contributor to EMK's mental health issues. I'd like you to tell him to go see a doctor and take whatever medications are recommended to him. I say this as someone involved in medical science, not as an atheist. If you care about his health. And I said the same things. Justin said the same thing. Ocean said the same thing. We were all telling him the same thing. And then you have Ernie saying, these people are just jealous that you're Christian. And I wanted to reach through my screen and strangle a little fuck. Because he's too stupid to understand that this is not an issue about theological belief system. This is a person that needs to go back and get medical help. Because this is what he had problems with like this before. And they don't care. They're using him for their own fucking agenda. And I'd like to know what they get back to you on. And by the way, 2 of them are blocked. MMA looks like. That's FYI.
Yeah, I couldn't tag them, so I just mentioned their names anyway. He might have blocked my other sock account, but I could have tagged the other 2 then, but he might have blocked that one. Because I did join the hangout after a few minutes when he kicked me again on their sock account, and then he kicked me like straight away. So he probably did block that one as well.
I might be able to tag. I took Ernie off my block list because he was annoying, but I wanted to hear, wanted to get him a hangout. So I will try to get Arcane, but Arcane had me blocked the other day, and he still blocked me. So
yeah, I don't. Arcane might have me blocked because he joined the hangout I was in yesterday or something. So I'm not too sure. But I had to laugh at what he blocked me over, just because I pointed out that weapon systems, certain munitions use GPS guidance, so they have to have satellites, thus proving we've been to space, so on and so forth.
Oh, they'll give you some roundabout thing like they're using ground-based microwave antennas like cell phones and bouncing it off the ionosphere. Man, I've heard all kinds of crap in that nature before already.
Oh well. And he still couldn't. I forgot who else it was. Couldn't explain the southern hemisphere and how we see it totally different fucking star systems and so forth to you guys. And one tried to think of it as on the flat Earth we have 2 different skies spinning or some shit. I'm like, how the fuck does that work? But even so,
well, Jamal couldn't.
Well, yeah.
That's why he couldn't. That's why he gave up flat Earth.
Well, Red's clearly completely destroyed Jism on that situation, because he said it pretty much as straightforward as you could say it. You would clearly see a skewing effect if that were the case.
Oh yeah, but you could see the two skies, going in different ways or whatever, and I could see that because we're on a flat fucking plane. I could see that no matter where the fuck I am. That would prove that. And then we need to explain the mechanism, but that would be clearly observable. But we don't see it.
How do you go from flat Earth to geocentric? It's like, wait a minute. Okay, you're just proving wrong that flat Earth is obviously not true. He says he wasn't married to it. Yeah, right. But then all of a sudden he's like, oh, yeah, but I'm still a geocentrist. Hey, heretic.
Well, if you're a geocentrist, you're going to have to explain the celestial mechanics, in particular, planetary motion, in which that will fail. That's the reason geocentrism is dead, because it could not explain planetary motion at all.
Yeah, it's not like it's a dramatic improvement. I mean, if it's flat Earth, you're like, okay, fine, you proved to me that the Earth isn't flat, and then you go to the most dumbest secondary thing you can go to, which is geocentrism. Hey, Hey, one quick. What is Kung Fu Chicken Gate? Anybody? Somebody tell me. I don't know what this is. I want to know. Yeah, down's down for the count, but he's probably listening in. But until somebody wants to come in, I have no reason to kick him because he's just chilling listening. But if someone wants to come in to engage, then yeah, I got obviously have to boot him, but I don't mind him just kicking out listening. We got still room. So nobody knows what the hell this KFC get is. Oh, fuck me.
Figure it out.
Nobody tells me. I have all these minions, and you're not telling me fucking a damn thing.
I'm out of the loop.
Yeah, you're out of the loop.
I'm a minion now.
Well, they're gonna have to put on the fucking yellow suit and like bananas. Ooh. Fuck, that was a funny show. I'm so disappointed in the new fucking Doctor Who. I haven't watched Doctor Who for fucking like 10 years or so. Matt Smith was my favourite, and this new old fucker, I just don't like him.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Peter Capaldi. I know he's a good actor. I know he's been in a lot of things. I don't like the fact he's like a war doctor type of thing. Yeah, you know what? I think they should have gone like it with Stephen Fry or something. That would have been really cool.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Stephen Fry as the Doctor. That would be interesting. Fucking A. That would be very good. But yeah, holy shit.
Or even Hugh Laurie would be cool.
Yeah. Next minute they get fucking Neil deGrasse Tyson. It was in one
Neil deGrasse Tyson is the Doctor. Fuck yes! That'd be awesome.
But they did get him in one of the episodes where it was the invasion of the cubes. That was a pretty sick episode, but I know, is it him or Brian Cox? Maybe both. No, I think it was Brian Cox. Yeah, it was. And he talked about the fucking cubes. Yeah, I'm like, Brian Cox. But yeah.
But I don't know. I liked I like what's her name? The companion. God damn it.
The redhead?
No. What was her name?
The character name was Amy Pond. She's the redhead. But the new one, the new one, she's cute. I can't think of her name.
Janine Sinclair or something like that? Is that her name?
No.
In real life?
No. Oh, real life name.
Well, anyways, I mean, I liked her. I liked her farewell, but I liked her.
Don't spoil that one. I haven't seen the new album.
All of them leave eventually.
Oh yeah.
No big spoilers there. I'm not gonna tell you what happens.
But
let me tell you what happens. No, I'm just kidding.
was bullshit the leaving of Amy Pond and her husband. I'm thinking, oh fuck yeah,
that was
yeah,
good.
yeah. I was keen for them to keep going. And then the fucking I hate them. It was the fucking
Weeping Angels.
Weeping Angels. I fucking hate those.
Well, yeah, but they got to live their lives together at least.
Yeah, true. But I mean, it's like, no, fuck. Because that one, it should have died. That was just the biggest loophole. That one last Weeping Angel should have fucking died. And it's like, oh, we'll just have it one there so they can die and end them there. It's like, what? It's the worst loophole ever. But then fucking Pagadi, whatever his last name is.
I don't know. I didn't like this last episode. Well, I guess it's been some time now, but the husband of Swan. I don't know. It's just kind of cheesy.
Yeah, I've only seen like the first of season 7 where it's the new Doctor or whatever the fuck, with the dinosaur and shit. I'm like, I don't know if I want to watch it anymore.
You haven't met River Swan yet, right?
Yeah, he hasn't met her yet. In wait, hold on, you might have.
Just pay attention to every episode with River Swan, because if not, it's kind of hard to follow.
Yeah, River Swan's the daughter of Amy Pond, which mind fucked me to oblivion. I'm like, nigga, what? The one where the episode was hunting Hitler, or a day to kill Hitler, whatever the fuck it was called.
Let's kill Hitler.
Yeah.
Hey, I invited Sugar.
She's here. Oh, sweet. She appears from a black chick, the friend.
Yeah, that was cool.
It was cool, but I'm like, hold on, wait, what?
Because they got to grow up together. In a way, you know.
It's like, well, how did so you have the birth of Doug, or whatever her name is, but then somehow she grows up, kills the doctor, whatever. I don't know how the fucking timelines work, but then she grows up as the black friend for Amy Pond, her daughter, and then she gets shot, regenerates, and then she's as herself again. I'm like, wait, what?
I liked it.
I liked it too, but I mean, I like the fucking minions in the fucking what they used to spare the Doctor's life in the end. The people that hunt for criminals, but they disguise themselves. And then there's antibodies that will fucking eliminate you. I can't remember what they're called, but those are pretty sick.
Sugar.
Fucking aliens.
Hang on, we got Sugar in here. Sugar.
What?
What's your take on the situation?
What situation?
MK.
Oh, he's mentally ill, honey.
He is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's got family. He's got family in the house. They know what's going on with him.
His mom, yeah.
Yeah. He's you know, this is the road I went down with Rob Beasley. I bet it was that he had family there. You know, what can you do, right? I was just worried that he didn't have Rob didn't have an advocate. You know, but yeah, he's but he told us in the very beginning that he had a mental illness. That's just that it's all coming to a head, and he's just either not taking his meds or it's changed. I don't know.
But I mean, but I was saying that at first I wasn't sure if he's getting his outlet out because people are engaging with him. But I think it's at the point now. Are we contributing to his descent into madness by going into his room? Because I think he needs to be left alone.
Yeah, that's what I think too. I just stopped by there and was listening on the outside, and I wanted to just hear how he was today. And
do you think him being able to sustain this being awake and just going at it for so long, do you think that's a result of the chemical imbalance, or could it be because of drug abuse?
Well, Here's the thing. He appears to me to be bipolar, or what looks like bipolar, and that's just on a limited medic assessment.
Well, he told me he had been assessed with manic depressive, so it's the same thing.
It's the same thing, yeah.
Same thing, right?
And
so I mean,
so
not a big.
he's going through the mania part of it right now, the high upswing. Right. And the thing with bipolars is they often will self-medicate because they have a hard time regulating getting that balance, and so they will often self-medicate. But I thought his face looked pretty good actually today. I thought
the opposite. I thought he looked gaunt, strung out, and sunken.
Well, he did look thinner. I will give him that. But he almost appeared. Maybe it was just because he looked more polished, right? He didn't have the dark brown hair going on. Maybe that was just it. And he looked like he had shaved. So that could have just been it.
Yeah, I've got a slightly different point of view.
Oh,
we don't care about your point of view,
because I mean, like I said, mine's only limited based on what he's told me and based on what experience I have. But I'm not a doctor.
Not in terms of what you said. Not in terms of what you said, Sugar, but in terms of ignoring him and not going in there.
Yeah.
Well,
because I think he's going to get left merely with the echo chamber of the nutters.
Oh, okay.
And they will just they will feed whatever it is that's in there. And I think unless people challenge it, and even though he's challenging back and just saying this stuff, some of it is going in, and I'm absolutely convinced of that. But if he blocks everybody that isn't thinking in exactly the way that he is, he's just going to feed off that and spiral and carry on going. He won't get any dissenting voices, and therefore everything he hears will be telling him, "You're absolutely right, Em."
I agree. And Heretic, I prayed with him the other day because he was doing the devil stuff, and I said, okay. So then he said, prove to me that you don't that you're not being fooled by the devil. I said, okay, and it came to me, and I said, okay, let's pray. And he goes, what? And so we prayed for a second, and I was horrible at it because I don't know what the hell I'm doing. And I said, he goes, well, did you mean it? I said, well, I meant to pray with you the best I could, whether I believe that anything's there. I said I would never lie to you, but I said I did really try and pray with you. I said, because I know your scripture says that where two or more gather, the God will be with you. And if God's with us, then Satan couldn't be with us. And if I'm still sounding the same, then I must not be speaking from Satan, being blinded by Satan. I really hoped that would have worked at the moment, but and he did give it a little pause, but then he went on to something else. So. But I think the way that was getting back to what your point is, and I think you're very, very right. But I don't know that challenging those people in his room in front of him would be a good idea. I think it's one of those things that you would have to, like PM him or something and say, hey, dude, you're not helping.
That's what I was saying.
I couldn't do that. I was really impressed with Alex Bottoms.
I didn't see what he did.
Alex did a great job. Heretic, but the thing, I expressed my concern that, like you said, if we stop, what's going to be left is the bottom feeders, the Ernies, the Arcades.
Yes, and they will.
Yep. Absolutely. And I said that on my video, that I'm pretty sure I did, that I was concerned that that would happen, right? But do we engage with him, in his hangout, or like Sugar says, I think it's best that we talk to him privately. We try to maybe get him out of having an on-air hangout, get him into off-air hangouts more. Get him more, just talking maybe one-on-one, and get him out of the live on-air hangouts where the Ernie and these rest of these pawn fucking scum can get in there and start whispering shit in his ear.
Who's already been doing it? Who's been doing that?
I can't, though.
It's Cliff Stamp, and I have been talking with him, and Cliff's been doing a lot of behind-the-scenes talking. Cliff just asked me to have a behind the scenes with him, but I'm not going to be here, so somebody else is going to have to do it with him. I'm sure he can do it on his own, but I think if it were me, if I were going to stay here, I would definitely do that. I mean, that's why I was going back into his room, because I hadn't been there for a while. But don't just, whatever you do, don't expect to be able to save him, right? Because you didn't start it, you can't stop it.
Right.
You could do everything you can. Protected, he's respected, and the bottom feeders don't get to him, because that's really so important. You guys have got it spot on, exactly what he needs.
And to minimize the damage. I mean, yes, we can't save him. We're not in a position to do so. We can run interference from these people, but that's the best I can do. I mean, we only have so much responsibility. But I think going into his hangouts and exacerbating the issue, I think is having a harmful effect. And I think Alex did a beautiful job. I think what he did was just the best he could possibly did in that situation. I don't think he really knew what he was getting into to the depths of
I'll have to
madness.
watch it. Was it yesterday? MK's yesterday, or?
Yeah.
I'll
I mean, he was
watch it.
tall, but I mean, if you see it yourself, it's hard, right? I mean.
Yeah, it is really hard to watch. Really hard.
But what
the other thing I wanted to tell you real quick, just one thing before I forget to tell you, whenever you're dealing with a psychiatric patient or anybody who is in crisis, reinforce reality. It doesn't mean to be hard and to be a hard ass, but just say things like, I understand that that's the way you may see it or feel, but that is not what I'm experiencing right now. Something to that effect that reinforces reality without being,
something you can taste, touch, smell, feel, see.
Yeah, because you never tell, like the old days they'd go, hey, you get the guy with the tinfoil hat, right? And you'd say, hey, go get in my ambulance. My ambulance has a special shield around it, and the aliens can't get to you. Well, that's good. You can get him into the ambulance that way, but you won't get him out when you get to the hospital. So there's nothing to be had by playing into the delusions. Like if they're hallucinating or seeing things, you acknowledge, I hear that you're seeing those things, but I got to tell you, from where I'm sitting, I don't see any of that, and I do apologize, but I'm not seeing that. Mm-hmm. So it's that kind of stuff, reinforcing reality, that's really important.
What Alex did was he got MK talking, and I hadn't seen anybody doing that.
Good.
Recently. MK has been berating. What I will say is, I can't do what Alex does. So a lot of people can't. I don't have those skills to be able to do it, and I react to people in certain ways that doesn't help, which fits in with what Steve was saying. My contribution, it probably doesn't help in any way, shape, or form, but other people can. The other interesting bit is that many people can't now go in and converse with MK because they're blocked. And the really, really interesting aspect of that was Xbox Fiend did a hangout after the Alex thing last night, and then there was a message comes up that MK wanted to join in, and he's in the outside chat, and he can't get in. And he can't get in because he'd blocked most of the people in the bloody hangout. It's unlucky. But that also means he is negating his own ability to converse with others unless they are on his hangout.
Right.
And because he can't go anywhere else. He's blocked so many people from this community. He cannot get into any other hangout at all, because it's his choice that he's blocked them. And the idea that those people will drop out of a hangout to let him come in because he blocked them, screw that. Nobody's going to do it.
Right. And he should feel the consequences, I think, of his actions. I mean, if you're going to block, then stick to that, I mean, you know what I mean? That people should make, let me think. If he were in crisis, if he said, let me in, I got to get in, and he needed something, then of course, let him in. But otherwise, if he's blocking people, then he ought to have to live by that blocking, don't you think, or no?
Well, he can easily get over it by unblocking everybody he's blocked. And then he can go in, and then he can have that chat.
Yeah. Okay, good. I want to make sure I was hearing what you were saying.
Yeah, absolutely right. I was watching Artist had a little chat with him. I think it was yesterday or the day before, or tried to, and just couldn't get anywhere at all.
Yeah, that's right.
It's hard,
You think Sugar it would be best to just let himself burn out this stage he's in, just let it burn out for now and come back? I mean,
well, I think watching him, making sure that people don't play with him, because when Rob was getting you know, when Rob was going through his thing, I mean, people were going to troll him. He was still a grown-ass man. He had control over certain things, but the things I looked out for was people just being unusually cruel, right? Because you can't babysit everybody, and it's not that they're not capable. It's just that if somebody has impaired faculties, you just, you know, I think we ought to look out for another person like that just to make sure someone doesn't cross a line, you know.
Yeah, and that's what I've been doing. I mean, that's why I'm telling everybody now that Ernie Deaver and the rest of them, they're scum. They're pieces of shit.
Yeah.
And they literally need to go fuck off and die because what they're doing is disgusting.
Yeah. Now you guys know how I feel. That Rob thing came on the tail end of the last fiasco, and I was like all freaked out. And it's hard when, you know, when you care for other people, and in this situation where you don't really know these people and we're in separate places, it's frustrating.
Yeah, but we just want somebody being taken advantage of, and that's what Darwin and these guys are doing to him.
Well, I got to admit something. I'm actually a little disappointed with MK's parents or whoever is controlling his internet access. If they really cared about the guy, they'd cut the feed.
Yeah, no doubt, right?
Well, let's take a look at this. Let me shift your paradigm for just a second. We don't know what the worst that he can get is, right? Quite possibly he could get really destructive. For all we know, this is very productive for him. It keeps him focused. It keeps him in one spot.
Like an outlet.
Yeah, because sometimes having mentally ill family members is very difficult because you have this, you know, commitment to the illness, but then there's the love that you have for as a family member. Seeing them in decline is often hard on the family. So there's a lot of different dynamics, and if you can get your family member happy and engaged in something, you'll take it. You'll take that in anything. But
I can understand that.
This is an interesting bit, though, Kaiser. I think from what I've heard from the past, MK is actually there looking after his mother.
Yeah.
And that's really concerning. That's really concerning because what you're saying is it should be the other way around. Now, the really interesting thing from the Alex bit wasn't the headline news of M would kill babies if he thought God was telling him to. Right. It was actually when Alex asked him, "What do people in your real life think?" And he said, and MK admitted they're worried. They're concerned.
Okay, good. Okay, well, so then they're on high alert.
Keeping it into reality like you were talking about, right, Sugar?
Well, they convinced him to go seek help at one time. He just didn't think it was very productive.
Yeah. The problem with the mania part of bipolar is they get the delusions of grandeur, and they believe that they are either God or he's fighting Satan or they're the greatest in the world, and they get so used to this hypermania state that when they come down, the real low part, it's just really low.
Well, he's compared himself to Christ.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, it is delusions of grandeur. That's exactly what those are. And what happens is when you medicate bipolars and they get flatlined, kind of just regular, you know, not a whole lot of ups or downs, that's when often they will unfortunately make attempts on their life because they're so used to the ups and the downs. They like the up part of their personality, and they feel like they've lost themselves.
Sounds like heroin addiction, man.
So if he's in a manic phase, I mean, when's the crash?
Well, it depends on each person. They all have slightly different cycles. Now, he was like doing less hangouts for a while. Remember, he was doing them all the time, and then all of a sudden they got less and less. So I don't know how his cycle goes. I mean,
that's because he was out on the streets preaching.
Was he?
I have no idea. I don't know.
You actually had me, dude.
He's good. Heretic's good.
April Fool's was yesterday.
I know.
Yeah, but I could be a fool any day, mate. Any day.
I texted my boss. I quit. No, he's cool. You know.
That's good. Oh my goodness. My nose is all stuffy. Yeah, I just I feel so bad for the guy.
But when you're talking about manic depression or bipolar, and you're saying he's on the manic phase, is that the upswing or is that the downswing? Because I'm not convinced he's on an upswing. I think he's spiraling down and down and down. I mean, some of the anger that is there seems to be feeding a force within him that's making him this way. And I see it as a downswing heading into depression.
It could be that downswing.
But that's where I bipolar. It's just weird. It's
I mean, you can have a manic phase, right, and still be like overall have having a mental breakdown and still be in that manic phase. I mean, he's obviously degrading.
Well, that's the weird side of it, right? Is because you're starting at one point and you go up, and you start to get really, really high, and it's the delusions of grandeur, and then of course the free falls coming down, right? If you look at it like an infinity sign, right? But then we'll make it the letter 8, sort of, and then you're going up, and then you're going to come down the other side, right? And then you're going to come down low, and then come in the middle. So
I think out laughing. He was doing that with his fingers. He's like, 3 and 1. He's like, oh wait, I don't want to flip you off. He's like, oh, that's a sign of Satan, and wait, that's a sign of Satan, and it's like.
I was hoping he was just trolling us or something. I don't know.
A few people were thinking so, but I just don't. He couldn't be trolling for this period of time with this depth, and why would he? And even if he was, to troll with this kind of conviction is a mental disorder in itself.
One thing I can definitely tell is that this feeling of empowerment or just self-empowerment, it's what he's trying to keep.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
It's true, and if he could maintain a balance, this is one of those times when I say, okay, fine, if this is the way they can manage it well, I mean, I wouldn't mind all religion going bye-bye, but I certainly, if this is what works for somebody.
This is a byproduct of fanaticism, and
that eventually. Well, I think bipolar is a chemical imbalance. I don't think this is not.
Well, I'm not saying otherwise, but no, that's not what I'm saying, Sugar. Of course it is.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You misunderstood. What I'm saying is that
I did.
What's going on with him is the religion aspect is not due to religion. It's due to evangelicals pushing him, and literally, I can tell you right now, I think that if half the people didn't go in the room, especially the so-called Christians ones, he would not be in anywhere near as bad a shape as he is now.
I just think the guy's just trying to feel important, or I mean, everybody needs to feel valued. I just think the guy's trying to feel valued in some way, just to and it's.
He's feeling valued right now. He's feeling more valued than any of us, but unfortunately, it's being driven by chemicals where it's telling him that he is more valuable than the rest of us.
Exactly.
Talking about chemicals, I mean, there was a period a little while back, it was only a couple of months ago, 3 months ago maybe, when he was really, really talking about how much he wanted to get back into marijuana.
Right.
And take a lot of stuff. And there's a lot of people that are on G+, who all talk about, marijuana's really good for you, there's nothing wrong with it, there's this, that, and the other, and blah, blah, blah. And it's not addictive, and it doesn't lead to this, that, or the other. And they totally miss the fact that the THC content of marijuana since the 1990s has gone through the roof, and that has reduced the amount of content of the other non-psychotic element of marijuana, which is
CBD.
CBD.
Yeah.
Because they work in a counter opposite way. So the more THC you've got, the less CBD you have, and that is what makes people psychotic. Whereas the CBD gets rid of the psychosis stuff. Of course, there's no proof.
Okay, can I have a small counter argument with that? Now, I wouldn't say counter argument, but a different contemplation. That would be a better way to put it.
There you go.
from my experience, I mean, I've been around a lot of people who smoked weed, and there's something I really saw, about people that smoked weed. The people that like when they go through a long period, years and years smoking weed, and then just completely lose it, like for the lack of better words, smoke themselves retarded. I found that it's not the weed that caused them to go crazy. It's they were crazy to begin with. This group, this demographic was crazy to begin with, and the weed just made them more free to just bring out that. There are plenty of people in the world that have smoked weed for years, and they don't go through that kind of crazy transition.
I think there's something in that, Kaiser. I think it impacts certain people in certain ways, which is why you cannot categorically say marijuana causes this, that, or the other, because it doesn't with some people and it does with some people. Maybe not a lot of people, but it does.
Yeah, I think that's why doctors ought to keep researching it and be able to prescribe it better, for people so they can use it, like the children that need it for the seizures, the Charlotte's Web, that type of thing. But the other thing is, I was thinking that you have to look at the way, like the Native Americans or the Central and South Americans, the shamans and stuff, how they use that. Do they smoke it on a daily basis all day long, at 420 and 1620 every day, or do they, how do they do it?
It's not just. It does cause psychosis. It mostly does happen to people who do have that kind of genetic background for it. It will amplify most definitely, and for people with it, sometimes it can help them out, or it can amplify it even further. But to treat that, you don't use THC at all. It's the worst thing for them. You would use CBN, which has been shown in Vivo that it can help people. And because it's non-psychoactive, you're not going to get high from it. And there was a recent paper published in The Lancet, I do have it bookmarked, where it was given orally. I think it was in a liquid matrix, and it helped out a lot of people a lot of children with epilepsy. Yeah. But because that's non-psychoactive, they're not going to get high, and they're not going to get addicted or anything like that. So there's
those kids they get into like status epilepticus, where just continual seizures. I mean, they're deadly if not treated. And
do you guys really think that EMK is doing pot? We've all been around pot people. That is not pot.
No. I'm not saying that he was asking about it back then. Months ago, he was saying, "I really want to get back into smoking weed," and we were all.
I tell you what, he's not on weed.
Steve, you knew what Heretic was saying. That the weed nowadays, if you get a sativa blend, it is like fire, man.
Yeah, I had an edible once, and I was high for 3 days. It was
Well, it's not. Well, Heretic was really initially starting. Well, he was talking about MK wanted to do this because others were, and he was just wanting to get into it too because of a social
the cool factor.
Cool factor.
Yeah, and that's what they do. They talk themselves into it, but basically they're just trying to get some kind of balance. They're self-medicating.
Has he had a long history of marijuana before that?
He does have a small drug use history. To what extent Cliff couldn't get out of him too much.
So there's already a possibility there.
But it wasn't significant, and I think he denied it being a factor now. And he was real honest, so it wasn't as if he's been real deceitful or anything. He didn't have a problem telling that truth, which is good, I mean, you hope, yeah, exactly. You have to take everything with a grain of salt, but
that's what I hate with this fanaticism, this glorification of drug use these days. It's like, oh, fuck.
I've never seen
It's
somebody your
getting worse.
age feel that way. It's interesting. It's a usually.
I mean, yeah, I know.
I'm not. There's nothing wrong.
My age group do.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that.
They do.
Well, when I was saying before about people that they're going through long use of marijuana, they just end up going bonkers. I'm actually one major case was a person that I know well. I was his friend since I was 8 years old, and he by the time he was 13, 14, he clearly had some problems, mental. He was slow and stuff, and he got into drugs, and by the time he was 25, 26, he completely was just gone, man. So I mean,
I know, you never know. It's just, I think it's important that they get doctors involved on all this, especially like Heretic says, if it's going to be that much more potent than what you would normally find, you have to have a standardized dose,
Yeah, not only
Not
that,
even that. You
all
can
those,
you can
concentrates.
use things. Yeah, but even still, you don't need to use marijuana at all. You can use, example, CBN.
Oh,
Now it's
yeah.
now a proper medication, and potheads have no excuse now for saying they're going to use it for medical treatment. When you have things isolated from the plant to use for treatments, potheads are without excuse to use marijuana, and that's the driving point. And just for side reference, in the side chat, I did post the research paper on CBN.
Hey.
Very good stuff.
No marijuana ranting. Whatever I do. It's funny. I was just gonna say because I don't use it myself, but I actually have no problem with it, and I'd rather see people smoke a little bit once in a while than be an alcoholic or go into any other drugs. But that's just me. I think one should evaluate themselves, speak to their doctor, and remember and make sure that it's not being used as a crutch or, I don't know. I can't.
Yeah.
This is actually a question I've never asked before, and I never really thought about it till the CBM thing really got brought up here. But if you smoke marijuana that was CBM rich, whatever, the one that's good, the THC at low levels, will that still cause appetite increase?
I don't know.
Not too sure. I'll have to look at the PK and PD.
Yeah,
I'm asking this particularly because of how cancer patients, when they go through chemotherapy and they'll have such nausea where they're prescribed marijuana, so they'll eat.
Yeah, I tried that 15 years ago after I had gastric bypass surgery because I lost a bunch of weight, and I had lost so much weight that they had to stop the surgery. But I had no hunger at all, so for about a week I smoked just to try and see if it would kick my hunger in, but it didn't. So I stopped.
And the thing with nausea and so forth, it can cause hyperemesis, and that's one of the worst things you can have. If you're, it's like nausea on fucking steroids.
Jeez.
So if you're thinking you're going to use marijuana if you've got nausea, you might get fucking hyperemesis and you're all fucked.
But
so
on the other side of it,
sorry.
On the other side of it, if you have cancer, but the other side of it is if you have cancer and it does help you, then if it makes you more comfortable, I wouldn't use it for nausea if I didn't have cancer. I don't think, I probably just I've used the Zofran before, but it's so bad for you. Pharmaceuticals.
Wait, what?
Don't let me pharmaceutical rant.
I won't rant. I won't rant.
I won't let you marijuana rant if you don't let me pharmaceutical rant.
Sugar. I actually I have Tourette's. Fortunately, I don't have any kind of vocal tics that I can't get completely suppressed for extremely long periods of time. But,
I have some friends with Tourette's. It's like that's our heart. We love people with Tourette's.
But my people. Well, when I was when I was like 13, 14, 15, my pediatric neurologist had a brilliant idea. She said it worked, on many cases, and she wanted to try this medication out on me and to see if it worked. And sure enough, it worked fantastic. Anytime I've actually had to go back on medication during my adult life. But if I ever do need to go back, this is what I would take because it works for me. It's a drug called Catapris, also
Yeah,
called
Catapris.
and it works brilliant. It was originally designed for hypertension, and I'd take a 0.2 mil of that, and I'm good. It reduces the tics, calms me down, lowers my blood pressure at the same time. Got to be careful coming off of it, but it works like a charm.
Yeah, it's amazing how many meds their side effects really end up helping, other issues.
Multi-purpose and not a scheduled
Yeah,
drug.
not nice. Yeah, I can't completely hate pharmaceuticals. I mean, they do some good things,
Yeah, and most of them with the side effects are pretty minimal. You might get a rash. You might get a bit drowsy and so forth. But it's most of the time it's nothing so dramatic because it won't get past regulatory bodies, not even the companies themselves. They really don't want to put out something on the market that's where the adverse is worse than the benefit.
Not anymore.
When I get into that, all right. When my side effects get into the area of something like anal leakage, fuck that. You can have.
Yeah, I agree with you. But I think isn't it MMA? It only has to happen to one person, or they only have to have one report of a side effect, and they have to include it. If I'm not mistaken. So just because it says it doesn't mean it's like a big chance. Not a guaranteed.
It's like vaccines. It's like, well, for every 1 million vaccines distributed, it's like one person has compensation from that program in the US, and it's like, well, that's statistically insignificant. And I have to see people as statistics. It's a bit of a shit way to look at it, but I will see people as a statistic instead of actual people and actual people.
That's okay, because there's a 50% chance I'm not going to remember this anyways, or you. So, get it?
It's like, what's the deal with showing an antidepressant commercial on TV, and the first side effect that may cause is suicidal thoughts? I mean, with the irony of that.
Oh, isn't that crazy? I know. I don't know what that is.
Only if you put it on your day.
Yeah.
If you do have to use it, then you're gonna get it can lead to worse things, and that's where you have to take it as prescribed, the amount, so forth. And that's why with pharmaceutical drugs, you have dosages, these have been evaluated. With marijuana or anything else that's included in the herbal medicine bullshit.
Whoa.
I mean it's going to have that dosage to account for, and if you abide by that, you should be fine. And then the big thing now is precision medicine, which fucking Obama, I love him, has ordered precision medicine. So it looks at genomics.
Nice.
So individual people get tested, and then they figure out a drug for you based on your genetic makeup and so forth.
Oh, I love it.
So
do you know what that reminds me of? That reminds me of the hospital visit in Idiocracy, when it's like, this goes in your mouth, this goes in your ear, this goes in your butt.
I
love that movie, Idiocracy.
I don't want to go to that hospital, okay? No, I don't.
Everything.
I'm a lot of fun, but I'm not that much fun. Crazy.
Oh, but yeah, Idiocracy is a funny movie. Where they think everything should be watered with fucking Mountain Dew or some shit.
I have to watch this movie.
Yeah, it's a few years old.
It's got blueprints.
Yeah.
Look, I'll put it to you this way. Like, this will make you really want to watch it. Idiocracy was produced and written by the same guy that made Beavis and Butthead, Mike Judge.
Oh, love him. He did. He also did Hank Hill, or King of the Hill, right?
Yep, he made a couple of movies. Office Space is one of his early works. Got into a movie.
Love that.
Extract was another movie he made.
Extract. Oh, I don't think I saw that one. I wanted to. Extract. Office Space was one of my favorites when they were going stick time on the fax machine. They were just like, they were playing that rap song.
But Idiocracy makes you think about how important education is. It's like you watch that movie and you'll learn to respect the school system and so forth. Like if something like that happened, just watch that and you'll think, you'll see just how important education is. Like imagine a world where all the smart people died and then you have what's left. It's like, well, fuck.
It's funny. It's funny you say that because I just left a hangout that I'm pretty sure that happened. Because all that was left was dumbasses.
I joined one with all dumbasses with fucking Tommy was in there, and this was a few hours ago. I'm like, oh fuck, I left in like 20 seconds.
Yeah,
and then
I
thank
did
you,
worse.
Jesus,
I did worse
called me
than
a
that.
coward.
Thank you, Jesus.
It's like he thought of the first thing he could think of to get out of jail. It's like, excuse me, sir, I'm in the wrong line. I'm supposed to be getting out of jail.
Look at Down's over there sleeping like a baby. He's such a beauty. I gotta hit the little girl's room. Be right back.
Sugar, don't you wish you were laying up next to that and he'd be cuddling with you? And don't you wish that?
Haven't you guys heard? Max spent last night. Max spent 2 hours last night telling me why I'm a whore.
Max hangs out?
No, Max. Or Mac. Sorry, Mac.
Which Max?
Oh, Mac Thomas.
Yeah, Mac Thomas for 2 hours, maybe more than that. And
so he was describing to you various feats of sexual prowess, because that's what.
No, he flat out called me a whore. Yeah.
You haven't had sex. You're like the only person on G Plus that's had probably sex less often than I have in the last couple of years.
Yeah, and you should have seen that look, or you should have heard the look on his face, if you know what I'm talking about. When I said I haven't had sex in 18 months, and he goes, "What?" I'm like, "Yeah, who's your whore now?"
Yeah, I mean, you pretty much tied my record here.
Oh well, you should have been in the hangout I was in earlier with Annabelle when she was just calling me a whore, a trashy whore, and how every man in G Plus has had me. So you fuckers must be at the bottom of the barrel because I haven't had any of you.
I know, I'm telling you. Hey, MMA, we suck because Sugar's fucked everybody but us.
But you guys.
Wow, that's not a whore. We call that a bitch.
Yeah. And apparently a tired bitch too, right?
That's the difference between a whore and a bitch. Is a whore will sleep with anybody, but a bitch will sleep with anybody but you.
You, right? Yeah, I could not believe. I sat in that hangout just being quiet for a while, and I just to troll her, just to make her squirm, and you should have seen her squawk, and of course then at one point I made the mistake of opening my mouth, and I didn't give a damn because she's just talking bullshit, just bullshit. And the more lies that she's spewing, and the more I'm sitting back going, this is good. It's just getting easier and easier because it's like now it's into the ridiculousness. So I'd go, prove it. Prove it. Could you prove it? And she'd say, I have the proof and I'll get it. No, I won't. And she'd go on and I go, okay, why don't you just prove that, okay? All right, prove it. So then all of a sudden I got dropped from the call, from the room just as I'm about to say my side of it, right? And so I write to Amon, and I said, did I get dropped or did I get kicked? I said, did I get kicked? The next thing I hear from the hangout is, Sugar says she got kicked. Who kicked her? Oh, she's lying again. I'm like, I kept writing in the outside chat. I asked if I got kicked. It's so hysterical. And they're going, calm down, sis, honey, calm down.
Calm your tits there, Sugar. Calm your tits. Yeah.
I know, and I'm like, oh yeah, she called me sugar tits the whole time. And I said, yeah, I'm fine. I'm not upset, whatever. I said, what? Why don't you just prove it? Now, I got a little uppity for about, 10 minutes, but I was there for a couple hours.
I don't even know what to make of Annabelle. Don't think I've ever talked to this woman, and like one day she'll sit and talk trash to me in the side chat. The next day, she'll be, being kind of nice, saying how smart I am. I'm like, who the fuck is this chick? I ran into her on a hangout once, I think I told you. Once, and I didn't even talk to her for very long. I don't know this person. I don't want to know this person. I don't care about this person.
Yeah. Well, this is, the thing was, Ermine came in and her and I got into it, and Brojo kicked us both. And so.
Oh, wow, really?
Well, here's the thing. I mean, I actually punched out. I knew he was going to push the button, so I punched out. But neither here. I mean, it didn't matter. We were both screaming like banshees, and it was inappropriate.
Oh, dude, Ermine. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
No. Well, but what she's saying, right? This PDF. They're threatening me with this PDF thing, right? I said, go ahead. And while you're there, watch Bunto's dogfight and listen to Annabelle say, I'm the one that leaked that information. They won't do it. They won't listen. They won't do it. I never said Mark and I broke up. She did. And they have blamed me from it from the beginning, and they refuse to just...
And you wonder why I'm not going to get involved in anybody in the G Plus community.
I'm done with them. I'm absolutely done with all of them.
That's why I'm like, people are talking shit. I'm like, look, I'm hanging out with Lyrical. We're friends. She lives close. That's it. It's like, don't try read more into this bullshit. Because I'm not going down that path of fucking you guys. No offense.
So they kicked me. I just sat there and I watched and I watched and I watched, and people are asking me questions. I'm like, why? Why should I get upset at this? I'm not even in the least upset. They really sold it hard, and I love the fact that they just painted me. I'm a wild, out of control, completely insane. Please.
Okay, you did do that. You did do that really well. I gotta admit. So maybe there might be just something to that one.
Please, yeah.
Go.
They were telling me how desperate I am, and even Seamus tried it, and I said, go ahead, Seamus. Tell me what how I am. I said, really? I said, do you think that I couldn't?
You've had sex with Seamus?
No, I haven't. No. That's why I was pissed.
Oh, okay. He's on the bottom of the barrel too. Then, okay, good.
I said, Seamus, do you think that I'm not having sex because I don't want, or because I can't, or because I don't want to, or because I'm choosing not to? He goes, you're not the upper echelon of women. I said, oh, yes, I am. And he got real quiet. Of course I'm not, but I thought I just would screw with him. But
all right, I'm getting yelled at by the wife. I got to check out, guys.
Peace, brother.
All right, later.
Thanks for coming in, man.
Dude, I was in a hangout a couple of days ago, which the topic was SJW.
Oh.
With her main or whatever. He got so pissed off if I pronounce. Oh my god.
The funny thing is Annabelle was just the whole time, right? And just going crazy. So then Hermine comes in, and of course she sounds like the voice of reason. She comes in very diplomatic and very professional and says, okay, here's the PDF, and this is what we failed to. She says, now, Sugar, in the very beginning, some of us have been around here for 15 years or so on the internet, and in the very beginning I was really concerned about you and your inconsistencies. She says, I'm not going to call them lies, I'm going to call them inconsistencies. And I can tell you that I've done a lot of weird things around here, but not once have I lied. I just have no need for it. There's just nothing I do that's that bad that I need to lie about. I mean, I'll tell you what I do in my personal life, right? But that's not a lie. If you ask me directly, I will tell you. So and I'm thinking, for the first 6 months I was here, I could do no wrong. I didn't have not one enemy. I went into any room that I wanted. I mean, they charmed me hard because they dropped me hard too. They went, nope, no more fun for you. I'm like, I don't know what she's talking about.
Yeah, Hermaine actually believes that PC works on G+, which is irony in itself.
I mean, Mark brought like 30 people over to my real name Facebook page. They're all on there. They can all see that my life is exactly the same as I say it is. Right? There's no difference. And if they don't like my compassion, You think you're so, oh, life is sacred. You just think you're so much better than the rest of us. I said, yeah, because that's what I do. I go around going, oh, I'm so much better than you because I'm like, I don't know
Why
how
do
you
you
feel.
deal with her anymore? I mean,
Oh,
can't you
no,
just
no.
like
No, I
perma
did
block
that.
her and just like be done
Look,
with it?
I had her blocked, and she gets a sock account, and
Mhm.
then Holy Spackle gets a sock account. They just keep getting sock accounts, and Renee, and they follow me all the time.
Renee
And see, of
Nini?
course,
Renee
yeah,
Nini? She doesn't
Renee's,
like
yeah.
you. She doesn't like you
Oh,
either.
God, no.
Oh, I invited her. Sorry.
Oh, no, let her come in. I'll sit here and say nothing. Let her
Yeah.
do whatever she wants to do.
She's not going to show up, but I'm just saying. I didn't know you.
She will.
You
If
got
you
to keep
tell
me
her I'm here,
posted.
she will. But please don't, because I'll
You
leave.
got to you got to You got to let me know who you get along with, who you don't, because I can't keep track of everything like this, man.
It's not me. It's not me. I'll get along with anybody.
So do you get along with do you get along with Irene?
Well, wait a minute. No, ask me the question the right way. I can get along and be an adult with anybody.
No, do they get
Okay?
along with you? Do they like
No.
you?
No.
Okay. So, yeah. Deidre, really? Deidre too?
Yeah, they used to, but no. They all jumped on Mark's bandwagon, and what it is.
Huh. Well, I like Mark. I like Mark, and I didn't jump on his bandwagon. I like
Here's
you
the
too.
thing. Here's the thing. Mark and I have been talking behind the scenes just fine as friends, not even interested in. And Annabelle just says she wants to get back with him. I'm like, whatever. Say what you want. Listen, that's enough of that. That's enough of that. Because it's just silly.
Well, she just seems like a drama whore to me. I mean, that's all I get from Annabelle. Is every time I see her posting something, it's always the same shit. It's always drama. She doesn't talk about anything else.
That's what she tells me I do.
And I'm like, let it the fuck go, people. I mean, it's just
I just don't
absurd.
Yeah, I don't care about it anymore. That if people can't see it, that's on them. I'm not going to waste time.
I got nothing against the woman. I'm just from what I've observed. The woman seems to have issues. Like just I don't know. She's just very catty.
You guys still talking about Hermione or Hermione, whatever?
No, Annabelle.
Same thing. If you Google internet psychology, trolls, and narcissism, all those 4 words, look and see what comes up in Google and read the articles. You will just go, oh shit, I've seen that. I know that person. Because the internet, we're thick with antisocials and all kinds of things.
Well, I guess, like I said, the topic of the hangout that her name, whatever her name was, I can't even say it.
Ermine. Just think of that. Look at it. Air, like you breathe, and mean, because she's mean. So Ermine.
That's perfect. Ermine. The topic was SJW phenomenon. Social justice warrior phenomenon, and I'll give me a second here. Got a little brain lag. Give me a second. The event I brought up was something that I never mentioned. It came from Bill Burr, and nobody in the entire hangout recognized it or at least didn't say they recognized it from Bill Burr. Was from one of his stand-ups where he said he was in Dallas and went to a bar, or at least, he went to a bar or heard about this and said that a waitress and a manager made a joke and wrote it on like a chalkboard saying, "We like our beer like we like our violence, domestic."
Nice.
And
that's good. I like that.
And it was like a local joke, and this one person came in offended, asked to take it down, and the manager was like, "Well, that's how we like it here. You go fuck yourself and have a beer."
Go fuck yourself and have a beer. That's what I would say. Be like, go fuck yourself and have a beer.
When I was relating this to something else in the hangout where on the opposite, I was trying to neutralize the whole SJW phenomenon with this thing where the manager gets fired, the waitress gets fired, all because of somebody Facebooking it. They don't like it and causing all kinds of stuff, and I can't remember how related to it, but it was beautiful, but it blew her. I mean, she really could not contain herself for very long after that.
That's funny. SJWs, they.
Oh my God! I like G Whistler like most of the time, but when he gets into his SJ Warrior mode, I can't. I'm not a big fan of SJ. Okay, actually, I hate.
Don't we all have our own SJ warrior though in us?
No.
Don't we all have a little SJ warrior?
No, fuck off. I'm not an SJ warrior.
He's in denial. He's in SJW denial.
I am not. I'm not a denial. I mean, I'm. What is it? My own self-righteousness.
I have to admit there is a bit of tier level classes. TIER. I mean, not TAR.
Sure. Gotcha.
There's a level of trolling and memes in which I think are necessary, but it gets to the crazies where you're like going to the where it can be. It's a double-edged sword. I guess you could say that it's a double-edged sword.
Yeah, I think so. I find that like whenever I watch any feminism stuff, I just get so sick to my stomach. I'm just like, oh God. But then you think, well, I
can't
guess
believe
it's
fucking Saki.
Milo.
No, go ahead.
Milo Yiannopoulos was also a topic of that.
That. Sarkeesian, what's she doing now?
I don't know. I just
Another
can't believe she
crowdfunding?
went to fucking to the UN. I just think, come on, United Nations, you're better than this. I mean,
they're sending her to the United Nations. I mean, I think we might be on opposite sides, aren't we?
For what?
Aren't we? You're happy with Sarkeesian going to the UN?
Oh fuck no! I'm saying no. It's fuck that she went there. I mean, I said for United Nations, you have better standards. I'd rather put a bullet in my own head than fucking support her.
But did you hear them defending? I mean, Whistler was defending Sarkeesian the other day, and he didn't even know what he didn't know about the UN. He didn't know about what she did on campus to try to get people to have to write apology letters if they got accused of a crime. He didn't even know anything about her background, and everybody's like, "Gee, this is not a good lady. Okay, this is not somebody who's just advocating for women's rights here. This is a fucking walking PR." Person.
Money leeching.
Yeah, and she's doing this. This is a confabbed thing that she has from the beginning has made into a very lucrative business for herself. That's it.
Yeah. Also, there was another chick. There was another chick, right?
Oh, I'd still fuck her though. I'd still fuck her.
Yeah.
Can you guys link something on the chat in the message link? Because I'm not familiar with this situation.
Just go to Thunderfoot's videos and you'll find.
Oh God! Okay, her.
Yeah. Go to ABC. What's it like to be a Gamergate?
Okay, I got you.
There's another one though that was doing this talk at some.
I gotta go to the little girls' room. I'll be right back.
There was this one that was at like a university kind of conference thing. And she was saying how men shouldn't monopolize public speaking forums and lectures and so forth. Then her suggestions. Women should always speak first. A conference should not be held unless a woman is present. So on and so forth. I'm thinking, wait, so you say men can't monopolize, that kind of stuff, but you're just doing that with your recommendations. How the fuck do you not see that contradiction? What the fuck? As she's reading this out, how is that not apparent? They're saying for men not to monopolize this shit, but you yourself are monopolizing it for women. That these shouldn't exist unless a woman is present, and that women should always speak first, so on and so forth. What the fuck? They're poisoning education. It's disgusting.
I mean, I don't think it should matter who's just have the person that needs to be speaking first. Who gives a damn if it's a man or a woman? I don't. I mean,
well, yeah, they did though, and it was disgusting because I mean they we're not going to have, we don't want equality, we don't want egalitarianism, we don't want the same rights for men and women, we want special privileges. It's like fuck you.
Yep, it's just like fucking Muslims. Like with God is no his name. Side 10 Atheist, who did that video comparing feminism to the Muslims, and Richie Dawkins shares that, and then he couldn't go to that science fair or whatever the fuck it was. It was science and secularism or some shit. He couldn't go to that because this PC bullshit. He couldn't share something about of comedic value about feminism and Islam. Jesus Christ. They should have a law to pass these people shouldn't block people out, because of...
This isn't confirmed. The source I got this information from isn't exactly credible. It was from a radio station. I just wanted to see if you guys have heard about it or whether you can even confirm whether it was legitimate or not. But I heard from rumor, this is an unconfirmed thing, that Germany passed some law that made it to where worst sausages can't be sold anymore in certain establishments to satisfy the offended Muslim population there now.
I don't think it's... if they're saying ban them, I say fuck that, Muslims can get fucked. But if it's allowing them to sell their own meat, whatever the fuck it's called, I forgot, then fine, there's nothing wrong with that. But if it's trying to mitigate our own meat produce, they can get royally fucked.
Yeah.
You mean the halal meat?
Halal.
Yeah.
Halal.
Yeah.
Halal.
Yeah.
It just sounded really for Germany of all places too. It just didn't sound legitimate.
Yeah, it doesn't sound right for Germany to do that. Yeah. But then they do have a problem. But they do have that problem where they get an influx of fucking refugees and so forth. A lot of them are going to be Muslim. So it's like, well, fuck.
They do have to end
I was going to make a joke, but I shouldn't.
German lawmakers fight politically correct sausage bans.
Well, because that's their way of eating. We had the same issue over here, with the Afghanis and more the Middle Eastern population, like in Dearborn, Michigan, where there's over 250,000. They've been there since the 50s, and they're American as you and me. But yeah, there's people get all freaked out about having to make special compensation for their food, but it's like they do it already they've always done it, but they made it seem like it's a new thing because they're Muslims and they want to be, they want to put down all people from all Muslims. And
well, no, I think it's a little more involved in that because it said here. Let me read it to you. A spreading decision to ban pork products from Germany's schools, daycares, and public facilities out of concerns for offending Muslims refugees has taken a twist and hit a wall, as Chancellor Angela Merkel's own CDU party's call to arms. Sausage prohibitions would be damaging to our nation's culture, or national culture. So, it does seem that they are trying to ban this.
Steve, you're breaking up pretty bad, man.
Oh.
Yeah, you're freaking out. Well, you got robotic. So what do you?
It means
it'll be better in a second.
Oh, go ahead.
If it means they are actually going to ban, then that's disgusting. They shouldn't do that. Have a balance so they can produce more halal if need be. But to ban the nation's already established pipeline of food products, that's disgusting.
That's like banning hamburgers from the United States. It's crazy.
It's one of those things where we just, do we want to respect somebody else's religion?
No.
I know you don't want to, but I live in the United States, and that's kind of our thing. That's kind of our thing, though, right?
No, not in schools. No, there's no respecting a person in schools. We don't sit there and say we're going to change the dietary supplements because people have a specific religion in schools. Okay, that is not how America works.
No. If there's a situation where it's like if you want to have let's how public schools serve lunch. You have a specific meal. Okay, you can diversify. There is a way to diversify. It doesn't mean that everybody has to conform to this. One thing. There's so much in the U.S. where you can actually diversify without this just
banning.
unilateral banning. Yeah.
Yeah, but they're banned.
because
They
that's what it's
banned it.
about.
They didn't diversify. This is a banning in Germany.
Yeah. Yeah.
But Germany, it hasn't gone with it. But
yeah, no banning.
If it's a banning, that should be rubbish. They can diversify for them by all means. That should be a thing.
Yeah.
No one disagrees. But if it's banning, they can get fucked. They can go back to Afghanistan. No.
Well, I think I have such a. When I first came over here, I was just like, no, just be so nice to the Muslims. They're not all killers and stuff, and I still feel that way. But I will admit that I'm a little more afraid, and I just don't know. I don't know what to do because I'm so ignorant So I just try and think and be lovey with everybody. I don't know. I could die crossing the street.
I have met and I'm actually very good acquaintance. There are a couple of Muslims that I know here and there. I want to take one for example. He owns one of the convenience stores in my area, and this guy came from I'm pretty sure it was Iran. If I'm mistaken, he was from Iran. And when I say he completely banished himself, he completely gave up that way of life. When I say he completely gave up, he is probably more American than I am.
What do they call that? Apostates? Is that right?
I'm not sure.
Apostate.
Well, if they left the religion, yeah.
Yeah, if they left,
completely abandoned his religion. I guess that would also make me an apostate, to be honest.
All of us. I mean, if you're if you are atheist, there's a couple guys in our community that are ex-Muslims and they're apostates. And there's one guy that's the same way. He's so American. It's like totally got away. Even though he's not even American, but he's like so American.
What the hell are we still doing up?
I'm doing I'm folding laundry.
Fucking other for me.
I've got a bunch of Muslim friends, and they're all bloody loopy fruits, just like most bloody Christians.
Damn you!
They're harmless.
Heretic, I'm thinking all your friends are a little loopy for some reason.
Speak up.
They're harmless enough unless and until you start talking to them about what they believe, which is exactly the same as with anybody else in terms of a religion. They believe in this bloody stuff, and then you're going, I always thought you were moderate, but now I'm really concerned that you're completely fundamental. And I have really, one of them's an imam, and and he's really high up in his local community, and that's the issue. I love having chats with him. He's a really nice guy. I work with him. The thing is, he has integrated. He works in the same building as me. He connects with everybody else. He's not insulated within his own community only. So he understands everything else. He understands it, and he lives within that society, and he marries up his way of living with our way of living. And I was chatting to him about this the other day. Just basically, how do we get more integration from more Muslims into the general society in the way that he does? It's not about sexual integration. It's not about anything like that. It's just about being part of general society and feeling that you're adding value and you have a reason for being in this country. And he sees it, and he absolutely agrees with me, and he doesn't have an answer necessarily, which I really respect him for, because I don't have an answer for it either. He's trying his best, but he's still fucking loopy. He's got these strange ideas. I asked him once, we were having one conversation once, and his daughter is around about the same age as my eldest son. And I asked it, and I said, well, if they got together and they wanted to get married, what would happen? and he basically said that his daughter would be cast out from her community. She would be no longer welcome. She would be forgotten by her family. He didn't talk about honor killings or anything like that. It was just basically you're kicked out. All of your background, all of your friends, all of your past history, all of your previous culture is gone because you're no longer part of it. And that really saddened me because that was the start of me thinking, actually, you're really fundamentalist. You're not extreme. He's not a terrorist in any way, shape, or form. But the moderate Muslim is fundamentalist in relation to following their religious edicts and their cultures, but they're not necessarily all dangerous, is what I would say.
Oh yeah, and that's what I felt. I feel like there's a guy that I really was. It was that guy that I told you sounds like you, heretic, and I thought he was you because I hadn't seen you for a while, and I was like, I wonder where he is, and then I heard him. I went, that's heretic, and he was speaking. I said, are you heretic? He goes, what? He thought I was really calling him a heretic, and yeah, it turns out he's Kashmiri. He's from Kashmir, and really, really nice man. We were talking about those types of things because he's not married. He's like 42 years old. I'm like, he was an ex-Muslim. I said, wait a minute, why aren't you married? He said, because I wouldn't have it, you know.
You're saying I sound like I'm an Indian?
No, he doesn't sound. He's British, and he does not have a.
His heritage is from
You
Kashmir.
sound like all the other fucking English people that we know. They all sound alike.
We all sound the same. It's
Australian
just like
or whatever the fuck you is, it don't matter. It's you're on that end of the world. It's the same, man.
You don't all sound the same.
All you white honky Americans all look the same as well.
Wasn't Freddie Mercury British from Indian descent?
Iranian.
Persian.
Persian,
Yeah.
Iranian, yeah.
I know that was totally off the subject, but I've had too many drinks tonight, so.
Good for you. Good. Everybody, I was gonna drink some wine myself, but then I got off.
No, I had like 6 beers the other day. I was like, oh no, never again.
I had a glass of wine, half a glass of wine yesterday, the day before. I didn't even finish it.
Yeah, I don't like to drink. I've lost all interest in drinking.
Yeah, just like sex, drinking. Who cares anymore?
I gave up sex, drinking, and smoking. I might as well go back to Mormonism.
You know what? I gave up better for me now.
I make a better Christian than most Christians.
Okay.
I don't smoke. I don't
Yeah,
drink.
right.
I don't do sex. I've got it going on, man. I got this shit down to an art form. I can totally do this way of life.
Hey,
You should do it. Please.
Take it down, Skippy.
Yeah.
Take it down.
No, but I don't like
You're
little
at a
boys
10.
either.
I gave up smoking, but I've got just too much Scottish in my blood to be quitting drinking. I just can't do that, man.
Oh no.
The three things that I used to enjoy the most, not the little boys, the smoking, but you know, and I don't do any of them, and I don't really miss any of them. So I guess that you can give up certain things.
Well, now that I know that I'm not Mexican anymore, now that I'm Middle Eastern or Jewish or something.
You're Hispanic. What the fuck are you talking about?
Not anymore. I didn't know this, but my uncle had my grandfather's DNA done, and remember how I didn't I tell you about this?
No, I don't think so. Would you find out some like Arabic in here or something?
There was a lot of questions around my grandfather's past because there was no connection. We couldn't figure out why.
You're black.
No, probably Jewish. The Jewish population that moved to South America. I wouldn't lie to you. That moved to South America, they would take the name of the town that they landed in or that they settled in. His last name was Medellin, like Medellin, Colombia, and that was the last name. He used to tell us. He had a very thick Spanish accent because he'd been there since he was a little boy. And he said for Christmas, he goes, "You know what we got for Christmas?" He goes, "They give us these little spinny things."
Dreidels.
Dreidels, right? And then he'd say, he goes, Friday night we sit around in the dark. Friday night we sit around in the dark. Sabbath? right? Just they're just sitting around in the dark, and then something about some Christmas tree thing, or that was a little bush or something, but I don't remember what that was. But in any event, yeah, not one bit of Hispanic blood.
So you're not a Gentile anymore?
Nope.
No, unless
No,
you're
I'm
no,
no
you're
longer a Shiksa goddess.
you're Shiska. No, you gotta be a Shiska
No.
because your mom's not Jewish.
That was only because of the rape and pillaging.
You're
It's
not one
in
of my
there.
people, man.
The
No.
blood's in there. Blood's in there. So,
No.
anyways,
Don't choose Jewish fallacy. No.
it's
You're not one of mine.
we can't confirm that it's Jewish. It's J1 and the what do they call it, haplotype or whatever it is.
Yeah, haploid 1.
Yeah, it said J1 is what it was. So that area. So it could be anything. You know, doesn't really matter.
I was about to ask you, does it really matter? I was just about to jump in and.
Doesn't. Nope.
Because it doesn't. I mean, the whole is it's just the whole sins of the father thing. We actually was talking about this in the SJW shit. I mean, this is one thing that was brought up, and I just really just called total bullshit. I don't care what. I am me. What the whole sins of the father crap is over. That doesn't exist anymore. This is, we're not in a feudal society anymore.
Yeah, it's not the Hatfields and the McCoys or the what is it?
Capulets and Montagues.
Montagues, yeah. Montagues. American education, gotta love it.
No, the only reason I knew any of that it was because I love to read. I love.
You get to read. I'm horrible at it. What was the last thing you read, Kaiser?
The last thing I read, oh man, this is embarrassing because I haven't read in a while. Actually, the last book I read was Stephen King's God. Now I got total. It was the 600-page. Hold on, what was the name of the damn book?
See, that's coming out.
What was the name of that damn book? With the freaking aliens and shit. It was where they had that metaphysical fight at the end. That
I don't know.
Dreamcatcher.
I don't know that one.
You never read that one?
I don't read. I mean, I do know how to read. I just am not a reader. I have ADHD pretty bad, so I don't.
No. Trust me, I have a worse case than you. I can tell. If you even saw me.
Mine really comes out as I'm trying to get shit done on the computer because I go from one to I can't get anything done. I need an assistant.
I understand. Believe me, I do understand. I know exactly what you're going through. Exactly.
Well, I didn't get diagnosed until I was 50 years old, and I just got by my whole life, and I worked on an ambulance, so it was always chaos. So I didn't really notice too much. I knew I was weird, but that was about it. Just weird.
And I was diagnosed when I was 7. That was in 1985. But the weird thing with me was back in the 80s when ADHD was first, legitimized.
Right.
The scrutiny that had to go through through with the prognosis and all and the diagnosis was so strict. And it really should never have gotten less strict. I have to be honest. It should never have gotten less strict.
Sure.
But, at that time, it took a year to diagnose me because the scrutiny was so high. I went through so many tests. One of them, which took the majority of that year time, which is why it was a year long, was I had to go an entire year without any unnatural sugar. From the time I was 6 to 7, any granulated I could not take in. I couldn't even have any syrup products. No unnatural sugar at all. And it was weird because after that was over with, with the exception of ice cream. To this very day, I have no real desire for candy at all. I don't even like milk. I have to eat dark chocolate. I don't care for milk chocolate at all. I have to eat dark chocolate.
Chocolate, yeah. Hey, Steve, Kaiser, guys, gentlemen, can you find the unnatural sugar on my body? Right there.
I like the hand.
Not real.
I like the hand clap. You got
unnatural. I hear unnatural sugar. I go, oh, they're talking about my fake boobs again, aren't they? You weren't. I know you weren't.
No, actually, I was interested in you just giving me a massage because I need some. I like rough, I need something to dig into.
I'm lazy. I know that's going to be the problem when if I finally get a boyfriend someday. I'm going to be so lazy. Be like, ugh, can't be bothered. I'm old now. Can you do that for me?
I don't know. You're not too old. You're not too old for me.
Get your feet under the table. Go on. Don't have to do anything after that.
But still, I can tell by your hands that you're really good at just digging into my back, and that's all that matters.
I think that's a fantasy he's having right there, gentlemen.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
Fantasy.
He's thinking of it.
Go with that.
Clawing into the back.
I love the adoration. I'm not going to lie.
I'm just talking about a massage here, man. There's nothing.
I'll give it right back. I adore you. I adore you. No, I adore you. Nothing gets done. We just adore each other all day. Oh, God. Never get out of bed. That was my third marriage. We never got out of bed. It was good.
That would explain a lot.
Shut up. Mm-hmm. This is why girls don't like me. This right here is why girls don't like me. Because as Max says, I'm a whore. And I'm not. I tried to...
If you were, what's wrong with being hoary?
Right, I said to Seamus, he goes, well, when I told him that Mac spent 2 hours telling me I was a whore, and Amon and Ludic were pissed, right? And I said, look, guys, I know I'm not a whore, so it's okay. It's just any other word. Let him do what he does. It's his religion. I'll allow it for the time being. But last night we had a guy come into the hangout, and he's been supporting Nadia for, I think, the last 2 years. He's been, giving her stuff from her. Or he's been, putting money into her Patreon. The guy got shot in the back like 5 years ago, and he barely has any money, but he always gives her a little bit. And it was his first time in a hangout, and he was talking to us. He's like, I know you. I've been watching you for all this time, and it was really neat, to sit around and talk about things that he knew about, but how would he know, other than he'd been watching us. It was funny. He kind of took the piss out of Palm a couple times. It was so funny. I got real irritated with Mac when that was a little hard. I was like, because he's a quadriplegic. But cool guy, really nice. Nice dude. You guys are all too quiet. Get your hands out of your pants.
No, I'm just mesmerized by this baby ostrich that's trying to look at me like I'm his mommy or something.
It's disguised. It's a lobster disguised as an emu.
Hey, the first time I ever heard about you was actually a long time ago in a G-Man hangout, and G-Man kept talking about this girl named Sugar. And I thought it was literally like some 300-pound, big beautiful black woman, And so I was like, when I first met Sugar, I was like, this doesn't really correspond to what I had in mind.
Skinny white chick?
Skinny white chick.
Come on here and give me some sugar, baby.
I always thought G-Man had a thing for sugar.
I think so too. I still think he does, actually.
He well, I tried to troll him the other day because I got bored in Neff's room, and because once I can get Neff to trigger, and he starts to get excited, I go, Evan, no, Evan.
Wait.
You get Nephi all worked up, sir.
I was about to say you can trigger Neff.
I got him to rage quit once. I got him to rage quit once in 15 minutes.
I'm subbing you right now.
Chick, I got Nephi to rage quit in a matter of like a minute. I mean, we've how many MMA, how many times has Nephi rage quit on us, man? I mean, like in my hangout.
Too many times.
Too many times to count.
He's premature.
He's premature in my hangout.
I did it my 4th month here, and I got. And let me brag just a little bit more. That day, that back to back, and I kid you not, Jack, teacher of the Bible, rage quit. Neff, rage quit. Christian Hillbilly says, "Well, Miss Sugar, I don't think I've ever heard an atheist say that, so I'm just gonna, tell you have a nice day." Boom, boom, boom. You know what? It was nothing. On today, when I look back on it, I go, that was nothing. But I felt powerful that day.
Hillbilly of all people's been posting. I'm going to debate you, Steve. I'm going to go toe to toe, and I'm like, I can't debate somebody who doesn't even know what a science book is. It's stupid.
He does.
No, he does not. He does not. Come on.
Don't be one of those people that believes that he's so stupid. He's not stupid.
Yes, he is.
A lot of these people, once they realize that you're not going to play their game and you're calling bullshit, you don't debate magic, things like that, and you explain it to them, that's what you believe, and you stick to it, and you kind of do what Sugar did, or myself or whatever. It's stupid. It's not. You'll get them to like drop their guard, and because they don't have anything for people that really just call bullshit and just because it's not part of their gig. You know what I mean? A lot of times they shut down.
I don't really. Yeah.
Are you saying Neff is some kind of method actor? I mean, how long did he?
No.
No, but see, Neff has an advantage in his room because like what he'll do is he'll mute you. He won't even tell anybody he's muting you. All of a sudden, he'll be like, "Oh, you don't have an answer," even though you've been muted, and he just sits there and spams mute on you, right? Then he boots you. So it's all on his territory now. He wants to debate somebody, but it's the same principle you're running into with Christian Hillbilly. How are they going to debate something when these are not debatable topics and they're not going to use actual science? Basically, they're saying literally, we want to debate you, but we get to make shit up.
Yeah, that's right. And Neff is really he's always got a couple little stragglers in there. I call them Evan's puppies. And this new kid that's in there is the Mr. T avatar.
Yeah, he's pretty cool.
Yeah, he's a cool kid. He came into Nadia's room one night and he was asking us the most basic atheist questions, and he was acting like these stupid people. They have no idea what they're talking about. And we challenged him on the concept, and he had no idea.
Wait,
no.
Heretic's on your special list too? Sure,
Yeah,
really?
not Heretic. Heretic's a brilliant man.
Yeah, no, he's on your special list.
Yeah, he is on my special list. He's on my.
Don't tell anybody.
He's on my special list.
I didn't go into details. That's coy. I didn't get into specifics. I thought I was like the only one, but that's okay. I don't have to be special.
I told you. I'm a whore. Oh, you know what I did?
With everybody but me.
I read a thing on the sacred.
Sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and MMA and Kaiser and Downs and everybody. Something about the sacred whore. It was this old ancient belief system, but it's a more egalitarian relationship between man and woman. One paragraph it said something like she makes love to her man in such a way that reminds him that he is God.
Yeah,
she takes the war off of him and she returns it to the earth. It's very woo woo, but it was very romantic sounding.
Yeah, whatever. So shit.
Reminds him that he's God.
Yes, I love that. By the way,
sorry, I'm just too I'm too masochistic to see it that way. I guess.
I hear you. Oh, I'm gonna beat the shit out of you in a minute. No, sorry. Look, he's like, please.
You promise?
Tell you what.
have to just time it down another 40 minutes. You guys can do what the hell you want. I had to block. I had to unhide down just in case the middle of the night is like something weird going on. But at least you can listen.
Down.
I was just drinking Coke and that.
He's like resting like this little baby. Oh, so cute.
I like him. Nice boy. Nice man. So what else has been going on? Anything?
I guess Trim Piercism is hiding comments now for some reason over here.
True. Oh,
I haven't heard anything from True in like 3 weeks.
He just posted something last night. I watched him post it. I mean, literally like seconds after, and I was like, I kind of want to respond to this, but you know what? I really fucking don't. And it's a good thing I didn't because Hogtie did a much more masterful job than anybody of us could have ever done on that, and his analysis was brilliant and spot on, as usual. I mean,
was that his atheist stew porn bombing?
Yeah, it was ridiculous. He's like, yeah, pretty much this is what True Empiricism says. This doesn't apply to all atheists, but it applies to all atheists. It's like, really? It's like somebody use the example. Somebody use the example like, well, I'm not talking about all black people, but you got to admit black people like to steal shit. But I'm not talking about all black people. It's like, what the fuck, dude?
And I got one better. I don't say it was the aliens. It was the aliens.
Isn't that a tautology?
It's like a major meme.
Yeah.
But I mean, his video is just so disingenuous. It was like, do you remember half the shit the people did to the people in the communities? Yes, I wasn't in Google Plus, but I do remember. I've been around YouTube for 3 years, actually probably going on 4 now, and I've seen some pretty despicable things with Venom Fang X and the Shock of God and that crowd and all the fucking shit that they all used to do.
Oh, those were the classics, man.
And chocolate atheist, and accusing people of having affairs and all this other nefarious stuff that people didn't have much of an outrage for. But hey, it's okay. It's if one person in the atheist community does it and 90% of the community go after him, but the other 10% don't, and that's grounds to make a video. It's like, fuck, really.
I found it very very interesting that our same community, the bullies that love to just rule everybody, were all of a sudden so outraged by poor Matt. What happened to Matt Slick?
What happened to Matt Slick?
He got porn bombed.
Oh, no shit.
Well, that's not. It's a little more complicated.
It's a little better than that. The person who porn bombed him, porn bombed him. Thanks, buddy. Porn bombed him with his own daughter's porn, meaning his daughter was in the porn.
If you want the links, I will provide.
No. I love me some porn, but I don't want to see Matt Slick's offspring. Get it on. That's for you, gentlemen.
Oh man! So his daughter did a porno?
She's a cam. She's a cam model or something.
Oh shit!
She seems like a cool chick too. But
Which I don't have a problem with.
But I mean, I don't get. But the whole not to dwell on that issue. If you want to learn about that, you could do it later. But the whole thing was that true empiricism was bashing on people for supposedly like this. Oh, atheists need a police-owned community. Yet the couple of days ago, when on Talking Shit Tuesday, when we were talking about this, did we all? Every fucking person in there said this was obscene. It was obscene, absurd. And it should never been done, and we were upset that somebody would do this because it ruined the video, because there was a pretty good dialogue going on, and it was just like certain lines you don't cross, and yet he decided to post a video saying, oh, it's just all atheists, but it's not all atheists, but it's all atheists. It's like, fuck you, True.
Yeah.
I've lost all respect for True Empirics. Not that I had any to begin with, but I mean, at least I used to be able to talk to him and get along with him, but I think he's gotten so fucking off the deep end about this whole atheism thing that him and G-Man just cannot see reality. I mean, they literally think of atheists like the Nazis thought of the Jews.
Yeah.
Not to bring up Goodwin's Law, but
Goodwin. I know. I was just gonna say Goodwin.
Someone's got to in a hangout. The guy was getting late, so I had to.
Dude, I'm in the chat with a bunch of J. Edgars. Holy shit.
J. Edgars. So there's a.
What, they all like to wear dresses or something? What does that mean?
Exactly.
No, I'm talking about like having the goods on everybody.
Yep.
Oh.
Oh, we got just nothing. We're not even telling the good stuff, which you'll have to kill me for. But what's his name? I finally today in a hangout I was feeling self-righteous and bitchy, so I admit it. And I said, you know what? Last couple weeks ago, nobody gave a fuck about Matt Slick, and they didn't care whether they wouldn't walk across the room to spit on him. But now all of a sudden, these poor atheists are going to go rescue Matt Slick from his trauma, and they're talking about trauma, and we need to get over this, and as a community we need to heal.
We need to heal from this community.
That was Armin. As Armin, I'm like, fucking SJWs, whatever.
Yeah, don't like stick your finger in your throat when you hear crap like that sometimes.
I am sorry, and I feel bad about this, because I'm sure Armin most of the time is a cool person, but I just cannot get along with her. I mean, she rubs me the wrong way.
She calls me a racist every time.
Her social justice nonsense and her. I mean, she was defending astrology at one time, and you know how I am. So I'm like,
remember that day.
Yeah, and I'm like, this is not somebody that I think is very rational. And I'm sure she's good at what she does in her field, but I just don't like a lot of the shit she says. I mean, what am I supposed to do about it?
That reminds me. I wanted to say this a while back, and I forgot about it. When we were talking about geocentrism, I wanted to say, well, dude, seriously, when astrology rejects geocentrism, which it does, and actually uses a Kepler-Newton model because it's more accurate, you know you're in the wrong side of the fence.
Well, I mean, but you know, here's her argument was just like, well, you know, you're just being opinionated, blah blah. I'm like, no, astrology is bullshit, and I can explain why it's bullshit. And she just thinks I'm an asshole because I don't think, it's not a belief, astrology is bullshit. Okay, it's not religion, it's astrology.
Yeah, she does think that she is open to changing her mind. Like she also was about homeopathy and so forth. And then
Which is bullshit.
Blasted that of the. Yeah, I know, but she did come to terms that yes, okay, it does seem to be. So she is capable of changing her mind. That's a good thing. So.
Well, I'm not saying that she isn't. I mean, yes, I insulted her intelligence, and I shouldn't have. I will retract that. She is an intelligent woman. I just disagree with pretty much every stance she has. I mean, so.
Who are you? Are you talking about Hermine?
Yeah. Ermine.
Or Ermine. Yeah. I know. I always get that wrong.
Let's call her Hermione.
I want to call her Hermione so bad. She got pissed.
She really made me mad by not being more sensible, because she does seem to be quite sensible, and for her to take such a position and not know how far off she was, I'm like, if you don't see the difference between me and that other person, the other blonde person, I mean, do you think there's a difference between the two of us? It's just bullshit.
She isn't sensible. She has been trained. She's
No,
been
I'm
either
talking,
self or otherwise.
Yeah. But I think you must not be very smart. No, don't worry about it. It was I don't know. I don't get women. I'm so bad at this.
I don't either. But
thing.
She doesn't have thick skin at all.
No.
They were talking about Shanny for Christ when she went kind of nutty for a while, before she went off the internet again.
Yeah.
And I mean, for well over a fucking half an hour, this conversation went on, right? And people were, sometimes being a little bit brutal, about Shanny and stuff, and it was funny and stuff and yuck. I made a statement about her size, right? That it wasn't that my whole thing was her package when she's on camera, what you see, like her arms, the side and stuff like that. And she told me that I crossed the line because I was making fun of fat people.
Dude, when you said package, I thought you were saying she was a tranny or something.
Me too.
No. I mean, it just like when you're watching the video, I was describing what I saw. You know, like this big fat fucking woman with giant turkey arms, you know, and shit, you know, and she got upset. She got upset because I was making fun of fat people. And I said, no. I said, I hate when that happens. I'm not making fun of fat people, right? How many times... nobody gets offended when they go, oh, some skinny person, you know, went and did this and this happened, right? You know, but when you just mention the fact, because it's part of everything you're seeing, you're describing things, right? And the person that happens to be fat, they're fat, you know. If they got big turkey arms, well, that's, you know. And she just got offended, and she goes, I would never, and I'm like, I'm a Lowell's farmer, you know. It's funny to me, you know, and I'm sorry, but some people find that funny, you know. And most people will understand that I'm not making fun of fat. And she got out of the fucking hangout, you know. And
well, she's very politically correct, dude. I mean, she loves
God.
And and then I'm telling you right now that one of the worst people don't get along with are PC people. PC principal drives me fucking nuts. I cannot deal with it.
Oh, PC principal.
Yeah.
Oh god. Did you see
that was fun.
Did you see the Milo Yiannopoulos where he was talking in front of a college faculty, student faculty, and basically this guy is based. Oh man, well, I'll get back to you guys because I wanna get my shit straight before I say it. I'll be right back.
Okay.
I need to try that. I hear the same thing in him. I get the same way. I can't get the story out. I should take a break once in a while. It's a good idea. It's that way yesterday.
I can't believe I started this hangout like almost 8 hours ago. What the fuck?
Did you really?
Yeah.
I just finished talking to Keithies for like 5 hours. I've been
a little bitch when it come over here. I asked him like 6 times.
No, I thought he was. I asked him a couple times. You know, I was like, you know, yeah, I'll keep talking. You know, it was off air and everything like that, and I share things with people. When people get to know me, you know, I like Keithies. You know, he's not somebody that, you know, and we were talking about certain things, people that piss us off. You know, hot buttons, social justice warriors, you know, disruption of public meetings by dickheads that like to get arrested, so they can get on the 6 o'clock news, like a badge of honor. You know, some of them, and just you know, we're having fun, man. You know. I mean, I was. Finally,
fuck around the pussy.
Oh. I remember the first time I saw that, man. I busted up.
I was sitting on the porch and fuck around the pussy.
Because, you know...
Dude, you guys, I have got to screenshot this shit. This has got to be one of the funniest things. I mean, if you guys are... Well, seriously, if you don't want me to screen share it, I won't. I mean,
I'll go ahead.
I don't care.
This shit is just too fucking hilarious, man.
Knock yourself out.
It's like the second grade thing that happened, you know? you learn a few words, right? Some kid at school heard something like "fucker in the pussy," right? And that's something that you hear like second graders, you know? And when I first saw that, you know, like people running by newscasters and shit, oh, man.
This actually got some of that in this. Look, can you guys see this? Like a lifestyle. All right, watch. Just watch.
Oh no. Oh. I like that guy from the what's his name?
Can't hear
it. Principal.
I'm not seeing anything.
Click on his
You got a white box.
Click on Kaitz's.
There you go.
Yeah.
Who's that guy?
But there's no audio.
Yeah, we don't have audio, but what are we watching? What is this guy?
I don't know, but that purple outfit. Uh-oh.
It's very loud.
Cops or EMTs.
Trump.
I don't know what we're watching.
I know. Just
Yeah,
smile and wave.
can't hear it. You just smile and wave.
Smile
You
and
know,
wave.
you smile
Is
and
that a
wave.
bloke?
Yeah, in the purple outfit.
Yeah.
That's a fat Incan Bruce right there. What the fuck?
You have to link it to us.
I have, dude. You guys,
Can't
this
jump
is
to Milo.
Hold on, let me get it. Let me get it here. Hold on. Let me get off the freaking share.
That's cute.
There's the dude, the fuck you right in the pussy. He's all up in this shit too, man. He's all
All up in this shit. That's like one of my favorite things.
Well, by all means, please share it, man.
Yeah, get up on that
What
shit.
timestamp?
All up in it.
Oh, okay, I might as well timestamp.
Come on, you better go deep into it.
Yeah.
Good balls, Dave.
I noticed. I noticed
Take
that
it like a
Seamus-
man.
I noticed
Share
that
it
Seamus
for the
hasn't been.
world.
Seamus hasn't been saying balls deep lately.
Balls deep.
For a while there, he was. Yeah.
But balls tape is only 3 centimeters.
You know.
That would be sad.
Did you notice Seamus, when he was talking to GPO Jones today, was actually on camera? He's never on camera. He's done it like, I've seen him do it like once, maybe twice, ever.
He was on camera the other day when he wanted to come in and tell me that he was going on a date with some girl to make me jealous. I went, "That's nice. Have a good time."
I got a date with a real girl.
You.
Not interested. He denied today. And before we went into the hangout, I had a private with him, and I said, "Look,
Oh.
I don't know." He's been asking me. Let's just listen. He's been asking me for weeks, and I told him no, it's inappropriate. He's all, "Why?" I said, "Well, what do you want to talk to me about?" He goes, I want to preach the gospel to you." I'm like, okay, have a Bible study, and I'll show up, but I'm not going to have a private conversation with you. He goes, "Why not?" I said, "Nah,
That's the excuse.
it's not." Yeah, and so then when he got called on it, he was like, "No, I don't have a thing for sugar. Are you jealous of Mark?" Yeah. So I told him in private, I said, "Look, I said, I don't have a crush on you. I said, if you have a crush on me, that's very sweet. I would be very flattered, but I am
I feel
really old
flattered
enough
that
to be your mother."
I've had privates with you, but we don't remember what we talked about. It's pretty mundane. Nothing you get too excited about.
You're flaunting it, man. No wonder why the man, yearns for you. I mean, God, the way you're acting right now. I mean, you should be ashamed of yourself.
Don't flatter yourself. I've had privates with MMA too, so.
Yeah, no, yeah. It's the horror in me, you know that. What do you call it, Patrick?
Hey,
this place has made me like a monster, and so I've started acting like one for them because it's what they want. Right? Every once in a while, somebody wants me to go, "Why do they do this to me?" I don't care. I try so hard.
I thought I was supposed to have a date today, but I don't know. It's Saturday, right?
You're supposed to have a date today? You don't remember?
Well, I don't know what I thought she said. I thought Lyrical said Saturday. I don't know.
This is Saturday.
Yeah, I don't know.
Is today Saturday?
Yeah.
Yes.
Shit.
I don't know what.
Okay, boys and girls, here we go.
Yes.
There's nothing to do around here. We live in the middle of nowhere.
Showtime.
Me too. We'll have to meet halfway.
Well, we thought about doing a video. I thought that'd be kind of fun, actually.
That would be fun.
Yeah.
What is that? Oh, I know this video.
I've seen this. Is there audio?
I don't see a jack shit.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead and just timestamp it, man.
Put it in the link.
Who the fuck are we talking about?
Why can't I see anything?
No, I took it
Just
off.
open up the YouTube app. You can open up the YouTube app thing.
I'm trying to get back.
We all do it? Well, you're bossy, Monsanto. What's up with you?
Alright, I just did it.
Fucking early my time. That's what's up.
You know what? I'm gonna have to dominate you. You need to stop it.
Good luck.
Just put it, oh my God,
Oh,
that
what's
word.
this? What's this?
Patrick, I'm trying out my dominatrix persona, so if I get a little aggressive with you, you'll understand why.
Hey, we've all been labeled whores in our life at one point or another.
Speak for yourself.
Some of us, yeah.
5 times for me. 5 times too many. Way too many.
Jeez. Oh my God, Nadia said the fucking funniest thing in the world. I think it was like last night or this morning. They all playing together, and she was talking about gangbangs, right? And she likes having like 5 guys, and somebody says like, well, we don't. She's like reference to her fantasies. She goes, what fantasies? Like that's how I like to have sex.
I heard that very.
That was funny. She's like, what fantasy? That's not my fantasy. That's how I have sex. It was great.
What, so oh, Jesus. That fucking scared
The
the
only,
shit out of me. Holy
the only way she
fuck.
could have sex is like with 15 guys at a time. I'm like, hey, you know what? Hey, go for it.
That's your thing?
Yeah. Hey, you haven't lived till you had 4 chicks. Let me tell you.
Oh, the guy who does that dog noise, he was getting chased. He was on the, he's local to me, somewhere in Brisbane, I think. And he was, I think his partner was attacked by dogs and they chased them. And so he does that, he tries to interpret the dogs, and so just barks and growls and shit in the interview, and fuck, it's funny. I'll try and pull up the full thing if anyone hasn't seen it, but holy fuck, it's funny.
Dogs. They're imitating dogs.
Hold on. The bloke in that video at the timestamp that cards are linked at around 2:24, the guy who's barking and growling, he was chased by these dogs, and so when he's interviewed, he reenacts their face and shit.
No.
And that's the backstory behind that. And I think it was somewhere in Brisbane that happened.
Is Kaiser still cracking up? You are. I knew it. I could hear it. I love it.
He should watch Willy Bum Bum. That would make him piss himself. That's the funniest thing. I linked that to my mate back in year 11 or some shit. And as I linked it to him, he needed to take a shit. And he pressed the link to open the video up. And as soon as he saw the title and like the first few seconds, he almost shut himself. It was fucking hilarious. And then the next day I went to school and so forth, and then he just told me he was on the brink of shitting himself. and he bolted for it. Fuck, it's funny.
That's inconvenient.
Yeah. Oh my god. Willy bum bum. Oh fuck. And now today, by today's standards, we're going E-fucked. That's funny.
Oh, that's right. I gotta look at that.
Is it just, think about what would the atmosphere be like? Hermione just
What the hell is she doing?
Oh my god, that's
I can't
so
see
funny.
anything. I just heard Sugar making sex noises.
Aren't you watching the video?
No.
Which video?
Aren't you? Didn't you watch the dog video? The dog?
No. Just reenacts it. There's
You know what's
one
really
video
funny?
with the guy.
That's somebody's grandfather, man. Can you imagine his grandkids seeing that, or his kids, you know?
What
God,
a
yeah,
funny
that's
time.
my dad.
One bloke tried to do that in America as this guy was doing a report on the side of the road, and it's this black report, and he's like, "Oh no, you don't," and the bushes the cunt in the fucking bushes.
You don't.
He's like, "Fuck right, no, you don't." And he just shoves him into the bush.
Not on my watch, you don't.
Oh god, it's fucking hilarious.
So Arcane Logos posted something about K2 Mountain Shadow something or other, and Shamos and Flat Earth, and Shamos plus ones it. It's like, what the fuck? I don't understand these people. I was going through my feed and it's like, why would Shamos plus one a thing on Arcane Logos is Flat Earth nonsense?
So Shamos, what's Shamos? Is he? Oh fuck, a Flat Earther? What?
No.
No, he's just a fundy. No, he's
No.
moderate. Is he a moderate? No, he's a fundy.
Dude, Tim Osmond has been right for the last month plus. The flat Earth movement's over, man. It's been squashed.
Oh yeah, I mean there's some residual jism in Arcane and like 3 other people, but and Rose maybe Rose, but for the most part, yeah. I mean there's nothing to the movement on YouTube anymore. The fuckers got their ass handed to them. Red's Rhetoric destroyed Flat Earth on YouTube.
His fundraiser just got. I don't know if you just if you've seen his new video. He's got
I did.
2. Yeah. He's got
Yeah,
2.
I wanted to, I didn't, I couldn't figure out my PayPal. It's probably a good thing that I didn't. I mean, I really wanted to get to him, but I'm not in the best shape myself. But I'm glad he got that pretty quick because I want that project to go through. When I get in better shape, though, I mean, I'll try to help him out or help somebody out more on those fundraiser things.
Oh yeah, dude. I mean, I'm broke as fuck right now too, man. I mean, if I would, I could. I remember when he was doing those videos where he was just. I could tell he was really tensing up, worried about going stage 1, stage 2, stage 1, and he just wanted to track them both. He just got that point where he couldn't do it. He needed 2 cameras to do it.
Oh my god, a dancing butt.
Yeah, and it makes sense too. But I mean, I don't know why it's going to have any effect on any of these people. I mean, these flat earthers. I'm sorry to say it, but they are literally the dumb of the dumb. I mean, they are bottom of the barrel when it comes to intelligence level. Because I seriously think you have to be a special kind of stupid to think the Earth is flat.
Give the boy a helmet.
Yeah, I mean, I think they do. They do need to have these fucking helmets because I just see them like hitting their heads against the wall, like when people aren't looking.
I think well, there's they do. I gotta admit, they serve a purpose in a sense that you gotta admit. I mean, look, I've searched for other launch videos. Reds really does have the best launch videos.
He's got better launch videos than the professionals that actually they pay to go do the. Yeah, I mean he might actually send some of his footage to them and maybe do it professionally. I mean
I know he hits in with astronomy. Is it Astronomy Alive?
Yeah.
Because dude, I if anything, the flat Earth movement literally just paved the way for amateur astronomy to go further, even if it's just one person. Hey, look, thanks for motivating this guy for us. You helped us out great. Did a great job. Although it wasn't to anything to do with or the exact opposite of what you expected, but hey, that's the way science works. I always try to see the glass half full type. Shit happens all the time. Yeah. Okay, look. I have been hearing this clicking like a slow metronome for God knows how long, and I've got to know what the hell that is.
It's what's his name right there?
MMA.
Yep.
Sorry.
He makes
I
a
don't
lot
know
of
what
noise.
microphone it is.
No, you've had that problem for a while.
No, it's like I'm not using my I'm using my headset, but because I don't have my microphone in, it's using the built-in, and no matter how hard I try to touch it softly, it won't.
Are you saying that's turning it on and off?
Hey, what?
What?
No, when I'm clicking around and shit, it just won't be soft and silent. Is it like really loud to you guys?
Yes.
Yeah, really loud.
Shit. So I'll mute myself for a sec.
You're
And
always
this
making
thing's
some
like
kind
it's
of
only got
noise.
15 minutes left on it, anyways.
15 minutes.
I'm just gonna let it run out.
Yeah, let it run out.
Not that I care.
I feel like I'm the only one really benefiting from this thing being so long because I work late evening, early graveyard shifts, and I actually have to stay up like until like 9 o'clock. So when I wake up at like 4 o'clock, I wake
Oh, the
up to
highlight was when that guy Rogue, whatever the fuck his name, came in. Oh, yeah, I was pretty good with him. I didn't run him off, but at the same time, I didn't insult him, to the point, it was over the top. It was just a good type of insulting of his as an inability to formulate a coherent argument.
Mm.
The guy was just dumb, man. I mean, I don't know if he was Poe, if he was somebody new, he was somebody like April Fool's. I have no idea who this guy was. But he's like, well, of course we didn't go to the moon in 1969. I'm thinking, oh, we got a moon hoax tonight. No, we went to the moon, but long before then. I'm like, what the fuck? He's like, yeah, we went to the moon in like 1862 or something. I don't know. I was like, what?
Having a hot flash. Big hot flash.
Okay, he didn't actually say that, but it was funny. Why are you having a hot flash?
Well,
Because I'm
because
51.
Okay.
Sugar, I want to tell you something. This is just I know this is gonna sound really stupid at first, but I swear to you, it does work. I learned about this in an inadvertent way. There's a supplement you can get from any pharmacy called soy isoflavones.
Yes, I know it.
You know it. It really does work. It works. There's
I
no. It's
think I
just,
have to get it.
I've actually recommended it to people. I found out about it first when I was losing weight. With men, when men take soy isoflavone, especially when they're exercising, it helps stubborn fat get burnt faster. But I learned inadvertently through this that when women take it, and I actually I told people that I knew about it, husbands that had wives that I knew that were suffering from menopause, and they tried it out, and it worked within 24 hours. They noticed a significant difference. It was, and I just it does work. I can only express for personal verification. This is direct observation. It does work.
Direct observation. I want a double blind study.
That's fair. That's fair. That's fair.
Cohort systematic.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get this research team at my university to look at I had a few warts back in the day, and I was sort of looking at them, and to see what my body would do to them once they recognize them. And within about a week or two, they just completely disappeared, and I haven't got any warts ever since. Not bad, just small ones, but here and there. And so I want to see, once you pick at them to the point so they bleed, does the body actually recognize them and so forth to attack them? Because they have their own blood supply, so on and so forth.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was only 3 I picked at, they bled a little bit, and then let them heal up, and then they just went away, no scars or anything. So
okay, MMA. I actually, I remember having some warts when I was 16, 15 years old in high school, and I didn't just hit them with best I can. Didn't tell my parents about them, and I literally just picked them to the point to where I try to take them apart. And I don't know if that was why they went away within about a couple of months, or some other reason. But I just know that the same thing happened. They went away in a couple of months without any kind of aid at all.
Yeah, I didn't use anything at all. These are one of the small ones, but still, you didn't want to, they're embarrassing, the warts. So yeah, I just picked them just to the point where they bled, and so your body would recognize them. And then within only a few weeks, mine didn't take months at all. Like 2 weeks later, they started to disappear, and I haven't gotten any ever since. And so I'm trying to think if there's actually, if it's with the immune system that went after them.
Yeah, that's a good hypothesis. Yeah.
Yeah, and so I got the
What was that dog?
team at my
Just
university to do. So
I'm sorry, Sugar.
we're
I
looking
missed.
into that
What did
one.
you? I didn't hear what you said. I'm sorry.
Sorry. I'm tired and I'm looking at dogs that are smiling and I'm listening to MMA all at the same time and it's making a real freaky. Tired.
Yeah, after this is over, I'm going to go to sleep.
That was weird.
But I don't know. I gotta find a good video to try to get a lucid dream in. I've been trying like every night for the last like 2 weeks, pretty solid, and I just can't do it. I get to like a first step of it, and then I just lose it and either fall
Steve,
asleep or what.
I've got the perfect one for you.
Which one to use?
And I hope you haven't seen this one yet. Let me pull it up so I can link it. I'm gonna link it on the chat so you can.
I've tried the binaural. I've tried the this whisper, people that whisper, whatever they call them. I cannot get in. I cannot get induced. I don't know what it is.
Do you need music?
Not normally. I haven't ever. Every time I've ever self-induced one, the induction technique I used is a little bit different. But I used to have a chair that I used to chew it in, and this chair that I had was very comfortable, and I mean I could literally like feel myself sinking into that chair, and I would go into what I call like a stage one of lucid dreaming, where you feel yourself being drawn into it, and you focus in your eyes and your darkness, and you can see shapes and things spinning, and the hypnagogic phosphorus dots, and then once you hit that stage two, where you actually feel yourself literally being pulled into it, I mean that's when you know that you've reached the lucid state.
Wait, Steve, stop for a minute. I don't know where you got this kind of technique, but it doesn't sound anything remotely close to any kind of way to go into lucid dreaming that I've ever heard of.
Oh, it works great.
It almost sounds like
it used to
completely inhibit it. It would inhibit lucid dreaming, and it almost
No.
sounds like.
If you never use it's called a hypnagogic technique.
I could never go into a lucid dreams in any kind of chair, even if it were some kind of lazy boy recliner. I
thought it was the best. I have a hard time with every time I can do it, and I've done it in the bed. I've only self-induced one time laying down prone, and every other time it's just been accident, which has been hundreds of times. But
when you lucid dream, what usually what usually triggers the recognition of consciousness?
when I literally feel that I am being pulled into something, like I feel myself not necessarily falling, but moving. I can literally sense movement. That I know that I'm actually the induction is going on.
Wow. I have to admit that the way you lucid dream is completely different in every way than the way I lucid dream.
But my lucid dreams are they're, if anybody lucid dream, you're awake, yet you're not awake. You are literally in a new world. Everything is vivid. Everything is.
In color, can you
Oh yeah. Oh sure. Oh absolutely.
Smells.
Yeah. Sure. Voice. I've had full-on conversations with people in lucid dreams.
Temperature.
I've had sensations of cold and warmth. Now that also could be like what you're actually sensation for your body, but they did studies and they found that the constructs they believe that you are actually engaging with are mental representations of things, because lucid dreams have been very well studied, and they actually say that the entities that you interact with do have their own intelligence of sorts.
Before you get to bed, I have this need to tell you about my last lucid dream, because the last one I had was by far the most incredible. I've told people about it before, and it just
Make it quick. It goes off air in 3 minutes.
Okay. I had this. It started out with a normal dream in which everything was tan hued. And it was tan hued, and I was able to, and it was a metropolitan area where I could jump from building to building to building, and it at a certain point it transformed to a more realistic setting to where I was on top of not on top of a building but on a certain level where it was like like a not a like a pyramid where like a very elongated pyramid, like where certain buildings were more more levels were platform than others, and you had like these penthouses on certain levels where you can walk all the way around the building, and it even had trees and stuff, and maybe this will take longer than.
Yeah, you're gonna have to do it another time because it's gonna go off here in literally 2 minutes.
I want to hear it though. I want to hear the finish of it one more time.
Well,
it's gonna go off air.
Tell it off air, because I'm gonna log off here after I tell everybody bye. Thank you for watching. Subscribe, subscribe, do all the happy horse shit. And if you guys are in here and you haven't subscribed to my channel, get the fuck out until you do. I'm just kidding.
Okay.
It's weird because you look at your circles and you're like, wait a minute, I got all these people in my circles yet I don't have that many subscribed to my channel. Not that I care, but we got to have EPs, right? We got to
I remember that.
whip it out every so often, and I hit my 250 mark. I'm going for 350 now. Yes.
I'm almost about to hit 900 and almost 1 million views.
Well, you're just special because you show boobs, supposedly.
But
that I've never seen.
Only in Google Plus, and I never show boobs. But thanks for asking.
Well, yeah, but everybody else says you do, and they never seen them either, which is weird.
Exactly.
It's like I like people used to be like, "Yeah, Sugar shows boobs," and like, I don't like you've seen them, they're good, and she's like, "Oh, I have no idea, I've never seen them." It's like nobody's ever seen your boobs, so I'm like, I don't know where you're showing them. If supposed.
I know. You'd think if there were pictures out there, they'd be all around town. All
I have
around
a collection
town.
of them.
Sorry.
At least have you ever shown a nipple slip or something? I mean, good God.
Nope. Nope.
Wow.
Nope. That's all Stizor.
You're just jipping people.
That's all Stizor.
Sty. Good old
He
Sty.
Yep, he was the one that started that. Show us your tits. That's all he says.
Yeah, he says it to me too, so don't feel bad.
Yeah. No, I don't.
But if you're gonna post that link, post a link. If you got a good video to Lucid Dream to there, and then next time we have a hangout, you can tell me your story.
Will do.
But yeah, no, I like my lucid dreams. But like I said, I like the induction that I used to do, and then I can't do it anymore. I don't know why.
I think that the cigarette withdrawal, just give it a couple of more months, because the same thing happened to me. I think I was mentioning before in the chat. So I think that's a major factor right there. Just give it time, and it'll come back.
I like that feeling when you're sinking into the lucid dream and you're going to have one. You're like, yes, this is like starting to work, and I don't know, it's just a cool feeling that you literally know you're separating your conscious a little bit, And I don't believe in like astral projection. I'm not like a dualism. I know it.